do feel like Arjun है, so we should be the favorite, but Hans बहुत बढ़िया खेलते आ रहे हैं. So let's start with Arjun versus Hans. Let's zoom in into the games and देखते हैं कि क्या चालू हुई है. Saj bhai, we have the first move on the board already. Tell us more about the starting position.
Absolutely. So Magnus, by the way, has played d4 in his match. I'm going to switch very quickly to Arjun, and this is the current position. He has gone d4 and c3. So bilkul London ki tayari, Liam's London as they call it, where the bishop goes to f4. But of course, this is different. c3 was a slight inaccuracy. I'm guessing he wants to play e4. Jo Hans ne second move pe hi rok diya with knight f6.
Yeah, and very interesting कि suddenly black is better on move number 2, and in fact I checked all the games, हर जगह पे यही ओपनिंग आई है. So ये मिली भगत लग रही है सारे सफेदी वाले प्लेयर्स की, and it seems to just be wrong. In fact, Magnus's game is the only one जहां पे he's better, but it's only because he's not played c3. He might just play that.
भाई मैग्नस कैन फील कि वो c3 f3 वाला प्लान जो भी अर्जुन ने खेला, इट्स नॉट द बेस्ट, because I'm just quickly going to change the game. Look at the position of Nodirbek versus Vincent. Look at this exact same position.
ये क्या है भाई? ये रेड फ्लैग क्यों लग रहा है मुझे भाई? ये इल्यूमिनाटी
भाई, ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, बट लेकिन भाई यहाँ पर सेम पोजीशन है.
Magnus has not played c3 so far. That's good news. And chat, welcome to the stream. यहाँ पे कितने सारे लोग हैं जो आज चेस देखने वाले. एक बार सबके सब हाई लिख दो भाई. मुझे पता है इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच भी है, बट चेस भी देखेंगे, वो भी देखो जरूर. एंड साज भाई, व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट द पोजीशन इफ यू चेक आउट मैग्नस गेम? काफी इंटरेस्टिंग गेम लग रही है.
यस, d4 d5 भाई, अभी से ही इतना मतलब इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है मैच. आई हैव नो आइडिया कि मतलब द ग्रेट थिंग इज कि मैग्नस हैज नॉट प्लेड c3 येट. मतलब मैग्नस फील्स कि समथिंग इज रॉन्ग विद दिस मूव.
भाई समथिंग इज रॉन्ग से याद आया, एज मच एज आई वांट टू फॉलो दिस गेम, अर्जुन इज ऑलरेडी मच वर्स. ये इसने जो चाल खेली है, ये लग रहा है उन्होंने कहीं से निकाली है, मतलब ऐसे कहीं से जो मतलब फाउंडेशन रियलिटी में नहीं बैठी हुई. व्हाट इज g4 साहज भाई? फील्स टू रिस्की. साहज भाई आवाज बंद हो गई. इतनी खतरनाक मूव है g4.
हेलो,
वाओ, ही इज शॉक्ड.
कैन यू हियर मी?
हां.
Oh bhai, that was weird यार. I was not muted. But yeah, and anyways, I'm saying कि ये prep लग रही है भाई अर्जुन की. I feel like f3 g4 ये घर से देख के आया अर्जुन. He predicted the correct opening number and then he just prepped this.
भाई इनफैक्ट हांस का जो कोर्स था एक, आई थिंक चेसेबल का, वहां पे ही सेज हमारी ओपनिंग का एक ही फंडा है, बस g4 खेलने का, कुछ भी करो, क्वीन f3 g4. सो क्लियरली हैंस की ही स्ट्रेटजी उनके अगेंस्ट अपनाते हुए, एंड स्टार्टिंग में इनफैक्ट इट शोड -0.7 बट सडनली इट वेंट डाउन अ बिट. सो मे बी इंजन्स आल्सो रियलाइजिंग कि ये उतनी बुरी नहीं है जितना ऐसा लग रहा है फर्स्ट ग्लांस पे. लेट्स कीप इन माइंड बिशप के हिसाब से जो e1 पे है, it is the perfect pawn chain. Bishop आराम g3 बैठेगा. But what about the bishop on f1 is the question right now. He's not feeling so happy. So let's see क्या होता है साज भाई. And Hans even in deep think.
Yes, deep think भाई. और उसके साथ साथ राकेश भाई ने थोड़ा डिसअपॉइंट कर दिया भाई for some reason.
I get it. होता है राकेश भाई ना. राकेश भाई केवल डेयर डेविल नहीं है साज भाई. राकेश भाई अभी आएंगे ना, कमेंट्री करेंगे भी फॉर कौन सा आ रहा है टूर्नामेंट, प्राग मास्टर्स. वो जब लाइव रहेंगे तब उनका अंदर का जज्बा निकलेगा. सो नो इश्यूज. एंड मीनवाइल साज भाई, मैग्नस हैज स्टिल नॉट प्लेड.
Bhai, I'm telling you, Magnus feels that something is wrong with this. By the way, in the position that we have in front of us, Arjun versus Hans, you can see c5 was the best move. And right now, at least, Hans has a pretty good advantage according to the bar. Although it's not clear when we look at the position. Yeah, something like bishop f2.
Bye.
And black has to play c4.
Bye. Magnus Carlsen is the only guy who found the right move. That is e3, not c3. देख रहे आप, बंदा थोड़ा अलग है. मतलब if you know aliens came on the planet and we had to bet on one player to save humanity in a chess game against aliens, you know 10,000 alien हो या लाख हो या एक हो, I would bet on Magnus Carlsen every time. भाई इकलौता बंदा से e3 निकाला यार.
क्या बात है भाई, क्या बात है भाई. वो e3 खेला उसने उस पोजीशन में. We can go back to that board. This is what it is. By the way, is Hans roaming around? Hans was just roaming around भाई in that position. That's crazy. And this is by the way, the position of Magnus versus Fabi, where he is the only player to have played e3 in this position. And that is, I think, a very, very good sign from the world champion.
Yeah. World champion किस format के साथ?
World Rapid, World Blitz.
I thought freestyle कह रहे हो. I mean, that would be
freestyle as well. I mean, he's just, 4 games away technically.
Yeah, and going back to the Arjun camera board, we can see वहां पे g4 के बाद c5 has been played, and bishop f2 as you mentioned is the best move. Bishop g3 also possible. अगर हम dc5 मारते हैं साज, then what happens? Why is that move so bad?
भाई इतनी सारी पॉन की मूव सिर्फ अर्जुन ही खेल सकता है, एंड इट्स फाइन, बट द प्रॉब्लम राइट नाउ इज नाइट c4 एंड सडनली दिस नाइट e3 check is a huge problem, and then you can never castle.
Hmm.
That's why. And by the way, Arjun has played. He went bishop g3. I think he wants to take on c5 now because the knight is pinned, and no more knight c4 possible.
And yes, he has accepted one weakness. He said, "Okay, I have a weakness. This g4 pawn is a can be a weakness." But he's saying कि मैं 82 runs भी कर लूंगा साथ में for that one weakness. It is okay. It is okay to take one weakness as long as you keep pushing on the other. Hands में थोड़े confused लग रहे हैं. And that's the power of that one weak. I mean, one weakness.
भाई मे बी हांस इज थिंकिंग 82 रन्स कहाँ पे हो रहे हैं, लाइक कौन सा रेफरेंस था? ओ बाय द वे, ही जस्ट प्लेड क्वीन c8, getting away from the pin, slight inaccuracy, knight d3, and Arjun is back basically. Bhai,
भाई एग्जैक्टली बोलते हैं ना, मतलब फॉर्मेट कोई भी हो, टेस्ट आई मीन फ्री स्टाइल या नॉर्मल चेस, अगर अटैक करना आता हो तो ओपोनेंट को डरा सकते हो. क्वीन c8 अनपिनिंग द क्वीन फील्स लॉजिकल, बट इज नॉट इन द स्पिरिट ऑफ द पोजिशन. एंड अब नाइट d3 आएगा एंड वाइट इज स्लाइटली बेटर.
bhai, slightly better is an kind of an understatement. Now I'm confused why he chose c8 instead of c7, and why is this such a big difference? Bhai, if black plays c4 in this position, no, like knight e5 is perhaps the move that makes the most sense. आप center में knight को रख रहे हो, okay, not an outpost technically, f6 से kick हो सकता है, but still apparently knight f2 is the best, which is a
वाओ.
bit strange to me.
It is because maybe the plan is e4 Saj. Maybe that's why knight f2 is best. Kind of
Hmm.
supports that pawn break in the center. But I agree with you. Knight e5 usually is logical. Maybe the bishop is on e8. That has something to do with the knight on e5 not being the best move, also blocking the bishop on g3. But yeah, I think knight a5 is something Arjun definitely will consider. And it's glad to see. I'm glad to see कि Arjun की equal हो गई है भाई. Worse नहीं है.
Yeah, exactly. So queen c8 के बाद now Arjun is thinking another very nice idea I want to mention here, Sahil bhai, is that, oh, by the way, he doesn't play it. He plays e3. But another very nice idea was knight d3, c4, and just take the knight on d6. Black goes pawn takes d6 and just put the knight on, not on f2, but put it on e1. And this is supposedly very, very good for white. But he doesn't go for it. He plays e3, and he's giving Hans a chance to play knight c4, which, okay, doesn't seem logical क्योंकि आप knight already move कर चुके हो. Ideally, you want to get your bishops out and, get your activity, maybe something like e6, but knight c4 is very, very good for Hans. और Hans भाई घूमे जा रहा है.
Yeah, hands, I think sometimes you try to keep your energy this way, yeah? Keep yourself alert by moving around. Also, let's keep in mind, he might be looking at the
भाई
other
भाई
games.
भाई
Who
भाई
knows?
भाई, ये क्या है
हाँ.
भाई? इंडिया लूजेस का तो ऑप्शन ही नहीं होना चाहिए था भाई.
भाई डालना तो पड़ेगा ना भाई. We have, कई बार पता है. You never know.
बोथ लूज वुड बी सैड भाई. ये तो किसी को नहीं वोट करना चाहिए भाई ये.
तभी मैंने उसमें नाम लिखा ही नहीं है. Both lose could be anybody, Saj भाई. It could be
हाँ हाँ
both of us.
एग्जैक्टली. वो भी पॉसिबल है
वो भी
भाई.
पॉसिबल है. So
वो तो
लाइफ में कुछ
ऑप्शन
भी हो
टू है.
स्टार्ट. By the way, e3 खेला है and oh, that's a big mistake. Wait, bishop d6 is suddenly clearly better for Arjun.
Ooh, but is it easy to decipher this? First of all, bishop d6 पे भाई, do I have to capture this knight back? Can I go pawn takes e3 or something, or is that too, like pawn takes c3 maybe,
Nah,
or
too
is that
much.
too
No, like
much?
black के pieces ही नहीं है actually. Yeah, bishop f4 and pawn गया.
बिशप a4 चेक सोच रहा था मैं, बट आपके पास b3 है, ये बहुत अनोइंग है. बिग
Annoying
मिस्टेक
तो है.
एक्चुअली.
But okay, bishop d6 खेलना आसान नहीं है, yeah? Like it's not something you casually play. So Arjun will
c3
consider
खेल
it.
दो
It's
फिर.
a हाँ, मतलब it's a checks captures threat, so it's something you always consider, but usually you don't give your strong bishop the only piece you have developed for that knight. But यहाँ पे apparently is very very strong, and let's see if Arjun can do that.
भाई टेक्स के बाद, like in this position I'm seeing cd4 as the main move, but actually ed4 also works. It's like he just has to assess कि ये दोनों जो pawns हैं, ये black के लिए बहुत खराब है. Like it restricts the black bishop, it also restricts the light bishop to an extent, and it could become a weakness. But ये structure का ना एक फायदा भी होता है, at least in classical chess, which is कि आपके पास कोई outpost नहीं है. Like for example,
Okay,
usually a pawn e6 पे रहता तो knight e5 पे बैठ सकता होता था.
Saj bhai,
c6 C5 पे.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I have a question, ठीक है? Chat,
Yes.
तुमसे भी question है, ठीक है? What will make you laugh more? Can we take on D6 once and have that triple pawn?
Hmm.
What will make you laugh more? Like a comedy special or just looking at these three pawns again and again? I don't know. में हंसी आ रही है भाई इन तीन pawn को साथ में
Bhai,
देख के.
oh, by the way, he plays it. Let's go.
Oh wow. But I
Let's
don't know. Like
go.
these pawns look funny to me somehow. They look very funny. I don't know why.
हाँ भाई,
Like क्या ही
मतलब
भाई
ब्लैक की
triple pawn.
पोजीशन थोड़ी खराब लग रही है, that is for sure. And CD4 is the move, but ED4 also works, but CD4 is slightly stronger for some reason. Okay,
Hmm.
in these structures, I would say keeping the C file open is very good, but oh, he goes takes with the E pawn. Okay, so slightly less accurate, but still, I would say a very healthy advantage for Arjun.
Agreed. And Hans even giving that stare to Arjun as he typically does. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, agar hum Magnus game pe nazar mare, they are fighting for the finals of the Freestyle Chess World Championship. So one of them will be crowned as the new world champion. C4 Khela Magnus ne pawn takes, bishop takes, knight b6, and feels like a very, very classical position right now. Of course, the pieces are switched, but you can imagine, yeah, knight f3 logical, bishop coming out, white will castle king side, the knight coming to d3 potentially, like very, very normal position relatively, I think.
Yeah, basically this is very similar to QGA, so Queen's Gambit
Hmm.
accepted, जहाँ पे श्रीनाथ जिनका बर्थडे था कल, उन्होंने एक कोर्स निकाला था इस ओपनिंग पे, Queen's Gambit accepted with the black pieces actually, and basically you can get almost an identical position if you put the bishop on b3 or e2, get the knight out, castle on this side, and knight d3 पे already बढ़िया because it guards both c5 and e5. तो freestyle format could actually benefit Magnus here. But yeah, looking closer and closer to a classical position, I have to say, with slight advantage to Magnus.
Yeah, and also like I was just thinking, like it transferring into somewhat of a normal position, who does it benefit more? I'm gonna say Magnus maybe because the randomness of the freestyle format evaporates and it just helps somebody who's stronger at the classical format. So Magnus must be very happy. Of course, he's going to be very cautious about where he puts his pieces. Like, is he going to play bishop e2 to try and potentially have the bishop on f3 later? Is he going to play bishop b3? So bishop d3 also is a possibility, potentially attack towards the king side. So he's taking his time. That's great. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, Saj Bhai, in the Arjun game,
Bishop
we
d3
have,
played.
yeah, oh, he plays, yeah, nice. By the way, E takes d4 Khela Arjuna instead of C takes d4. So he kept it a bit
Yes.
different.
Yes. And he responds with g6. So already creating this idea of bishop h6 and kuch nazar on this diagonal, because a lot of, open black squares on this position. Yeah, f4, e3, that can be targeted. And this is why Arjun ki next move is highly, highly critical, because black is planning bishop h6 and bishop f4 or bishop e3 or
Saj Bhai,
something like this. And हमको h4 खेलना है.
I agree with you. I think वो बिशप जो आपने कहा नजर लगा रहा है उस डायगोनल पे, तो जल्दी से जाके प्याज रख देते हैं G5 पे. सो वी प्ले H4 ताकि बिशप H6 आए तो भाई G5 पे प्याज एंड वी विन द गेम. नजर नहीं लगनी चाहिए
टमाटर
साज
का
भाई
क्या
किसी की.
फिर?
हाँ,
व्हाट अबाउट zucchini? प्याज तो रख दिया आपने.
नहीं नहीं भाई, प्याज इज इनफ भाई. प्याज और प्यार दोनों
ओहो
बांटते
हो.
रहने चाहिए. बाय द वे H4
Ar-
played. Wow, Arjun is
yep.
playing some amazing chess.
Yes. And by the way, the best move for black here, chat. If I gave you 10 guesses in this position and you didn't look, you wouldn't be able to guess it.
I think that's second best. Maybe I understood what you're saying, Sahaj. Best apparently is bishop a4, check. But second best is crazy. I agree with you. That's insane.
Oh yes, इससे पहले मैं अपना इंटरनेट चेंज करता वापस ही आ गया. बट आई वाज जस्ट गोना आस्क द चैट कि भाई इस पोजीशन में अगर आप ब्लैक से एक चाल ढूंढो on your own, the best move, even in 10 guesses, I think it would be impossible to guess. The move here is, chat, knight to g8 back. That's the best move right now.
भाई साहब, भाई सेकंड बेस्ट लग रही है मेरे इंजन को. बट या इट्स देयर, इट्स
भाई
राइट
बट
देयर भाई.
लेकिन वो बिशप जी7 क्वीन सी2 के बाद देखो, उसके बाद भी नाइट जी8 ही जाना है आपको. तो वही प्लान है, नाइट जी8.
Wow. Okay, that is insane because there's no way on earth Hans is playing knight g8. Okay, bishop come into g7, blocked by the pawn. You're not opening a diagonal even by moving the knight. So maybe कुछ और खेलेंगे वो, शायद bishop c6 खेल सकते हैं maybe, or something else. But yeah, that means कि white का practically play is slightly better, Saj bhai. Queen c2 is a much more normal move than knight g8.
या फॉर श्योर एंड बट लेकिन अर्जुन के लिए आई थिंक द क्वेश्चन इज अब कास्टलिंग आप किंग साइड पे तो नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज यू ऑलरेडी कमिटेड G4 H4 ऐसे आप अटैक तो कर दिया है, तो वहां पे कास्टलिंग तो पॉसिबल नहीं होगी. It will be too dangerous. So long castle, yeah, maybe in the near future, something like bishop to d3, queen to c2, knight to e2, and just go long castle. Would that be accurate?
By the way, कोई चैट में है, no one knows me, कह रहे हैं Fabiano Carlsen is better. Salva, maybe we know who this is. I don't know, but he's saying Fabiano is better. भाई ऐसा है क्या?
Fabiano Carlsen is better भाई. ये जाके देखते हैं एक बार पोजीशन. यही पोजीशन है भाई. पता नहीं कैमरा थोड़ा ग्लिच कर रहा है यहाँ पे, बट या दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. नाइट b3 के बाद एंड I wouldn't say that Magnus is worse here in any situation. Yeah, मतलब pawns of course same side पे white के pieces थोड़े से ज़्यादा develop, एक tempo यहाँ पे. In fact, if black goes bishop d6, identical position भाई. जो white ने किया है वही
True.
black ने किया है, तो वहाँ पे खराब तो हो नहीं सकती white की, because white के पास extra चाल है. And you will go short castle QGA. मतलब slow game लग रहा है draw होगा. What do you think?
Agreed. And white will castle, black will castle, bishop c3, bishop c6. Like it looks very, very symmetrical. Magnus will, of course, will have the first move thanks to the white pieces, and symmetrical may that's usually an advantage. So let's see how Magnus navigates this. Time pe Sahaj bhai, he is quite behind. Yeah, almost 5 minutes difference.
थोड़ा डर लग रहा है आई थिंक मैग्नस के लिए, बट आई थिंक इट्स नॉर्मल फॉर हिम. या लास्ट टाइम आल्सो, आई मीन हिज गेम अगेंस्ट नॉदरबेक, जो I mean it became quite famous also. Like I saw a couple of reels on it afterwards, and Magnus had like what 30 seconds on the clock, and another back had 15 minutes, and Magnus was completely winning. So it's like it's normal to have that time difference, because you have to take in the original position, you have to create a plan, and of course it takes time. So for Magnus,
Yeah.
I think it's not a big sign of worry.
And Chad, if you're wondering why are we showing more of Magnus today, it's because finals है. And also कल एक विकास 1925 ने कमेंट किया था, why do you guys have Magnus in title thumbnail when you don't want to show his game? So विकास भाई सिर्फ आपके लिए.
अरे 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 भाई, विकास भाई 99.3 की एक्यूरेसी. यस 98.3 है भाई, थोड़ा सा गलत हो गया वो. एक्चुअली फाबी की 99.6 दिख रही है मुझे, व्हिच इज इनसेन एक्चुअली टू स्टार्ट ऑफ विद. बट या मोर और लेस इक्वल सो फार.
या सो इक्वल लग रहा है. अर्जुन बाय द वे की गेम में बिशप a4 चेक हैज बीन प्लेड, एंड अर्जुन हैज प्लेड अ मिस्टेक. ही हैड टू प्ले किंग e1, ही गोस फॉर b3, एंड नाउ द गेम इज अगेन इक्वल. वाओ
भाई पहला क्वेश्चन तो ये है कि कैन आई टेक ऑन c3? कुछ सैक्रिफाइस करने का मन हो रहा है मेरा आज तक. bc3 एंड क्वीन d4 चेक, आई मीन मे बी इट्स नॉट मच, बट योर किंग इज अनसेफ. पॉन्स ऐसे डबल हो जाएंगे आपके. ही गोस बिशप d7, डजंट गो फॉर इट, एंड नाउ क्वीन c3 इज अ थ्रेट. भाई इज इन ट्रबल
भाई,
आई
दिस
थिंक
इज,
अर्जुन ऑलरेडी.
या आई एग्री, दिस इज नॉट लुकिंग कंफर्टेबल नाउ. एंड जो किंग्स आपके पास इधर जाएगा, इधर कहाँ जाएगा आखिर? इट्स नॉट इजी. c3 पर आएंगे, नाइट c2 खेलना पड़ेगा. देन वेयर डू यू पुट द नाइट ऑन g1? डार्क स्क्वायर्स लुक वीक. उफ, दिस इज टफ. सहज भाई
है
चले गए
भाई.
भाई, डिप्रेस हो गए सहज भाई.
हाँ भाई, आई एम
जीत
जस्ट
जाएंगे भाई, डोंट वरी, इतना
चेंजिंग
साइड
माय,
मत हो.
I'll change my connection.
सहज भाई का कनेक्शन किस्मत कनेक्शन है, सो होपफुली चेंज कर लेंगे. चैट बाय द वे
There
व्हाट्स
it
अप यार,
is.
क्या हालचाल है भैया तुम लोगों का यार? कहाँ कहाँ से तुम लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हो? एंड ऑनेस्ट जवाब दो भाई. अगर तुम्हारी 100% अटेंशन है, एंड यू हैव टू डिवाइड बिटवीन इंडिया वर्सेस पाक एंड अर्जुन वर्सेस हैंस, तो कितना रेशियो में डिवाइड हो रहा है भाई तुम्हारा अटेंशन अभी? वुड लव टू नो ऑनेस्ट ट्रूथ. साज भाई, व्हाट्स योर अटेंशन?
Board refresh. हाँ भाई लो. Just refreshed it now. Is it
साजा,
back?
maybe you would love to know कि चारों बोर्ड पे either it's equal or black is better. Very interesting.
शुरुआत में एक एडवांटेज था, बट नाउ इट्स नॉट एज मच. बाय द वे, इन द एग्जीबिशन मैच बिटवीन कोस्टेन्यूक एंड बिबिसारा, वहां पर भी इक्वल ही है पोजीशन. मे बी स्लाइट प्रेफरेंस टू ब्लैक. सो ब्लैक हैज टेकन द अपर हैंड हियर.
Hmm. Exactly. सारी गेम्स में black is better or equal. That's crazy.
क्रेजी. Edge
Yeah.
by minimum, how much FIDE rated players do you coach? भाई depends यार, depends on your ambition. मैं rating को उतना I wouldn't really consider rating as that much. More your age and your ambition is what I would consider. If
And the
if the
fees.
student is relatively young, then of course, then the
Sorry,
ambition is more.
I meant rating. Yes, sorry, my bad. So आज भाई आज काफी वाइल्ड हम हैं हम दोनों.
हाँ, पता नहीं आज कुछ अलग ही मजा आ रहा है.
हाँ,
I
I
don't
don't
know. I feel
know.
like
I'll have a
वर्ल्ड
spring in my
चैंपियनशिप
step,
फाइनल्स की फीलिंग आ
which.
रही है, फॉर सम रीजन, जो 1 घंटा पहले नहीं थी
Hmm.
फॉर सम रीजन, बट अब है.
Fabi 100% accuracy. Oh my God, Chad, that
भाई
is
लेट्स गो
insane.
बैक. तो डर लग रहा है भाई वहां पे. By the way, he just made a move. He plays knight c2. So Arjun is more or less equal. Maybe slight preference to Hans, but Hans also has to make some accurate moves like h5 and then knight g8. Knight g8 is the critical plan in this position, which at some point he has to find. He doesn't go for it. He plays bishop g7, and now h5 is possible. And Arjun would have a slight advantage here again.
Yeah, जो hands की moves है, they are not easy. Yeah, knight g8 for example, जो move देख रहे थे, like it's not easy to play. And हम engines में we are looking at the best moves, and usually it might be just one move, yeah, or one sequence of moves which give him that advantage. So it's not going to be easy. Tikku is inactive. Tikku, why don't you go for IM? यार भाई जाऊंगा भाई आज. अभी क्या कंटेंट में डिमांड ज्यादा है भाई. आई थिंक आईएम बनने से कुछ होगा नहीं चेंज, अनफॉर्चुनेटली. बहुत आईएम है भाई. देयर आर 11-year-old IM इन इंडिया. सो आई वुड
भाई आई
रादर
थिंक
चेज
होगा.
समथिंग.
आप इसी चीज को आप कंटेंट बना सकते हो ना. Like Levy's going for
हाँ,
the
but I
GM
would.
title, Tikku going for the IM
हाँ.
title.
But I love what I do already. Like it's like होता नहीं, like for example, let's say it's a very Valentine's Day example, but you have an amazing partner, ऐसे सब बढ़िया है. तब भी भाई, self
भाई
handling. I'm happy भाई.
चलो,
I'm happy bro. I'm
let
happy.
me ask a question to chat. ठीक है, chat, imagine कि टिक्कू भाई is going for IM norms, ठीक है, and he's playing his final round. If he wins that match, he gets his first IM norm. Are you watching that match, yes or no?
Bhai, I mean, I
It's a
think the
simple
point,
question. Simple
but the
question to
point
the
is,
chat.
instead of me getting the IM norm, I would rather cover a game where Gukesh is like winning a top event. Like that's the only difference. Like that's more fun for me, I think. But of course, at some point, yes. जब Gukesh
भाई
World
देख रहे हो,
Championship नहीं जीता,
चैट देखो आप
हाँ.
भाई, चैट देखो, यूनिटी देखो भाई चैट की. लुक
नहीं
एट
करेंगे
दिस.
भाई, डेफिनेटली करेंगे. अगर गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नहीं बन पाया तो आई टेक इट एज अ साइन कि अब मुझे ही बनना पड़ेगा. तो फिर कोशिश करते हैं भाई. डन. गुकेश भाई प्लीज जीत जाना. By the way, Queen D3 played. Thank you, chat, for the support. Love you. By the way, Hans has castle. That is a slight mistake. And Knight SC Arjun is back.
Yes, slight advantage again to Magnus, but sorry to Arjun. But मेरा question, टिकू भाई, अगर if Gukesh wins the world championship, ठीक है,
हाँ.
would you go for an IM title?
नहीं भाई. If he loses, then
Would
I
you
will
would
go
you
for
go
the
for
title.
one IM norm? Come on, give me that
But
at
उसके
least.
लिए preparation तो same ही है ना भाई. I have to prepare. खाली rating
हाँ
घटा के तो कुछ
exactly.
नहीं
तो
होगा ना
भाई
भाई.
it's a scenario. It's a big what if, but it could be a
भाई.
big content piece also.
So, like if I have to choose, I
Hmm.
might invest that effort and money into helping my partner kind of go for it. Like honest, because she would have a better chance. I feel हम दोनों की rating similar है.
I mean similar है तो
That's the
अपन दोनों
point.
का chance equal हुआ ना
Because
वो तो.
but she would play in the women's section. She would have a better chance like than me, for example. It would not change much. That's my take on it. Honest take.
सोच लो भाई, सोच लो आराम से, आपके पास हैं भी 4-5 घंटे सोचने के लिए.
टिक्कू क्या become world मैं बोल भी नहीं पा रहा. टिक्कू क्या become world champion. मैं फुल फॉर्म सोच रहा हूँ. डब्ल्यूसी की फुल फॉर्म क्या होती है? यू कैन सी साज भाई. दैट वाज हिलेरियस बाय द वे. बट आई एग्री विद साज. ट्राई करेंगे कभी ना कभी, ट्राई करेंगे. बट पहले मुकेश का वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तक मुश्किल है भाई. हैंस भाई से बॉटल नहीं खुल गई फाइनली.
Yeah. Are you implying? नहीं, I think what he meant is के like WIM का title या WGM का title is achieved at a lower rating. Maybe that's what he meant.
नहीं नहीं, व्हाट आई मेंट वाज कि लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल मैं 2400 पहुंचूंगा या मेरी वाइफ 2400 पहुंचेगी. माय लाइफ डजंट चेंज बट हर लाइफ चेंजेस ड्रास्टिकली. शी वुड लिटरली प्ले द ओलंपियाड. So
Hmm.
that's the difference. So I'm not talking about W, I'm talking about actual IM title for both. और हमारी rating दोनों की similar है. So if anybody, and she has like she also has a better playing style, like ऐसे aggressive. मेरा ऐसे draw करके वो वाला style है भाई. तो that would be more fun to see.
भाई ये कोई,
Meanwhile,
I don't think chess में कोई better और खराब style होता है भाई. Like
सहज भाई
if I can
डिस्कशन
be
हम कर
very
रहे हैं उतने
honest.
में एक बंदा आउट हो गया भाई. आई थिंक लेट्स फोकस ऑन द गेम. इतने में एक बंदा आउट हो गया भाई. मीनवाइल 9 टेस्ट के बाद साहब, आई हैव अ बिग क्वेश्चन फॉर यू कि अर्जुन का किंग कहाँ जाने की फिराक में है.
भाई लॉन्ग कासल अभी तो सेंटर में रखो, बट आराम से आई थिंक लॉन्ग कासल कर सकते हो कभी. बट राइट नाउ बाय द वे ओनली वन मूव फॉर अर्जुन, नाइट एच F4. Otherwise he is worse. And idea of knight h4 is to play g5. g5 directly नहीं आ रहा क्योंकि black का knight h5 पे जा रहा है. That's why knight f4, so you can control the h5 square, attack the d5 pawn, and that's the way to go.
Interesting. And as we look at this, by the way, chat, two games, Noderbek versus against Vincent, Sindarov versus against Aronian. So black pieces seem to be doing pretty well. In fact, Bibisara was completely winning till a move back and still is much better. So यहाँ पे black pieces doing pretty well in general. So Arjun, by the way, clock situation क्या है सहज भाई? Clock पे क्या लग रहा है? Like Arjun behind the clock, yeah? Yesterday he was always ahead.
Yeah, a bit behind, I would say. So, but okay, the position is good, so I'm not as worried. 2.5 minute का ही फर्क है. I mean, we do expect this, of course, in the beginning because you're still getting in the groove of things. And Hans is also a very fast player, so have to consider that for sure. Meanwhile, let's take a quick look at the World Championship finals here between Magnus and Fabi, and it looks like an exact QGA position. Yeah, एकदम classical position आ गई भाई सामने. It feels like
Hmm.
if you told me this is from freestyle, I would not believe you. Yeah, because white has castled
Agreed.
queen. Usually B1 पे जाती है, E2 पे जाती है, D1 से. So it looks exactly like this. Who do you think this
Ag-
benefits?
By this benefits, I don't know. Actually, I'm not still sure. Actually, does it benefit us or does it benefit somebody else, Saj bhai? But I would like to say कि अनीश ने फिर ट्वीट किया है. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग भाई, ये ड्रामा चल रहा है
कब?
एंड अभी किया 2 घंटा पहले कुछ ट्वीट किया है. सो इट्स द ड्रामा गोज ऑन. वुड लव टू सी अपडेट्स देयर. भाई
ओ
आज
ये वाला देखा मैंने.
कितना कुछ हैपनिंग है भाई. मतलब इट्स लाइक इंडिया पाक, अर्जुन हैंस, मैग्नस फैबी और अनीश हिकारू. लाइक मतलब कौन सा ड्रामा देखूं मैं?
ट्रू भाई ट्रू. अब वो सही था एमएल सुतोस के बीच में आके, नहीं नहीं भाई थोड़ा कैंडिडेट्स का वेट करो, वहां
दो
पे
हफ्ता
करना
वेट
है ये सब.
2 हफ्ता वेट करो.
वो बढ़िया था भाई.
By the way, Tikubai, do you think these commentaries of SGM games will help you in some way? For sure, actually. If I were to chase
100%.
that
Yeah.
goal, I think it will at some point, like I might see the moves easily, like at least structurally, not tactically, but positionally and structurally. And some openings also, I might understand much better.
Like
उसमें तो benefit है ही.
I also felt this in my last few events that I've played ke, like there are like ideas I see but I can't justify them. Like I can't
Hmm.
calculate that well, but I can still feel okay ये सही होगा, and usually वो सही होता है. That's I think the
Hmm.
benefit of looking at top games. And my coach used to say this to me all the time, okay, look at classical games, look at top games. And I never did that consistently or religiously, but like it is, I think, the best way to improve at chess. Just look at games, that's it.
Hmm. True. True. And we are looking at the best of the best playing games right now. So, Chad, इससे better opportunity नहीं हो सकती. And meanwhile, going back to the Arjun game, briefly, Rook E8 was played by Hans Niemann. काफी logical move. Not the best though. Even though optically सबसे बढ़िया move है. But now Knight H4, Sahas, the move you mentioned earlier, and suddenly ये D5 pawn पे बहुत pressure बन रहा है धीरे धीरे करके.
By G5, actually knight h4 की बात पता है, black की one of the best moves is bishop takes G4. भाई पीस सैक करना है बस पीस सैक देखना है मुझे
अरे
कहीं ना कहीं
बाप रे.
से. And it's actually
बाप
not
रे.
that bad. Takes and long castle, one of the only moves. King c1 also works, but okay, long castle makes sense. And okay, knight f2 से exchange तो मिल रहा है आपको, but you are supposed to go bishop h6, and okay, it's a pretty complicated position overall.
This is
So
very
this
tough.
is why this is I think what Arjun is calculating. Bishop g4 doesn't seem pleasant. It's like black has castled, has done everything. Ooh, he goes knight e4. That's a mistake.
That's a big mistake, actually, chat. And now A5, blue arrow, chamak raha hai. And after A5, my thought process was, why can't I play G5? You have to move the knight and I take the pawn. But look at this. G5 ke baad A4. That is insane.
Just completely ignore, yeah. gf6 पे ab3 and gf6 पे क्या हो रहा है by the way?
AB3, why?
ab3.
You give the bishop
Second
also. And if
piece.
you take on G7, for example, rook takes A2 and black is +5.
But hard to play, yeah. Very
Why?
hard to play.
But I mean, like the fact that it exists is crazy. Like, ऐसा possible भी है
Hmm.
खेलना is crazy.
Yeah, that I agree with you completely. By the way, second best move after knight ef4 is bishop to b5. Queen b5, queen c3. The pieces are gonna get sacrificed left and right.
Wow. भाई फ्रीस्टाइल चेस, आई हैव टू अग्री साहद भाई एंड चैट, कि सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग मुझे इस मैच टूर्नामेंट में लगा है. आई डोंट नो, समहाउ द गेम्स हैव बीन क्वाइट क्रिएटिव, क्वाइट इनोवेटिव, एंड मजा आ रहा है देखने में. गेम्स लाइक ऐसी ऐसी वेरिएशंस देखने को मिल रही है. वी सॉ व्हाट डिड, यू नो, व्हाट हैपेंड इन द अर्जुन एंड द सिंतारो गेम यस्टरडे, राइट? वो क्वीन b8, queen a4, like that was, and he sacks the piece, but he sacks with the knight.
या वही नाइट HF4 पे ये सेम सैक आ रहा था, and he just said, let's go for it. And now look at this. King C1 only move, but I have to agree, Bishop E2 feels a lot more logical to me. Of course, King C2 doesn't work, chat, because there's Bishop F5 and the queen is trapped. It's pinned. So King C1, अगर आपको king को हटाना है कहीं, तो C1 is the better square. But Bishop E2 is actually a lot worse here, because black can go Bishop H6 and a lot of pressure on the knights and on the king.
Yeah, I think bishop e2 looks very logical connecting the rooks, also because king c1 pe anyway bishop h6 pins the knight, so it doesn't feel super safe. But it's super super important to put your king on b2 quickly here for safety reasons. So I think Arjun ka task is not easy, and Hans even practically might have chosen the best option, because after knight bishop takes g4 in the earlier version we saw, white was getting to castle queen side, and here
Hmm.
he doesn't get to do that. So maybe it's a practical bet which might just work.
But by in this scenario, like I'm taking it like, in this position, like 2 moves ago, यहाँ पे अर्जुन के पास ऑप्शन थी नाइट HF4 या नाइट EF4. नाइट HF4 पे हम सेम लाइन देख रहे थे, बिशप G4 करके.
Oh no!
He blundered. अरे यार, he plays bishop
Yeah,
E2. Ooh, I
he
mean, it
played
looked
bishop
logical. I mean,
e2.
can't really
Uh,
be
and
like upset about this. It looked very
I know,
logical.
but that looked logical to me, Sahaj bhai. Arjun se to higher expectations hai.
Oh, bhai,
Oh
bishop H6
wow,
played. Oof, oof, oof. This is bad. And only move territory now for Arjun. Knight G5 or he's dead lost.
Sahaj bhai and chat, I want to point out a very interesting fact. 5 games चल रही हैं, one of the women's exhibition match and 4 of this tournament. 5 में से 4 में black is winning already.
And chat, can you guess कि वो पांचवा गेम किसका है? It's very, very like easy guess, but still.
साज भाई, आई मीन अच्छा है हमने कोई मैगी बेट इस पे नहीं लगाई यार, मतलब दिस वुड हैव बीन
हाँ,
क्रेजी.
true, bhai, true.
And chat,
And
it's
yes,
so nice to see you. Yes, it is Magnus. It is so nice to see all of you. Cricket के दिन पे भी यहाँ पे आना, हमें भी score update देते रहना भाई, because we are not seeing the match. So do let us know the updates as somebody gets out or somebody wins. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann यहाँ पे सोचते हुए कि भाई मैंने बढ़िया चाल खेली है, अर्जुन को पता है क्या how much trouble he is in. अर्जुन struggling right now, साज भाई. अगर पहला गेम हार गए, it's gonna be really tough to come back.
yeah, for sure. वो भी white से भाई. That definitely hurts you in the match for sure. Remember in the previous day against Sindarov, the first match Arjun held on despite being in a worse position. He was pushing in the beginning, but then he was defending at the end. But that defense was very important, because round 2, round 3 he was pushing, and then slowly he started to outplay Sindarov. So एक वो uh, set हो जाता है आपका, because if you lose the first match, then it's very hard to come back.
Saj bhai, all I've learned is in my chess experience कि भाई, you know, टिक्कू की टैक्टिकल एबिलिटी और पाकिस्तान की फील्डिंग, ये दोनों चीजें कभी इंप्रूव नहीं हो सकती. दिस इज ऑल आई नो, साज भाई. एंड आई काइंड ऑफ गेट अ फीलिंग कि यार ये बिशप e2 इज अ मिस्टेक आई वुड हैव मेड आसानी से. आई एम जस्ट सैड कि
Hmm.
अर्जुन मेड इट. बट द थिंग इज, does he realize now how scary this is, Saj bhai? Does he realize कि भाई this is almost lost and he goes into damage control, or do you think like maybe he might not grasp the essence of the position already?
I feel like you will definitely feel something is off. And जितना आप calculate करोगे, उतना ज़्यादा I think you realize के, oh, by the way, he plays the best move, let's go. But yeah, as much as you calculate, the more you realize, okay, this doesn't look very, very promising. And by the way, look at this. If black goes F6, white has to go knight takes H7.
हाँ, ये तो सोच ही रहा था मैं एक्चुअली. बेसिक
By
पजल
bishop
पजल
E2,
था.
knight E2, king H7, and you're just a pawn down, yeah?
पीस डाउन भाई, अच्छा पॉइंट डाउन, सॉरी पॉइंट
Pawn
डाउन, मैं
down,
पीस
भाई,
गया.
तो H7 मरा ना अभी.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
So some problems there for Arjun. But let's see if he goes F6, golden pawn.
मैं एक सेकंड आया, साज भाई.
Yeah, for sure. The chat looks very, very, I would say, troubling for Arjun, even on the clock, because he has half the time. He plays F6, but Hans is playing super quick. And now knight H7. Maybe the only move, yeah, it's the only move in the position, knight H7. Otherwise, Arjun is lost. Knight के पास कोई घर ही नहीं है. You can't go knight f3, f4 is hanging, knight h3, okay, doesn't make sense. Knight h7 played, and now bishop e2, knight e2. We can see from the blue arrow, only move in the position, and Hans is now a pawn up, but okay, it's not losing territory for Arjun just yet. I think Arjun can still hold this. He's going to be a pawn down. एक end game आएगी. White के पास knight रहेगा, black के पास bishop रहेगा. Bishop is a bit more superior. Let's just go a bit deeper. Let's say takes, king h7 आता है. White plays h5, queen g4 to defend the g6 pawn. Makes a lot of sense. You take, black takes, and king takes. Of course, queen straight करना white के लिए बहुत ज्यादा important है because white का king ज्यादा unsafe है इस position में. And this is the final position. You can say, okay, the bishop is more superior, what black has an extra pawn, but white does have one thing going for them, which is these two pawns. And these two pawns are a huge liability to black's position. Had this pawn been on c6, this is very difficult to hold. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if black is winning in this position. So because of these double pawns, Arjun can still hold on. So he takes, and he does play h5. So we are going to see that line play out very, very soon. Do you think Arjun should take a small break or vacation because he has played a series of tournaments since July or August? Will it improve his performance? I think to an extent, yes. To an extent, for sure. And I think after this event, if I'm not mistaken, there is a break coming for Arjun anyways. Like I can speak from my own experience. Like when I took a break from, there's only one like big break that I took from chess. It was around 3 months. Okay, this is when I was playing, regularly. उन 3 महीने के बाद जब मैं when I returned, I didn't work a single thing on chess and I played much better. Like I gained some plus 200 points immediately afterwards. So a rest definitely helps from time to time.
Yeah, rest definitely helps. In fact, बहुत प्लेयर ऐसा कहते हैं कि once we come back after a long time, we've not even practiced too much, we see great results, and break तो मिलेगा for sure, बराबर मिलेगा, because Prague of course is going to play the candidates, so he has a break anyways till the candidates. Gukesh, of course, world championship year, will not play as many events as you might think, and of course Arjun doesn't really have as many invites as you might hope. So yeah, maybe the year is packed, but the first half maybe is still relatively relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, we do have that exact same position in front of us. And now queen g6 chat was the move. Remember, pawn takes g6 is basically lost for Arjun because black doesn't have to capture back with the queen. You can just go king g7. And this queen is super scary. King on d1 is very, very weak. In fact, just one more move, rook e3, and it's GG.
Yeah.
Sahaj bhai, what motivates you to do commentary? Bhai, I think I would watch these games anyways, because I've been following chess for a very long time. So the fact that I can watch my favorite players like Arjun, Magnus, Gukesh, and fight it out at the highest of level and be able to provide some insight there is like a dream of mine. So I really enjoy what I don't need motivation for this because I it's like my default setting in that sense. Like I love doing it.
By also, like, chess is life for majority of us, and I think it just
Yeah,
feels so nice to stay connected to it 24/7. Yeah. And also in the best way possible, jahan pe you get to see them live, you get to share what you understand and know, and also like you get to celebrate it upfront. कल को वो जीतते हैं. 2024 साल क्या था भाई? We were just celebrating every second day. I feel like, well, we didn't leave anything for anybody else to win in the entire year. So
I
that was
think
like a pinnacle.
Indian audience ko matlab, I think they kind of understand how great that year was, but for people who've been following just for a long time, that's like 1 in a million type of a year, yeah, for any country.
But in fact,
It
I
has
would
never
argue people
happened
who
before.
just joined in 2024, maybe they think that's default. So that's the default
Exactly.
expectation because that's what they've seen. For anybody who's been there before and they know how rare that was and they value it so much. And just trust me, that year was impeccable. And not going to see exactly the same year ever. Maybe you do this year, and if that happens, this year could be even bigger because you have more possibilities, right? EWC is bigger, esports nations ka para hai, total world champion. Of course, we had this also, which we missed out, but yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Exactly, bhai. If a kid started chess at 5, becomes a GM at 20, then can a guy start at 25, become a GM at 40? Yes, it's possible, bhai.
The only
It's
difference
possible,
is
but harder.
Yeah,
But
because you have 5.
15 साल is a lot though, bhai. 15 साल. Are you? But my question is, in those 15 years, are you dedicating the same amount of time that 5-year-old is giving? That's my question.
Exactly, because तुम स्कूल में होते हो, you have half the day free. When you're 5 or 10 or 15, you can potentially do that. But when you're 25, 30, 35, 40, you are working for majority of the day. You have family to take care of. You have other responsibilities. So same amount of time देना and invest karna, time and money both, is not going to be easy. So that's why it's difficult. And of course, children generally learn things faster. It's just well known as well. So meanwhile, Sadhya coming at the position, Rook G1 check is the only move for Arjun. If he doesn't find this, he's literally lost. So he needs to play that, bring Rook into the game. Uske baad, let's see what happens to the knight, yeah, on E2,
भाई
because
उसके
isko
बाद
hilane
भी
ka bhi.
King D1 आना है यार. That looks bad. It looks sad actually. I would say for Arjun more or less. And by the way, switching back to Magnus versus Fabi, this is the current position. Magnus has just taken that pawn on b7, which apparently was not the best move. In this position, something like rook d4 or maybe g4 also was apparently very good. But bishop b7, he goes for the pawn. I think he's expecting black to take on h2, which, okay, aapne ek pawn mara, maine ek pawn mara, looks, makes a lot of sense. He goes queen b7. That was the best move.
Yeah, and I also feel like Fabi is not missing that pawn. Yeah, it's like a imagine a batsman, yeah, who's playing a T20 match, but he's not hitting runs. Like he's taking singles, tuk kar rahe. So वैसी कुछ
Mhm.
feeling आ रही है मुझे about that pawn on B7. Like he's not worried about losing that pawn, and now he's gonna put bishop C6 as he did, and he's gonna put pressure on the diagonal, Saj bhai.
Oh yes, and now forced to take on d8, and then knight ko kahin e1 ya h4. You would have to defend the g2 pawn, get the knight away from the square. Looks like it's gonna be a draw though, bhai. First round.
Yeah, looks like पहली ही ball, I mean पहली ही game draw हो जाएगी Saj bhai. Magnus thinking right now. Rook takes d8, मारना जरूरी. Apparently, you can also play queen d3, but the rooks will be traded even then.
भाई बिशप
And
f3 नहीं अलाउ करना यार. वो किंग थोड़ा वीक हो जाएगा उधर.
true, 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 true. But आसान ही है ना बचाना भाई, because how do you save it?
Knight h4, yeah, maybe takes with knight h4. How is this?
भाई, I mean, looks
Risky है थोड़ा.
possible. By the way, he played queen d1, by the way. And
अरे अरे.
allows, but he has queen g3 check, no? He can save it if that happens. He can take with the queen, essentially.
Ah, yes. Okay, the rook ending should. Okay, bishop f3 पे queen g3 direct भी आ रहा है actually.
हाँ.
You can also do it afterwards, but
Oh,
directly भी आ
he
रहा है.
takes on b2, bhai. Fabi, is he playing for a win? Because this is risky, because Fabi's king is weaker right now. Now bishop should be pretty much forced. Otherwise, Fabi is risking a lot, I feel.
By knight versus bishop in this scenario, I'm choosing the knight because there are queens on the board and black का pawn
Yeah.
structure टूटा हुआ है. So still some chances, outside chance, but overall looking equal right now. Let's switch back to
So,
Arjun. Arjun has found
yeah.
rook g1, but he did play rook g2. Bhai, that was a mistake. अरे
सहज
यार.
भाई अर्जुन के चांसेस बार दिखा रहा है डूबे अभी हमारे सामने. दिस इज लुकिंग रियली बैड फॉर अर्जुन.
भाई वो हांस को नाइट g8 निकालना था, which was the best move, and अर्जुन को नाइट g1 निकालना, जो of course was very difficult. He plays king d1 and नाइट g1 तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. कोई rook e1 चेक आ रहा है. Just f5 f4 f3 and Hans might be winning.
पहली गेम हारने के बाद कमबैक करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट रहेगा. डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल. इट्स नॉट लाइक इट्स if you have to lose a game, you might as well lose the first one, because comeback करने के लिए ज़्यादा opportunities है. But it's not going to be easy, of course. Hans Niemann in great shape.
Yeah, bhai, and also like 6 minutes more on the clock. I feel this is smooth sailing. Oh, he plays a5. Mistake again, rook h8. That's the move. Arjun can be back potentially.
Come on, Arjun. Come on. Save the day for us. Saja, I have a question for you. Very interesting one. If you had to choose, या तो अर्जुन जीते आज या मैग्नस, which one would you choose today?
Arjun जीते भाई.
Arjun, huh? Yeah, always, yeah. I mean,
Bhai,
you
no
want
doubt.
to.
नहीं, I mean it like genuinely also. Like I would top 5 में आएगा, हांस को हराएगा. That's great भाई.
ये बात तो है, ये बात तो है भाई.
That's great
Absolutely
for his
agree.
confidence also.
And A5 के बाद rook H8 के बाद, where is the rook going though, Saj? Because black के सारे pawns are defended है. Are we going to 8?
Oh, rook h8. I think rook h8 का भाई सीधा आइडिया है कि आप f5 अलाउ नहीं कर रहे. With them rook g8 चेक से बिशप मर जाएगा. भाई
भाई
इट्स ओवर,
F5
इंडिया हार
F
गई. क्या ये सच है भाई?
भाई F5 F4 आ रहा है यार. I completely missed that. This
ब्लंडर.
is scary.
भाई
भाई रुकी
ब्लंडर, किंग ई
थ्री
1, रुकी 3 इज
यार,
लूजिंग नाउ।
डूब गए भाई, डूबे भाई, डूबे हम भाई, क्या चल रहा है साज भाई ये?
क्रेजी भाई। अरे
बच गए
यार
भाई।
यहाँ पर तो लॉस ही लग रही है।
कम ऑन अर्जुन, कम ऑन।
भाई हम हारने वाले हैं क्या क्रिकेट में, या फिर अब अभी चल रहा है वो? व्हाट्स द
क्रिकेट?
सीन देयर?
क्रिकेट कौन देख रहा है साज भाई?
चैट में
फोकस ऑन
देख
द
रहा हूँ
चेस।
मैं।
चैट का मुझे पता है, चैट तो अपना कुछ कर रही है, मैं तो, आई एम फोकस ऑन द चेस साज भाई राइट नाउ।
हाँ हाँ हाँ
बाय द
हाँ,
वे,
ऑफ कोर्स।
हैज मैंने हाथ वापस ले लिया भाई, ही इज प्लेइंग अ मूव रूकी 3, आई थिंक दैट्स द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन। एंड नाउ यू कांट प्ले किंग डी2, बिकॉज़ किंग डी2 पे रूक डी2 चेक आई थिंक, एंड
या
रिजाइन्स।
डबल चेक। नहीं तो ये पॉन भी मर रहा है, रुक डी 3 रुक डी 2 से, आई मीन एंट्री भी हो रही है। दिस इज लॉस्ट भाई।
कम ऑन, कम ऑन, कम ऑन चैट। यहाँ पे सादे, हाउ डू यू हैंडल दिस नाउ? किंग डी1 पे रूक डी3 चेक, किंग एफ1 पे रूक एफ3 चेक। इट फील्स लाइक ब्लैक
भाई
इज कंट्रोलिंग।
देयर वाज अ नाइस ट्रैप दैट अर्जुन सेट अप हियर, रुक डी 3 खेलते तो नाइट एफ 4 चेक बट इट
ओह।
डिडंट वर्क। ही गोज रुक एफ 3, रुक एफ 2 एंड नाउ रुक डी 3 इज पॉसिबल, क्योंकि नो नो नाइट एफ 4 check possible.
But also rook e3 is possible now. Oh, this looks really bad.
ये
I think
पॉन
because
बी 3 वाज द प्रॉब्लम, या वो बी 3 इज कॉस्टिंग हिम नाउ। पॉन बी 2 पे रहता तो पॉन बचा रहता।
this is really tough. And chat, ध्यान रखें, this is the battle of fifth place. फ्रीस्टाइल का जो फॉर्मेट था पहले, फिफ्थ प्लेस अगले टूर में कई बार बहुत बेनिफिट मिलता था उस प्लेयर को, सो फिफ्थ प्लेस इज डेफिनेटली वर्थ फाइटिंग फॉर. You don't know what the benefits will be for the next match whenever that happens. So, and Arjun has played fantastic chess yesterday. He played very well to beat Magnus. In fact, the only guy to beat Magnus in this entire event
Hmm.
so far.
So far, yes, very important. But okay, Rook D3 played and Knight F4 check no longer possible. Rook D2 is his plan potentially. Target this pawn, then Rook B2 say B3 पे भी pressure. Of course, Knight F4 check is something he has to keep an eye out for, because this is the one move that could trade off the bishop and the knight, and you could potentially go into an endgame which is holdable territory. But मुश्किल है अभी. Goes Rook H8.
By the way, Sindarov is now better against Aronian with the white pieces. So white pieces fighting back. Rook h8 played by Arjun. Now what though? How does black finish off? You can't easily push the f pawn. That's the trump card you have. Maybe okay. I feel like rook trade karna chahiye black ko. Would you agree with that, Sal? Because एक rook trade हो गया ना, then somehow the f pawn can move easily.
Why? I think right now you should not trade anything. I think right now you should wait and like try to improve the position slowly, like b6, or there's one idea I see, rook e4, rook g4, जिससे rook d1 checkmate हो रही है.
Ah.
Remember that rook d1 king g2 जा रहा है, तो rook g4 blocks this file, and then rook d1 is a big threat.
Oh,
That's how he
nice,
can continue.
nice. Oh, that is very nice actually. खुद के पीछे से मिट जाएगी. Rook on f2 blocking the path. So that looks extremely deadly. Rook e4 anyway, a nice activation, so it doesn't really harm Hans' position.
Yeah, but okay. Also on 2 minutes, looking very very unlikely. By the way, switching back to Magnus board, I think we are very close to a draw offer in this position. Queen pawn ending hai, of course, but Fabi ka structure maybe is slightly worse. But max you can hope for is a draw here, yeah?
Yeah, so Sachin, what do you think? Do you think ये पहले without tie breaks खत्म हो जाएगा match, or do you think कि tie breaks जाने के chances high है?
I think tie break से पहले हो जाना चाहिए भाई.
I also think the same. Like if I had to bet Nagis, that's what I would bet on. But also
Same
like
भाई.
Fabi, I think has played very well in this event. There's no doubt about it. What he has shown though, however, is if he loses a game, he can somehow collapse and lose a couple. So he really needs to avoid losing that initial blow. Yeah, if he wins the first game, if he is the first one to deal a blow, I think that's when his chances increase dramatically. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. ये गेम तो ड्रॉ होगी. आई एग्री विद साज भाई. लुक्स लाइक अ कंफर्टेबल ड्रॉ. इवन दो ब्लैक के पॉन्स डबल्ड है, किंग इज अ बिट ओपन. आई मीन ब्लैक्स क्वीन इज आल्सो वेरी एक्टिव. ए4 मर गया तो ब्लैक ही खेलेगा विन के लिए.
Yeah, A4 तो नहीं मरेगा. I mean, I'm guessing you'll give a couple of checks and that's it. Magnus is of course trying to think Can I win this somehow? I'm sure he's thinking G4. You don't want to allow black to play F5, and he's thinking, why, what can I do in this position also? Because ultimately it is Magnus. For him, this is not draw.
Agreed. मैग्नस कार्लसन का नंबर वन स्किल वो स्क्वीजिंग वाटर आउट ऑफ अ स्टोन. भाई टैप से तो कोई भी निकाल दे, पत्थर से निकाल के दिखाओ तो मानू, कहते हैं मैग्नस, एंड ही इज एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. H4 he plays, solid choice, but this also feels like a move जहां पे he maybe couldn't really find any real chances for white.
Yeah, he's just trying to gain some space, creating some chances, some queen h5 ka outside ka idea, putting pressure on f7 and a5. Black plays queen e5, blocking all of those plans. I look at the accuracy, by the way, 98.4 for Magnus and 98.9 for Fabi.
Amazing.
Crazy. In a freestyle game.
Yeah. Okay, queen goes to c6.
King g7.
Queen c4. Love that square for the queen, by the way, because defends a4, ready to come to g4, also ready to come to c8, also keeps pressure on that e6, f7 points. So, by the way, maybe the one way to potentially get a result would be to reach a pawn endgame, Sajbhai. So, I'm thinking king f3, and then, some queen g4, some queen f4, some queen e4 is my thought.
I think that, of course, but I think Fabi trade nahi karega king pawn ending mein. But I think just going on, adding on to your point, you could potentially offer the queen trade, but keep the king out. So king f3, king e2, king d3, and try to bring the king on the a5 pawn somehow. Of course,
Huh.
looks hard, looks impossible, but could it be possible potentially? That would be a very
I think
Magnus way to
it's
play, yeah.
Yeah, definitely possible. The only thing is F2 marega, so then suddenly who's playing for the win is not clear. But I agree with you. I think that's definitely Magnus' thought process. Yeah, कि मैं king को अगर B5 तक ले आया, then I'm winning this somehow. Like I am going to win this. So, but इतना आसान नहीं है. I agree with you. So maybe king F3, king E2 is a good start, and just to see how Fabi handles it. Yeah, and time भी अब Fabi के पास कम है. Let's not forget he has 1 minute 40. Okay, yes, yeah, 1 minute 40 seconds. तो थोड़ा pressure बना सकते हैं Magnus at least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he plays queen f5 now to prevent king f3. To king f1 se le aao, and then go for this pawn potentially. I mean, this is probably how Magnus could play. Like, okay, he does have a 4 minute advantage that could be beneficial. By the way, switching back to Arjun versus Hans, this is the update after rook f2. He plays rook d3. ये देखा था हमने. Rook h8, king g7. He defends the rook, maybe planning some rook h7 check plans, and he goes king g6. No more checks. And Hans is still winning, bhai.
सही में भाई, it's not easy. Chess is not easy. You can be doing very well for a couple of days. You can start off very well, and suddenly one mistake, and you're struggling to reach 170. I mean, like, struggling to win the match. Sajbhai, this is very tough. Arjun took up his hand, kept it back. He's thinking, okay, how do I defend this? There is no clear path. He has to just play the very, very long game, have patience, and hope Hans makes a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. And this endgame, it's of course it's not ideal, yeah, because if you go for any of the pawns, say rook d8, rook d6, you are running the risk the king can sort of come in. King f5, king
Hmm.
e4, king g4, and mating attack ideas. He plays rook g8 check. Bhai, he's inviting king f5. Critical moment for Hans.
Yeah, पर जब तक ये bishop g5 पे pawn f6 पे है ना, you're not risking anything, I feel. Like it's very comfortable for black. Rook f2, king even e4 or g4. Like g4 is a mistake apparently because of knight f4. Wow.
भाई यही थ्रेट है तब से जो रोक के बैठे. कोई चैट पे मयंक भाई बोल रहे हैं भाई टिक्कू डूइंग टिक्कू थिंग्स. टिक्कू भाई, व्हाट इज टिक्कू थिंग्स?
I think Mayank bhai समझाएंगे. What Tikku thing
मयंक
did I
भाई,
do?
व्हाट इज टिक्कू थिंग्स भाई? थोड़ा आप एक्सप्लेन
Give us an
करिए.
example. ऐसे होता है ना, ऐसे स्कूल में बोलते थे. Explain with the help of an example.
हम्म.
वैसे बताइए. Meanwhile, Arjun, chances to hold this would be difficult. Sahaj bhai, looks like Hans Niemann might take the first game.
Yeah, looks very, very likely. By the way, he's under a minute now.
Sahaj bhai,
That, yeah.
so imagine you could put like a India-Pakistan cricket match on YouTube. Let's say BCCI decides ICC एक बार try करना है fun के लिए, ठीक है, World Cup match. And chat
Hmm.
question for you also. What do you think the watching would be for that match on YouTube?
फॉर एन इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच
India Pakistan World Cup match on YouTube. What do you think the
भाई
watching
टूट
would
जाएगा
be?
यूट्यूब.
Peak watching क्या होगी भाई?
भाई
Average छोड़ो,
टूट जाएगा
peak क्या
यूट्यूब.
होगी?
यूट्यूब हैंडल ही नहीं कर पाएगा
हाँ,
भाई. टूट
तब
जाएगा
भी
यूट्यूब.
like what do you think the watching will be? Take a guess.
भाई लाइक 10 मिलियन.
10 million, yeah? 10 million is
1 करोड़.
1 crore. 1 crore peak watching. I think that's true. I think that's true. Peak watching in the
इजी.
final moments will be 10 million, I think. That maybe more also, but okay, 10 million sounds fair.
भाई
Also
25
depends कि
करोड़ व्यूज
बाकी जगह पे
करंटली
है
ऑन
कि नहीं.
हॉटस्टार कह रहा है वो. दैट्स इनसेन.
नहीं, that's total views होता है हॉटस्टार पे. It's never live watching. Like एक सेकंड में कितने हैं? Like उतने लोग. अभी फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे से 400 लोग देख रहे हैं
हम्म.
वैसे. बट द पॉइंट इज कि like also depends कि बाकी जगह पे मैच है कि नहीं. If it's exclusively on YouTube, I think it might even be more. If it is only on YouTube, I think 10 million might be peak, is my guess.
By the way,
And
he
then
goes King
overall views will be
H2.
like 100 million maybe. Final World Cup final had 3 crore live watching. Oh wow.
क्या
Like
बात है भाई.
that's insane. Wow. भाई 48 मिलियन की वॉचिंग नहीं, 48 मिलियन व्यूज भाई. इट्स नेवर लाइव सीसीवी, इट्स टोटल व्यूज जो हॉटस्टार पे देखते हैं.
भाई ये सेम
इट्स
फाइट
नॉट.
अभी ट्विटर पे हुई थी. कोई लॉन्ग फॉर्म और लाइव व्यूज के बारे में.
अच्छा, तो
अगर
अनीश
आपको ना
एकारू
पता हो
एक्चुअली
तो.
इंडिया पाकिस्तान के मैच के लिए फाइट कर रहे हैं क्या?
हाँ.
ओह, आई डिडंट नो दिस.
एग्जैक्टली. एग्जैक्टली दैट्स द ट्रू फाइट. बाय द वे पीस मरने वाला है यहाँ पे. बिशप E3 नेक्स्ट मूव. वी प्लेस King H3 बेस्ट मूव. बट आई थिंक ही इज अबाउट टू लूज अ पीस. या बिशप E3 में हो क्या रहा है. नाइट F4 चेक. ओके. इज फाइन फॉर नाउ. हाँ रुकी 8 चेक इज आल्सो देयर. सॉरी माय बैड.
अपेरेंटली रुक D3 चेक इज अ किलर मूव
वहीं से
हियर.
तो आए थे भाई. अभी रुक D2 ही खेला था उसने.
अच्छा. ओ, फिर रुक H7 चेक इज अ किलर मूव हियर. India OS had 5.4 crore. Oh my god. So then I think it will be higher, yeah? India Pakistan, maybe we are underestimating it. But I too think India की population ही 150 करोड़ है, तो एक सेकंड में 1-2 करोड़ से ऊपर देखने के chances, I mean, sounds difficult. Like maybe 5 करोड़ would be max.
या ट्रू. चैट
भाई
लुक्स
5
हैप्पी.
करोड़ और 500 में कितना डिफरेंस आ जाए पता है आपको?
देख रहे हैं भाई फर्क. बाय द वे बिशप E3 प्लेड. एक पॉन मरने वाला है और A2 पे. दिस इज बैड यार. रुक H2 रुक G2 he has to play and then rook takes A2 is hanging. Yeah, I think
You
Arjun is
know,
losing this भाई.
yeah, अर्जुन हारने वाला है. I think अर्जुन हारने वाला है. 48K is current India's worth. 48K नहीं होगी live watching यार. How do you even figure it out? Like I don't think it gives you the data. 48,000 is too low for cricket actually. India Pakistan by too low.
By the way, let's take a quick look at the World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi. This is the current position. भाई वो तब से वही पोजीशन में वो सोच रहा है किंग को बाहर कैसे लेके आए. वो ड्रॉ नहीं कर रहा मैग्नस यहाँ पे. ही इज प्लेइंग.
Bhai, to be honest, I'm very happy because we want to see this. We want to see Magnus somehow outplay Fabi. Like that would be a lesson for all of us. अगर ऐसा कर पाए वो. Like equal endgame, just double pawn है Fabi के पास से. No counterplay, no play whatsoever. King's G2 pair, no active king. If Magnus wins this, it will be an endgame lesson. Literally, you will see people pushing this endgame across the world. Yeah, कि Magnus ने push किया था, मैं भी करूंगा भाई.
Exactly. And by the way, look at the accuracy of. I just want to mention the accuracy in a freestyle game on move 38. It's 99% and 99.3%. I mean, that's ridiculous, bhai.
Wow, उससे रिलेटेड पता क्या है साज भाई? There's a live stream on YouTube which is just showing the score, and that has 250K watching right now.
अरे भाई 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 क्या बोल दिया ये.
खाली
क्या
स्कोर
बात
भाई.
कर रहे हो.
No
जस्ट स्कोर
commentary,
या
no,
कुछ भी. कोई कमेंट्री कोई
just
कुछ नहीं.
score. 250K भाई.
भाई खोलो ना फिर यूट्यूब का अकाउंट. उसमें डालो कुछ कम से कम व्यूज.
ऐसे नहीं भाई, सब ट्राई करते हैं. वो जो 15 साल से ट्राई कर रहे होते हैं ना, जो पहले से कर रहे होते हैं, उन्हीं का चलता है. इफ यू ट्राई दिस नाउ इट विल नॉट वर्क बिकॉज एवरीबॉडी इज ट्राइंग.
हाँ ओके 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 गॉट इट. सब सोच के आए हो भाई लग रहा है.
भाई YouTube experiment है भाई. I have like a million channels now. So I keep experimenting.
Hmm.
ये try नहीं किया exactly, but yeah. Oh, Queen D4. Oh, I thought he's offering the Queen trade. That would have been so cool to see actually. But Queen E4 he plays.
I think he will probably trade the queens when Fabi has less time. Like if he has maybe like 20 seconds or something. But Fabi is holding his time very well.
And also he's keeping an eye on the A4 pawn. चाहे Queen D1 हो, Queen D7 हो. He's like, वो pawn से नजर नहीं हटाऊंगा भाई. You know, he's
Hmm.
like constantly putting pressure on that pawn. So Magnus isn't able to explore his options too much.
Maybe he's tiring him out, yeah? That's also possible.
Yeah. Also, chat, that's a great point by Sahaj. Magnus is supposed to play Fabi 4 games. So if he tires Fabi in this one, Fabi, is exhausted because Magnus doesn't have to think too much. He can play anything here. If he tires Fabi a bit here, it might help him in future games. So it could be like a
Hmm.
long-term strategy as well. Ki bhai, let's tire Fabi, let's put him under pressure.
Yep, and you can see he's just shuffling the queen around. I think he was guarding the d1 square, and now oh,
Oh,
queen
let's go,
d4.
let's go. Come on, Fabi. Come on, Fabi.
Is
Let's
queen
do
d4
it,
losing?
brother.
Queen d4 is actually worse, but it's still a draw. Still a draw
But it's
if
difficult.
you take.
Come on, come on, come on, Fabi, yaar. Come
Why?
on, yaar. Do
But why would Fabi do it though?
Arey,
Come
yaar.
on, Fabi क्यों करेगा लेकिन?
He didn't
It's
do it. He didn't do
unnecessary.
it. By the way, they have repeated moves. They have repeated moves. This position has happened 3 times, so it's technically a draw now.
By move 43, move 33, and move 31. So he could have
Yeah,
claimed.
yeah. I would have been so happy to see that queen trade. भाई मजा आता है यार.
Okay, queen f4 played, attacking the 2 pawns. King g7 only move played. Oh, by repetition. Oh, draw ये भाई.
Yeah, yeah. I think Fabi didn't want the queen trade. Magnus said, "ठीक है भाई, फिर draw करते हैं." So that is a draw in game one. 3 games remain. And okay, Arjun completely busted against Hans Niemann.
Bhai, it's like so many pawns, yeah? 3 pawns at least. Yeah, this is busted. This is sad, I think, for Arjun. He's gonna go down with the white pieces on the first round itself. By the way, on the other boards, Sindarov is a bit worse against Levon right now, and then Nodirbek is also a bit worse against Vincent. तो white का
Yeah.
दिन ही नहीं था भाई आज.
सही में भाई, तो ब्लैक पीसीज जीतते जा रहे हैं. होपफुली दैट विल रिमेन द केस इन द नेक्स्ट गेम. Okay, rook b6, but I mean rook b2, yeah. I mean, what do you a4 pawn जो कूद लगाएगा उसके बाद.
भाई दोनों ये पॉन मर गए तो भाई 5 पॉन है मेरे पास. नाइट d6 भी नहीं मर रहा है इस पोजीशन में. इट्स सो बैड. किंग c6 इज यू आर गोना लूज अ पीस.
साज भाई, क्वेश्चन टू यू, डू यू थिंक 29 बॉल पे 32 रन इज अ गुड स्कोर इन T20 क्रिकेट?
29 बॉल पे
बॉल पे 32 रन. 32 रन.
इन T20. I mean,
हाँ.
average, no?
एवरेज.
Average or below average, no? Maybe.
हाँ, it's not great, no, it's not
Yeah,
great.
it's not great, like
Yeah.
average, yeah. Not
Yeah.
not okay,
Yeah.
not bad, but yeah, it could be better.
हाँ, could be
Is
better,
that
yeah,
the
could be
score,
better.
yeah?
क्या कह रहे हो समय भाई? हाँ, it's borderline bad, like borderline average के बीच में, maybe for India Pakistan match maybe it's bad. By the way, bishop takes d4 on the board.
भाई लास्ट पॉन रिमेनिंग दैट b3 का पॉन वही था प्रॉब्लम पूरी पोजीशन में वही लास्ट बचा है.
भाई कब तक बचेगा? rook d3 next, खत्म. You can't save that pawn.
And check again, rook b2 incoming, next move, and the fourth pawn is gone and he resigns.
Resigns. Wow. So Hans Riemann takes home the dub in the first game. And now Arjun will have to come back with a victory. By the way, Sindarov game एक बार चलते हैं because he's losing to Aronian. He was winning, now he's losing.
Yeah, last move f5 or maybe a few moves ago he made a huge blunder. I think they're playing on time pressure. That's maybe why कुर्सी फिर से हिल रही है.
भाई सिंदारोव की कुर्सी कभी नहीं रुकती भाई. It's always on. It's always moving at the speed of light. I think if Einstein saw Sindarov's kursi, he would solve the equations of matter. Yeah, he would reconcile gravity with quantum mechanics. I think. कुछ तो है ऐसी कुर्सी के बारे में जो science, can learn from this.
या तो विन है या फिर लर्न है.
Exactly भाई, कुछ तो है. कुछ तो है भाई. खुदा हुआ जूस है पोजीशन में. By the way,
नाइट d7 played. फाल्कन भाई अच्छी अच्छी बातें लिखते हुए चैट में. Plays rook
Yeah.
f1, attacking the bishop. Rook d3 is possible. Bishop f3 अभी नहीं मारना चाहिए. Okay, not an easy decision though to play
भाई
rook d3
जो
in this
मारना है
position.
मारो, 8 सेकंड है, 5 सेकंड है.
Okay, rook c2 check.
चेक.
Ooh, king g3 पे knight f5 check. Problem. Knight h5 check is also a problem.
Apparently king h3 he plays, but now
Now
rook
bishop
c3
e2.
back.
Bishop e2, no?
Bishop e2 also very strong by c pawn hai. You can just start pushing it at the right moment. Oh, he takes. But how do you handle the pressure on f6 now? f5 or knight h5?
Only move. On knight h5 plays. Okay, still fine.
Yeah, कोई play नहीं दिख रहा white का मुझे. I don't see play for white like rook b2, rook b3 looks very strong.
By the way, Norderbeck has also drawn against Vincent. So 2 draws and 1
Blunder.
loss for white so far. Ooh, that's a big blunder. King f5 is winning now.
Yeah, yeah. I think this should be over now. King f5 या knight f4 आ रहा है. It just
Yeah,
feels
and rook
like
g2 mate.
it's.
Oh, he doesn't find it.
Oh! कहानी
अरे
में एक और
crazy.
twist.
भाई king f5, knight f4, rook g2 mate था भाई. Okay, now
भाई
rook d2, he's
crazy.
back. Ooh, plays rook b2. भाई क्या हो रहा है?
भाई इट्स लाइक कोई बंदा फॉर्म में था नहीं बट आते ही छक्के मार दिए भाई सहज भाई. इट्स क्रेजी.
यार अब बार बार वो कर रहा है कुछ यार वो भी बताओ ना यार थोड़ा थोड़ा वो
मसाला चाहिए कुछ आगे मसाला.
हाँ मसाला देते रहा करो यार आई डोंट फॉलो एज मच सो
ओ भाई c3 आ रहा है यार.
ये क्या था भाई मेरे को लगा कुछ और बोल रहे हो मैं देखने लग गया क्रिक इन्फो पे कि भाई कुछ हो रहा होगा ये सही था भाई
oh, king g2. Oh, knight f4 check is great. I take the knight and the rook endgame is winning. But tough to find it.
knight f4 is not winning actually right now oh bhai he's back he's knight d1 and he's basically back
Finds
wow it's
it.
equal now huge slip up I think from Aronian no completely winning
Yeah, but both players have kind of slipped up here. I think both were winning at different points. So this game has been a complete nightmare, up and down battle for the bar.
and now knight c3
Hey,
do you think
अनुराग भाई
Sindarov
को क्या
saves this
स्ट्रेस है भाई? अनुराग भाई इतना स्ट्रेस में क्यों घूमते हैं भाई?
अरे अनुराग भाई ऐसा नहीं लगता भाई
अनुराग भाई
ओ
क्या भाई? क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या है भाई? अर्जुन अर्जुन फैंस के अगेंस्ट क्या है आपका? By the way, again black is better.
Okay, check. King f3, by the way, only move. King g3 is not as good. Okay, he plays king f3. Still some pressure. Rook h1 and you can win the pawn, maybe. हाँ भाई मर रहा है. Rook h4 is hanging by force.
Hi, rook f1 check B actually, which looks a bit tempting. Because the king is a bit stuck here. Can't go to e2, can't go to g2, can't go to f2. I mean, एक ही square little.
5 second. Plays rook f1, your move. And now king f2 is very good. Does he repeat?
No chance, yeah? No chance.
No,
And he'll keep
definitely
going
Levon
on.
is not going to repeat. Question is if
भाई
Sindarov
सिंदारोव की
repeats.
इधर एक कुर्सी चल रही है भाई, तो सिंदारोव तो चलेगा ही चलेगा.
King f2, no repetition. Rook h1 now. Take the pawn. White ये pawn
लेवॉन
push कर सकता है.
लेवॉन के लिए तो
Ooh.
लर्न ही है इस टूर्नामेंट में. अरे यार.
भाई अरे that was a huge error and now rook h4 there's knight d5 he had to play rook h1 basically with the king on f3 and this is the defense भाई Sindarov draw करा जाएगा ये game look repetition happening
Rook h4, knight d5. Wow. भाई, this is scary. And complete miss by लेवॉन again. भाई सिंदारोव की चेयर देखो भाई. चेक. ओ इट्स अ ड्रॉ या खत्म.
king h4 तो मारना ही पड़ेगा forced है
And
then
after
there's
king
rook
f5 he
g8
can claim a
happening
draw,
again
right? He claim. Oh, he takes on h4.
yeah no Levon will play no he has an extra pawn why should he draw ooh blunder
Oh, blunder. Big mistake. Now c3. The pawn push and Levon has chances again.
Chances to win, completely winning if he plays c3 now. c3, c2. Oh, he plays it. Let's go.
Pushes. Wow. Great find by Levon Aronian there, who was an absolute king of this format last year. This year, somehow, it's not started off well, but we know how strong he is. एक टाइम पे ना मैग्नस के अंदर भी लेवॉन का खौफ था भाई, ऐसी ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन निकालता था लेवॉन, like he would just crush Magnus on demand.
That's true. So basically c2, rook h1, and that's it. Maybe he's hoping on for some knight d6 कुछ checks यहाँ पे, but nothing is happening. It's not a repetition.
Yeah. White का एक a pass pawn है, but it's just too far away from queening. While black has 2 steps away, white is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps away. White too much. Both are out of form. That's true, but Levon का out of form होना इतना बुरा नहीं है उसके लिए. He will get time. But Sindarov has the candidates tournament नामक एक event है उनका, जो 1 महीना 10 दिन में चालू हो रहा है. So I'm not sure if he has time to be out of form actually. And knight d3 check is a winning move now apparently.
Yeah, knight d3, and then you play rook e1, and then you promote. You have to just judge whether that endgame is winning for you or not, but it's okay. Not a very difficult one.
Yeah, plays it.
Check.
So Levon Aronian has figured out the winning plan, and with the f pawn, the past f1, he should be completely winning. Like should not even be tough to convert this.
Yeah, because king e3 and a rook e1 check, push. You will lose the knight, but that's fine.
Then rook जाके a3 मार लेगा. Then of
Yes.
course you can defend d5 and you push the f pawn, and at some point white just resigns. So yeah. So Saj bhai, so basically 4 games में से Magnus Fabi for the finals is a tie. Then in 3rd and 4th place, Vincent and I think it was, who was it? Vincent and Noderbek is a draw.
Vincent doesn't know their back, yes.
Then Arjun and Hans won. And then Sindarov and Aronian won. So ऊपर वाले games दोनों draw हो गए और नीचे वाले दोनों में we have a result where the black pieces won.
Yeah, so maybe like black had a good day. At least good round 1.
True.
Overall.
Sahaj, bhai, Arjun at his best is on par with Magnus Carlsen. His peak is higher than even I feel that I saw Arjun and something. By at peak, I think everybody among the world top 10 can match Magnus. That's the point. That's the main point. At peak, you can match him, but Magnus ka average se match kar rahe ho aap. So on your good day, you will beat Magnus. You will also in fact, we saw it at Norway Chess. Okay, defeated Magnus. We saw it at, World Rapid Blitz. Arjun defeated Magnus. You saw it right now. Arjun defeated Magnus. But standings se one kaun aata hai? It's always Magnus because he's consistently at the top. So he will lose a game here or two, but he will always fight back and win the event. So overall in the event, he'll be just better. So wo problem hai bhai.
Or I mean, you are saying Arjun ki peak is Magnus, but are you also talking कि Magnus की peak है उस time पे? Then okay, then it's a different question, yeah. Magnus की peak was like ridiculous, bhai. Like literally 2900 was it felt like it was achievable by a human.
Agreed. And okay, I think दोनों के पास एक pass pawn है, but this should be comfortable. Just push f4 and they should be winning.
I mean, आप सोचो आपके 2860 rating है, for example, and you are winning the tournament by like a 2-point margin, 1.5 point margin, and the max you are getting is 1 or 2 rating points. That's it. एक draw से भी आपकी rating जाती है because, well, the opposition, even when they're 2750, they're like 100 points below you. So, yeah.
And Magnus has been doing it for more than 10 years now.
15
years now.
2010, I think he entered the top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
It's insane. Like, I think that's more commendable to me. The consistency he's maintained to have the drive to keep on winning. I can't imagine. Like, in fact, that's why he quit the world championship cycle, I feel. He felt like अब कोई है ही नहीं competition. If Firuza had won instead of, let's say, ding, like he would have played, I feel like, instead of. So, yeah, Magnus is insane.
Okay, rook e1, cutting off the king. f4 ka plan. Knight d3 is forced. Now let's give a check. Separate the king and the pawn, and let's push this pawn down. 80 move game, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, white also feels ना कि भाई शायद मौका मिल सकता है. तो एक pawn ही है. If I manage to push this pawn far enough, maybe there's a chance I can sack the knight for the pawn and take the rook for the pawn, but it's, yeah, not going to happen.
Yeah, I think you resign. Yeah, I think he's basically just resigning now. 3 seconds.
Nahi bhai, he plays on.
Wow. Okay, king e7. Let's take this pawn. Simple. It would be a draw if kisi tarah se you can win the f5 pawn. Rook versus knight is a draw. But this last pawn is not going to get taken.
Meanwhile, Tiku having rating OG 3600 in Ludo. Why? My Ludo rating will definitely be higher than my chess rating for sure. But yeah, not a that big of a fan of Ludo.
Yeah, flex
Said something else. Okay, let's not say that word again. 96 king d6. Oh, now it's completely.
Last trick, yeah. Take on d5, take on f5. Okay, rook f4 is nice. Defending the pawn, and you win the d5 pawn in the next move.
Resigns. Yeah, fair enough. And that means two players have taken the lead in the lower half of the rankings. And Arjun and Sindarov will have to come back now with a win. Draws won't cut it. But Sajbhai, for the championship, Magnus versus Fabi, it is a draw. So देखना पड़ेगा क्या होगा. And the next game, I think, starts at 9 p.m. So in just about 10 minutes chat. So we'll be back after a very, very short break of 7 to 8 minutes. And देखते हैं who is the new freestyle world champion and also if Arjun can create a comeback. welcome chat. We are back from Layari. From Freestyle day number 3. Welcome Sahaj bhai. And we have some update for you chat. कि update ये है कि actually finals, if you didn't know, I mean we of course knew, but दिमाग में नहीं आया उस टाइम पे. Actually जो lower bracket है उनका finals is only a 2 game final सहाज भाई. So इसका मतलब Arjun as well as Sindarov are in a must win right now.
Yes, and Arjun is playing with the black pieces. भाई यहाँ पे अगर आप ये नहीं जीते तो Armageddon नहीं होगा, and then Arjun will be 6th in the Freestyle World Championship, just behind Hans Niemann. We do have lift off C4. यही calculate कर रहे थे, यही analyze कर रहे थे, I think white के players, and that is on the board.
Yeah, and very important now chat ध्यान रखो because अगर 2 ही गेम का फाइनल है लोअर ब्रैकेट के लिए इसका मतलब अर्जुन absolutely has to win. So every move, and look at the first move Sahaj, B5. What a move.
Oh yes, by the way, in Magnus versus Fabi, same position with C4 and B5. He pushes C5 and Magnus has also pushed C5. So same ही position follow कर रहे हैं
भाई
हम.
चारों बोर्ड पे सेम पोजीशन है,
क्या
पांचों बोर्ड
बात
पे
कर रहे
एक्चुअली.
हैं? अरे भाई,
C5 B5, sorry C4 B5 and C5.
crazy actually भाई, crazy.
Wow.
आई थिंक कॉस्टेन्यूक सोच रही है अभी, उसने B5 नहीं खेला अभी तक. कॉस्टेन्यूक अभी सोच रही है, शी इज थिंकिंग ऑन
Yeah.
द फर्स्ट मूव. यप, लुक एट दैट, व्हाट अ
ओहो
सीन.
भाई, छुपा के रखा था भाई इन्होंने ऐसे, बुमराह की गूगली की तरह. अरे क्रेजी. एंड साज भाई मतलब वी आल्सो हैव द टाइम, वी हैव ऑल द बोर्ड्स, वी हैव लाइक द प्लेयर्स, वी भाई ये मतलब चंगा सी.
सब वो है.
बिल्कुल भाई. आई वुड से कि 10,000 गुना मजा आ रहा है साज भाई यहाँ पे मुझे, टू बी ऑनेस्ट,
हाँ.
इस पोजीशन सीन को देखते हुए. बट G6 प्लेड एज यू कैन सी इन मेनी ऑफ द गेम्स, एंड B4 प्लेड बाय वाइट. सो बिशप्स जल्दी ट्रेड होने वाले हैं. If we can go back to Arjun's board full screen, do you think like he has good chances to win? The structure lag raha hai, it feels like white has a more than generic advantage in this position. Like white को favor करने वाली position लग रही है मुझे थोड़ी सी.
Yeah, but I think पहले मैच में भी सेम ही था, where I think it looked very promising, but when there are too many pieces on the board, then okay, one small inaccuracy can be very, very costly. So yeah, good advantage for Hans right now, but easy to go wrong for either player.
या एंड E5 खेला उन्होंने, ब्लॉक कर दिया. B4 आया पॉन को अटैक करते हुए. सो D6 में भी इज द मूव. यू कैन आल्सो प्ले G6 टू डिफेंड दैट पॉन, एंड मे बी कल को कैसल करके F5 यू कैन लॉन्च एन अटैक आल्सो. बिशप ऑन A8 एंड बिशप ऑन H1 आल्सो ओपोनेंट्स देयर. सो it could lead to a few exchanges and a dull draw. It could lead to some exciting attacks. Depends where the
Yep.
king castles. By the way,
Absolutely.
G6 played.
Yeah, G6 played, and by the way, in Fabi versus Magnus, slightly different development. So basically, instead of going E5, he played G6 straight, and Fabi has gone B4. So if Magnus plays E5, it's a direct transposition into the Arjun game.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently Bishop A1 is the best move. So actually, it's a better version to get that bishops traded off, for black. But it's maybe if that's something he has seen with the other players, maybe he might feel more comfortable with that E5 move. So let's see क्या होता है. Both options possible. But साथ में meanwhile, अगर मैं चारों बोर्ड को ओवरऑल देखूं, मैग्नस एंड नोदरबेक आर लुकिंग इक्वल. लाइक जो 2 गेम्स है टॉप की, लोअर हाफ में बोथ हैंस एंड लेवॉन आर स्लाइटली बेटर. सो इट फील्स लाइक द गाइज हु वन आर बेटर अगेन.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that's more or less fair to say.
Wow.
But
And
okay,
chat.
now, does he take on A1? Does he play E5 straight? Because if you take on A1, you're also saying, okay, it's maybe the best move, but जीतने का चांस थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा ब्लैक का. Like I feel, because
साज
dark
भाई,
squares
आई
are
हैव टू
gone.
आस्क यू द रियल क्वेश्चंस. क्या पाकिस्तान के रन हमारी वॉचिंग से ज्यादा बनेंगे?
Unlikely भाई, from what I've seen so far, looks very very unlikely भाई. उनको वही
हाँ,
चाहिए by the way.
162 है. 162 थोड़ा सा ज्यादा चाहिए उनको. बट
Hmm.
या गोना बी फन टू वॉच. भाई जितने भी लोग चैट में हैं वो भी देख रहे हैं कि भाई वो मैच चल रहा है और बगल में भूल गए फोन साइड में.
Hmm. भाई चैट
कोई तो.
तो एक्टिव थी जब हम ब्रेक भी ले रहे थे, तो आई फील they are there. By the way, some updates on the Arjun board. Hans has just made a slight inaccuracy with knight b3. still equal with moves like d5 or d6, but yeah, this is exactly what I was saying, bhai. You will think you're better, but क्योंकि कितने सारे pieces हैं, इतने सारे plans possible हैं position में, it's you, I mean, you're bound to go wrong.
Yeah, true, true. And as you mentioned, completely new position. Yeah, chess fan, but I think there is some process there as well. But it's not exactly right now a world championship, so we didn't go too deep into it. Also, Indian players been nahi hai. But of course, Bibisara has played fantastic chess recently, so I think she could be the favorite there. Dekhte hain kya hota hai. Meanwhile, Salman 96 not the best move. D4 played by Hans Niemann.
I बहुत fast खेल रहा है Hans, I think overall, and that's a good move, best move actually. If you don't take on d4, then d5, and that's very very scary. Maybe even
That's
lost, but
curtains.
you have to take by twice.
Yeah, and मारना पड़ेगा at least थोड़े piece exchange होंगे. You have less space. Maybe that's helpful for Arjun in this structure. And castle कर सकते हैं फिर next to keep his king safe. Uh, काफी similar position है सारे boards पे. Not much of a difference. Only I think अगर हम Magnus के game में देखें, Magnus is already like almost 4 minutes behind. Yeah, he's taking his time in the opening.
Magnus has just played e5 after a long thought. And by the way, look at Fabi's accuracy again, 99.8. Of course, it's early days, but still impressive regardless. And if Fabi plays knight b3, Arjun goes knight e6 and d4, that's exactly the same game as Hans versus Arjun.
Hmm. Agreed. Magnus, by the way, relaxing. There's no world championship he's not won. Classical world championship, world rapid championship, world blitz championship, world cup. Like kuch nahi choda unhone. And now this is the one which he does not have to his name. He did not even win the 960 world championships like Wesley and Hikaru won those. So this is the only one he's never really had on his wall of fame. So ek or victory bus and he would have collected all Pokemon Saj bhai.
Correct, bhai. Olympiad, of course, missing, but okay, that's a team event, so can't really
Yeah.
count
Uske liye
that.
he will need to play a simul, yeah. So I have a question, Chad. Do you think if Magnus played a simul in every round of the Olympiad, like he would get a medal? Like, is that possible?
I think team medal though, of course, possible, but like in gold, I don't know why. Like there are teams where, I mean, like for example, US, India, and Uzbekistan, let's say Germany, maybe even, जहाँ पे आप बहुत struggle करोगे.
So, okay, so question. If Magnus played a simul at the chess Olympiad, do you think Norway's rank would improve or go down?
It would improve, of course, by
Why? That's crazy, no? Isn't that crazy?
of
Like, that
course,
is
by.
insane. Like, somebody with 1/4 of their attention, maybe less, could give you a better result than full on people kind of focus and preparing, because let's keep in mind opening preparation wise he'll get 1/4 the time, so it's 1/4 everywhere.
Hmm. But still, उससे improve. Why? I remember 2022 में South Africa had actually a higher ranking than Norway. Did you know this?
Yeah, he told, yeah, it was insane. So that's crazy, no? Wow. By the way, chat, मैंने सुना है लाइफ में अगर 3-4 for 4 वॉचिंग हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए. अभी 227 है. जल्दी से भाई स्ट्रीम लाइक करो. लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन बिकॉज वी गोना
Hey,
हैव अ न्यू वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
भाई 4 लोग इतनी जल्दी? That's crazy, no? Would
हम्म.
you say that it is still close, or would you say that it's very close to being okay, India winning?
आई वुड से भाई कि आज इंडिया जीतेगी, आज अर्जुन जीतेगा और आज मैग्नस जीतेगा भाई. आज सब
Diplomatic.
अपने हिसाब से जाएगा भाई. समझ रहे हो आप?
Correct, bhai. Correct. So unfair to other players, they're just randomly choosing any player. समझा नहीं भाई मैं आपका question है. I mean, if you're first, you can choose the player. Why is that unfair though? अर्जुन का नहीं. हाँ भाई, अर्जुन का मुश्किल है भाई. Let's go back actually and check out what the developments are. And Sahil, while look at this position, feels like Arjun is already dead lost. भाई एक pawn तो मर ही गया है. And okay, maybe he's not a pawn down technically. He did take the b4 pawn, but still, white can go f4 or short castle and then f4, and f4 f5 looks scary. Where is the black king supposed to castle? यहाँ पे castle करोगे तो f4 f5, long castle तो अब भूल ही जाओ. This looks very bad actually for Arjun.
You know, I just feel like Hans Niemann has just played the better chess today. Like there's been no doubt about it. Like he's just kind of played so well. So if Arjun is not able to counter this, like it would be a deserved win for Hans
Hmm.
Niemann.
Yeah, I have
है
to
ना?
agree. By the way, he goes f4. 3-0 नहीं होगा भाई, दो ही गेम है. Remember, the game 3 and game 4 is not happening, especially in the lower bracket. So this is the final round for Arjun. If he wins, then there will be tie breaks. If he doesn't, then Arjun will be sixth.
Saj bhai, wake me up when Arjun wins a must-win game. I mean, there is no 3-0 by because दो गेम का ही फाइनल है एक्चुअली. सो जो भी टॉप 4 रैंकिंग्स में है, जो who won on the first day, they have a 4 game final, but जो नीचे के 4 है उनका 2 game final है. So Arjun, if he loses this or even draws this, is actually out. Like not out, मतलब he finishes in 6th place. So to finish 5th, he needs to win this on demand and enter an Armageddon match. Um, but of course, Magnus and Fabi will go on for 4 games, and so will Northern versus Vincent.
Well, let's switch to Fabi versus Magnus. Arjun is thinking here. And Fabi has been thinking for a long time here, almost 6 minutes. The best continuation is to go d4 first and ed4 ke baad knight b3. The problem is if you play knight b3, this is what Hans played as well. This gives black the option of going d5 and d6, where d4 is less, let's say, active.
By the way, knight 6 played, Saj bhai. Feels like
No, he's still thinking, why? Fabi's still thinking.
hmm.
Why 6 minutes is a long time. Magnus is just looking at the other games, yeah, at this point, I feel.
I
And
am back. अरे welcome back. No one knows me. I feel like we know you. ऐसे connection feel हो रहा है मुझे.
लगता
क्या
है
आप चेस
बैटरी आपकी
खेलते हैं?
कम थी अभी कुछ टाइम पहले. यू रोट समथिंग.
हाँ, क्या आप चेस खेलते हैं? No one knows me.
Knight d3 is what he plays. 7 minutes of thought, and now he's attacking the e5 pawn. Maybe provoking e4, which is not the best for Magnus. He should go for d6 to defend the pawn, and okay, to break this chain on c5 as well. So d6, knight e6, something like this is a good direction for Magnus. But actually, d6 के बाद साहिल भाई, look at this, f4. Knight d7, e5 पे pressure, of course. So knight d7 forced है, and now knight e3. Like this looks weird, yeah.
I would say कि it's weird, but Magnus है black side पे तो should be okay. Although I agree with you, like थोड़े piece placement is a bit uncomfortable. Let's put it this way. कुछ
Yeah.
पीस बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, कुछ पीस खेल ही नहीं रहे. So usually in chess chat, the number one advice on how you develop your pieces is let's bring all the pieces into the game. Like e4, e5, knight f3, knight f3, एक एक करके हम पीस लाते हैं. Freestyle में कई बार like some pieces stuck in some corner and you can't get it out. Even right now, bishop h1 not doing anything. Knight f1 not doing anything. King stuck on e1. So freestyle is quite different, and even development of pieces is so difficult sometimes. So yeah, it does look awkward, but Magnus hai bhai.
By the way, all the 4 games, the 5 games that we have going on, in 2 of them, white is basically completely better. And Bibisara versus Kostyuk, white is better. Hans versus Arjun, white is clearly better. And then Vincent versus Northern में black is better. And then Levon versus Sindarov में black is better as well. And this is the only game जहाँ पे अभी equal है, more or less.
Yeah, yeah. Not doing great.
But
Arjun ही क्यों होने वाला था वो यार?
Yeah,
Like,
let's switch there and see what are the updates. He has just played Queen A7. So after knight E3, A5 देखा था हमने, F4 देखा था हमने, knight C6, short castle and Queen A7. Targeting the C5 pawn. Also delaying castling is very important. Maybe he can castle on the long side if the attack is too much on the king side. F5 is very good. Rook C1 is also very good.
hmm. If Indian chess players were never on top, Hikaru 5 always have been on top. Uh, I think that's debatable because you're comparing three people who are at the end of their careers. Magnus Carlsen, first of all, is what, 35 now. Hikaru also is even slightly older, I think, and Fabi is also like my age, I think 33. So they are at the end of their careers. Like Gokesh is 19, sorry.
Hmm.
Arjun is 20, Prag is 20 or something. Arjun maybe 21, but like it's very hard to say ki, okay, these guys are never on the top because they're younger. Yeah, they've not had enough time to be on the top. So, and also like this generation is not only facing competition, as in fact Vincent mentioned this in an interview कि भाई हम टॉप वालों से तो कंपटीशन फेस कर ही रहे हैं, हम यंगर वालों से ही फेस कर रहे हैं. Like the generation gap has reduced. Like you have new people coming in every 2 to 4 years now because the knowledge is so accessible. So I think it's not easy to stay at the top now. Like for example, साजिक पहले याद है लाइक टॉप 10 में पता होते कौन से लोग हैं. Nowadays like you could be like a Anish Giri and not be in the world top 10. Like look at the name of the people who are 11 to 20. वर्ल्ड नंबर 11 से लेके वर्ल्ड नंबर 20 के नाम पढ़ता हूं मैं, ठीक है. एरिगेसी अर्जुन, जावोखिर सिंदारोव, विश्वनाथन आनंद, प्रगनंदा आर, डूडा किटैन क्रिस्टोफ, लिनियर डोमिंगेज, रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट, हैंस नीमन, क्वांगले लियम और लेवॉन ओरोनियन. I can go further. Jordan Van Forest, Ian Nepomniachtchi, Mamediarov. Like it's insane. Yeah, like पहले I think world top 10 player हमेशा world top 10 रहते थे. Nowadays I think there are more number of players who are just as good. So yeah, it's tougher man to see at the top now. Like unless you are Magnus, it's not easy.
I think एक podcast I was watching of Fabi where he was talking about how chess has changed in the past, let's say 10, 15 years or so. Fabi was saying कि पहले, like, let's say when he was playing against Aronian, each time he was expecting a worse position out of the opening, and it got to the point where he was preparing lost openings basically on purpose. Like at
Hmm.
least कुछ preparation wise कुछ आएगा, because तब engines नहीं होते थे उतने. Of course players who have better resources could had better access to them, but वो level हो गया. And because of that, top 10 is more like top 20.
Hmm. Interesting.
Top 3 is the only constant. I don't know Hikaru उसमें आएगा कि नहीं, because Hikaru has not played a lot of classical chess. But yeah, Magnus and Fabi you can say for sure.
Agreed. And Fabi has always been their chat, so can't really discount him. In fact, Magnus nahi kaha tha. Like, if somebody ever has come close to my chess in classical level, my level in classical chess, I think it's been Fabi. But that too, he mentioned at his worst,
Hmm.
not really on average. Um,
Oh yes, by the way, switching back to Fabi versus Magnus, some updates have happened there. So knight d3 के बाद he goes d6 to defend, and Fabi does go f4 immediately, putting pressure on
भाई
the e5 pawn.
आज फॉर्म में लग रहा है फैबी एक्चुअली, नहीं
हाँ भाई, डर लग रहा है थोड़ा.
है ना. लाइक
हाँ.
कार्लसन टाइम पे भी पीछे है, ऑलमोस्ट 3 मिनट. मूड से भी उतना कुछ अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. मे बी फैबी इज लाइक, भाई एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, वह क्लासिकल तो नहीं बन पाया, वर्ल्ड रैपिड नहीं बन पाया, वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स नहीं बन पाया, ये तो लेके जाऊंगा घर में भाई. दिल वाले
Hmm.
दुनिया लेना ले, मैं तो ये चैंपियनशिप लेके जा रहा
By the way, he takes on c5. It wasn't the best move, but now it has become the best move. That's the power of Magnus right there.
हूँ.
And the best option is pawn takes c5. I mean, pawn takes c5 is the best. Knight takes c5 is second best. And BC5 के बाद I'm guessing he wants to go knight e6. So he will give up the e5 pawn, and he's probably gonna take the c5 pawn at some point.
Yeah,
So it's not like a free pawn, so to say.
true. And Magnus, of course, uh, looks extremely focused. By the way, how much do you think this championship means to Magnus? Like, do you think if he were to lose this, he would genuinely be like mad why he couldn't win the title, or do you think it's something which is not as much of value to him? What is your
Probably
take on this, Raj?
disappointed to रहेगा यार, of course. If he hasn't won the freestyle world championship title, so to speak, then of course it's gonna hurt him. And that too against Fabi. Yeah, that's I mean, they've
Hmm.
played a world championship match together before, so
Hmm.
so
Hmm.
I think it will.
Hmm.
You
That's
said
why
it,
you
yeah.
see him
Last
serious, yeah?
last feather in the cap. So
Yeah. Yeah. Magnus, by the way, is a dad now, and it's not Magnus. Yeah, we've seen many Magnus. We've seen drunk Magnus. We have seen, like, I don't know,
mustache
normal
madness.
Mustache Magnus is the latest version. I don't know which one will be the next one. We can make predictions, but Mustache Magnus standing in style by reminds me of Akshay Kumar's pose, yeah, in फिर हेरा फेरी बिल्कुल ऐसे ही we can keep मैंने शक्ल नहीं दिख रही, yeah, that's the only thing, otherwise would have been
भाई वो
similar.
गेम्स चेकआउट कर रहा है सारे, just to see कि भाई what is the situation. Yeah, he's checking
Now
out
we
the
see his
game.
face. Why, we can literally take that folder and put it on Akshay Kumar. I think it will suit perfectly.
By the way, switching back to Hans versus Arjun, some updates there as well. He has gone after A4, he's played knight D4. He's offering the pawn on C5. Queen C5 मर सकता है इस position में. You have queen takes B5 though, and that will be even. But if I go knight C5, then what happens? Knight C6. Yeah, knight C6 and queen D8 is hanging. Sorry.
Sajay, my question is, has he offered the pawn, like, or is it a
I,
blunder? Like, is there chance for Arjun to strike back?
no, bhai. I
Yeah,
think
are we just
very,
going down?
very unlikely, bhai. Very, very unlikely. This is not the ideal position you want when you want to play for a win with black. That is for sure.
Hey,
Yeah, you are
queen is on
happy with a draw
A7.
here.
Like, queen is on A7. Like, I mean, in terms of trying to analyze the future, of chess pieces, like, what is the queen's future here? Bhai, kya depressing queen hai, bhai, A7 pe.
Hmm. Agreed, bhai. Also, that bishop on H8 is very out of place
हाँ,
because of this
सॉरी
pawn
सॉरी,
chain.
प्रधानमंत्री अवार्ड फॉर वर्स्ट पीस टू बिशप, क्वीन को क्यों कह रहा है भाई? H8 में क्या कर रहा है बिशप भाई वो? लाइक, दिस इज
Hmm.
अ सैड पोजीशन फॉर ब्लैक, या?
Dark square. Also, F5 is always a very big threat. So anytime you castle, F5 is going to be so risky. Yeah, bhai. I think Hans
भाई
is winning this. Takes on C5.
okay,
Okay.
yeah, I was looking at queen c5. Apparently rook c1 is the best move there and the only move. Hans will find it, of course, but even if he just takes on b5, it's close to equality. So
वो
I
तो
feel
draw ही
like
है ना.
Arjun ka task is not easy. He has to win this chat. Drop A, Hans Riemann is fifth and Arjun is sixth, because 2 game final hai for the players in the lower half of the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see from the blue arrow, tough situation for Hans. 6 minutes ka advantage behind Hans. Hans is playing very good, I think, so far.
Yeah, I think today he's been the
And
dominant
fast.
player, I think. कोई doubt ही नहीं है साज भाई. He's played such great chess today. Like, it's been so much fun to watch, inspiring है. And Arjun under huge pressure. By the way, in the Fabi versus CARLSEN match, Fabi has taken b takes c5 after a 3 minute 10-second think, and only 6 moves have been played there. So on one side we have Arjun, jahan pe we've had what, 13 moves, and game is already in the middle of the middle game. And हाँ,
Middle of the
कार्लसन
end.
है वहां पर. हाँ, मिडिल ऑफ द मिडिल गेम, बट यहाँ पे कार्लसन गेम भाई 5 मूव ही हुए हैं अभी भाई, 5.5 मूव.
ये तो मतलब opening के phase में he, by the way, he took BC5. That was the best move. And now it's up to Magnus. Does he go for E4 and save his pawn, or does he go for knight E6? Okay, you can capture the E5 pawn and I will target the C5 pawn later on. Tough situation for Magnus. By the way, look at the accuracy. 97.4 for Fabi still. Crazy.
Looks tough. Looks tough. And Magnus को ध्यान रखना है क्लॉक का, आई थिंक. He's slightly behind right now, 2.5 minutes. But last May, this could be a problem. And so far, I think Magnus has been a bit unlucky, because last game, black pieces were doing pretty well. There he drew. Sorry, white pieces were he had white, so he drew. And now white pieces are doing relatively okay in most games, and jahan pe he has black. So color wise, I think he's not had the good end of the stick. So he's doing well regardless. But yeah,
The chat is saying Hans has made a mistake. Maybe Hans is still thinking. No mistake.
that's the mistake. He's still thinking, Saj bhai.
Hey, इतने सारे लोगों ने कैसे लिख दिया भाई एक बार में? It's crazy.
भाई एक ही बंदा है
Hey, there's multiple people, yeah.
एक ही बंदा है
Arjun
mistake.
game, Arjun game, Arjun
हाँ, but
board. I mean,
like Arjun board, Arjun game, but no mistake.
I
No mistake.
thought people were thinking, okay, okay, this is like some big mistake has happened. I thought, okay, the big mistake here can be white can go queen b5, and okay, you go into the end game like this. जहाँ पे I mean black के जीतने का chance basically zero है.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
you're
takes
a
on
pawn up.
b5.
Yeah,
भाई
वही हुआ
ब्लैक जीत
भाई.
जा यार, जीत
जान के
जा
किया उसने.
यार.
उसको पता है ये पोजीशन जीतना ब्लैक के लिए इम्पॉसिबल है.
बट कोई तो चांस होगा साज भाई, मे बी. नहीं है क्या?
He's a pawn up. Some hope. And knight d5, but there's king d7, I think, to defend the pawn. चैट बोल रहे हैं मतलब told you by the like chat ने predict कर दिया था भाई blunder crazy. King d7 now.
कुकेश, सॉरी, गर्लफ्रेंड ब्लंडर. गर्लफ्रेंड कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
Magnus is on 11 minutes now, still thinking on move 5. यहाँ पे end game भी आ गई हो, वहाँ पे 5 साल खत्म नहीं हुई है.
I wonder what's the cost of the Rolex. Like I've been thinking from day one. Like Rolex का range भी काफी बड़ा है, as far as I know. नहीं साज भाई? And I don't know how much you know about watches. Not a
उन्होंने कोई
big
reel
watches
डाली
guy.
थी by the way.
किसने?
The like freestyle ने एक reel डाली थी to reveal the cost of the
हाँ,
watch.
really?
आप
चैट
देख
किसी ने
सकते
देखी
हो.
है क्या? Let me know. क्या प्राइस है भाई? Really curious. And is it the same Rolex या हर किसी को कुछ different मिली है? Would love to know. Why is Ukesh not in this tournament? I think he didn't perform as well in freestyle formats and he didn't play the qualifiers. That's why, is my guess.
And by the way, here f5 is clear equality right now. f5, gf5, rook f5. Oh, he goes bishop d4. Oh, some chance for Arjun now.
Bhai, 96. Let's go. Come on, Arjun. Come on. Come on. Only move. Umeed.
You really
Bhai,
cannot afford to go wrong here though as black. एक गलत move and it's like straight draw.
भाई डेजर्ट में पानी की बूंद के बराबर ये चांस है भाई. एंड ही फाइंड्स इट. नाइस मूव. एंड बिशप ई3 के बाद रुक b8. इकलौती मूव्स निकालनी है अब अर्जुन को टू हैव एनी चांस व्हाटसोएवर.
Yeah. Who is the oldest GM in the world currently? Let me think. कौन होगा oldest GM?
I have a different question
Spas
chat.
की होगा ना?
So let's say 10 लाख
Benko
ही
is
है.
also there.
What is the
Benko passed
income?
away. Go ahead.
Benko passed away. Wow, I didn't know.
You were
What
saying?
is the income jahan pe you would buy a 10 lakh watch, by the way, Saj bhai? Like how much you should be earning per year to buy a 10 lakh watch?
I'm not really a watch guy, so it'll be a wrong question for me, bhai.
Maybe chat will let us know.
Like if you have that if you want to invest in something, I'm definitely buying like a crazy PC.
Hmm. Not Ivanchuk. I don't think he's the oldest.
No, Ivanchuk, of course not, bhai. There's
Yeah.
Tukmakov also, no? Maybe?
I don't know how old he is actually. By 50 lakh income pe you would not buy like a saal ka income keh raha hu bhai.
Tukmakov is 79.
Because I know chess players who are like, because I knew a GM, I played a GM in 2019, Rochford, I think, or 2020 or 19, I don't know. But he was like 80, late 80s mein the wo. He was like 2190, but a GM. So like there are GMs who are in their 80s, like who might not be as strong, but technically they are GMs.
Yeah, Spassky also passed away at 88, so.
Oh wow, Andreas Duckstein, who's 98, really?
क्या
He's a
बात
GM,
कर
kya?
रहे हो? That's crazy actually.
Does he? I mean, I doubt he plays, but Wow. That's insane.
नहीं भाई, he's not alive right now. He passed away. That player.
अरे यार.
यार आप
Chat
गूगल भी
man.
गलत कर रहे हो chat. What is this? By the way, now only move for Arjun A3 to have any play. By the way, Magnus has also made a move. He has gone
भाई
bishop to
Magnus is
E4. 6
worse.
चाले हो गई भाई.
Magnus is slightly worse apparently now after f takes e5. Scary. Because if Magnus were to lose a game, I think we won't finish the match in the first 4 rounds. Sahaj. भाई played by Fabi.
Crazy, crazy.
साहज
Tension
भाई अब थोड़ा
rising.
कॉल में ना. आई थिंक साहज भाई को कॉल में लेट आना चाहिए, बहुत जल्दी आते हो कॉल में, है ना. फालतू की बातें करते हैं हम लोग कॉल के ऊपर फॉर नो रीजन विच इज नॉट नीडेड.
अरे अरे भाई, भरोसा रखो,
फोकस ऑन द
भरोसा
वर्क.
रखो. भरोसा रखो भाई. अप एंड डाउन तो होगा ना.
भाई अप एंड डाउन तो इवाल बार होता है भाई.
हो रहा है भाई वो
हम
भी.
इवाल बार नहीं है.
And now 96, by the way, is the best move for Magnus. Still within holdable territory, but Fabi is better for sure.
साहज भाई आज मैं स्टंप ना हो जाऊं यार, डाउट ये है मुझे. By the way, Magnus way low on the clock. He needs to play quickly. Apparently, 97 is the best move. 96 also very logical.
Two moves, yeah, basically. You have to. I think they are interchangeable.
Nodrbek is, by the way, better against Vincent. So good chances of that going into Armageddon. Hans Arjun is, of course, completely
Yeah, by
equal as we
Vincent में
saw.
4 game, I remember they are on the higher bracket.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So it's only Levon and Sindarov. But by the way,
Yeah.
Sindarov is also better there. So if Sindarov wins that, then definitely Armageddon होगा वहाँ पे.
Interesting. Meanwhile, I'm curious about the Arjun and the Fabi games the most.
Look at this. Hans has played F5.
Wow.
And we are one step closer to equality here. Rook takes F5. Still Hans is a pawn down, but the F5 pawn, of course, you'll take. And then F7 pawn is under attack. If the pawns are equal, then okay, this is just a draw because it's an endgame. But of course, Arjun khelega till the very end.
Ooh, he takes D6, by the way.
Mistake. C5. Arjun is back.
By tough as if I खेलना है. Not easy.
Really?
I thought CD. Oh,
Ooh,
what?
Blunder? What?
I am sorry. What? I am.
What?
Wait, what?
भाई C5 ही खेल देते ऐसे तो. उसके बाद King D6 मर रहा था.
No, I'm confused. Wait, what is the idea after knight?
Knight B4 check, you're losing.
What?
भाई पूरा रुक मर रहा है. What? I understand he wants to play C5, but why not play C5 first then? अरे यार.
Okay, let's show the losing variation for Arjun. So knight b4 check. The king can't come to c6, c5, d5, d7, right? These fours are covered. I mean, king e5, there is knight c6 check. That loses on the spot. So, I mean, what is the
King
plan?
E7 पे भी knight c6 check. भाई just blundered knight b4 check. Has he played it? अरे यार, he's played it.
But I don't get it. What is the, like, how did he miss knight b4?
Can't really explain, yeah. Happens. I mean, he can just resign here, basically. Big blunder by Arjun.
But I'm
That's
confused.
surprising, by very surprising.
Can we go full screen? I want to see his expressions. Like, I'm completely in shock. He just blundered in one move. Like, it was an elementary blunder, yeah? Like, something, like, I'm completely in shock by just kind of, I think he lost like crazy, Saj bhai.
Bhai, it's very surprising in this position. I mean, his plan was correct. He should have, he played King D6 because he wanted to go C5 and Knight D4. But he could have played C5 first, and इससे कोई वो discovered check नहीं है. Then you could take and play Knight D4 as well.
No, but what did he see like after King D6? Like, what was going to happen?
Rook F5 maybe, yeah, and then C5. Probably that's what he saw would happen.
Okay, I mean, that was just a shocker for me. So Arjun is has lost his match 2-0, and इसका मतलब दो ही गेम थे chat for the lower half of the bracket, so that means he will finish in sixth place now. Now it's all about Fabi versus Magnus, the finale of the freestyle world chess champion, and now White has only one move to get advantage: Bishop c6 check, or he's worse.
I was shocking, I would say, from Arjun. Yeah, big blunder.
Yeah.
हाँ.
So पोल में चैट अर्जुन विन इंडिया विंस तो गलत ही है. अर्जुन लूजेस इंडिया विंस में 15% लोग हैं. दैट इज द बेस्ट वी कैन गेट.
भाई plays bishop c6 check
ग्रेट.
also. भाई
साज
Fabi.
भाई मतलब यार अच्छा खासा संडे था भाई, खराब हो गया. अरे यार अच्छा खासा मैं चिल कर रहा था मगर नहीं, चुल दी भाई.
कोई नहीं भाई, चुल होनी चाहिए कभी कभी.
अरे क्यों भाई अरे होए.
होनी
क्यों
चाहिए
सही
भाई
भाई कुछ,
कभी कभी. इट्स अ
सही भाई
गुड
कोई
थिंग.
शब्द है क्या आपके पास कहने के लिए अभी? सहाज भाई मतलब खुद तो डूबेंगे बाकियों को भी लेके डूबेंगे, वो है मतलब टाइटैनिक में ना.
भाई जब जब
साहब.
भाई you are really really getting ahead of yourself here. It's very complicated the position भाई.
नो नो फॉर श्योर, बट आई थिंक साहज भाई टाइटैनिक में वो बंदे होंगे जो जो कहते होंगे अरे कुछ नहीं हो रहा भाई, लेट्स सिट एंड वो दबाओ, पियानो बजाते हैं. ओके, जोक्स अपार्ट, पियानो बजाना आता भी नहीं मुझे, बट या भाई पोजीशन लुक्स वियर्ड.
Correct भाई, correct. And by the way, so far only Arjun has finished. Levon, by the way, is much worse against Sindarov, and Vincent has equalized against Nodirbek. So pretty balanced overall. And Fabi is now much better against Magnus भाई.
या बट
चैट आपको
नाउ
क्या लगता है इस मैच, चलो मैच छोड़ो, इस गेम में क्या होगा, क्या रिजल्ट लग रहा है आपको इस गेम में? मैग्नस विन, मैग्नस ड्रॉ, मैग्नस लॉस, या उस तरह से. So if you say win, I'm gonna take it as Magnus winning.
आई थिंक मैग्नस लूजेस दिस वन, मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है.
भाई मैगीज रेडी?
नहीं भाई, इस बार मैं पहली मैगी लगा के आ रहा हूँ.
भाई कम से कम भाई एक ही जगह हारोगे आप तो.
नहीं
इफ
नहीं
यू
भाई,
थिंक
इट्स
अबाउट
ओके.
इट.
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई थिंक आई एम ओके. But I think this looks tough, yeah. I think
ओ भाई,
97 though is logical, but is Magnus ready to give up the b5 pawn?
he has to. Basically, it's almost forced, yeah. But okay, you will get one of the pawns in return, at least the d3 pawn or the c5 pawn. इनमें से एक तो मिलेगा ही. और e5 pawn is also possible. And white के pieces थोड़े अभी भी awkward हैं. Rook d1 g1, I mean king knight on f1, bishop on. I mean I don't know. These pieces are looking a bit awkward. But time Magnus का थोड़ा worrying है भाई. I have to say.
I get a feeling somehow कि like यहाँ पे for example, a6, you're trying to save the b5 pawn, but suddenly knight g3 and white is just winning. So this, and again the problem is the queen. I feel the queen on b8 is completely out of play. Um, I think Magnus का play आसान नहीं है यहाँ पे. It's gonna be difficult. He needs to bring the queen into the game, and knight e7 is the way. He needs to sack the b5 pawn. Will he figure it out? Because he has less than 6 minutes now.
Yeah, looks difficult. Okay, so besides knight e7, which is the best move, there is also knight d4, which is not, I mean, it's kind of the same in terms of how complicated it is. You can take, and now white has to come up with this e6 move. And it's the only move, by the way, here, Sahil bhai. Only move to have an advantage, which is not so easy.
Not easy. Not easy for sure. And Magnus, considering all his options, that Fabi has played fabulously well in this entire tournament. I think he just had a slip up in 2 games. I mean, I remember how he crushed Arjun. Yeah, it felt like Arjun was like a beginner. So it's not going to be easy. I mean, India versus Pakistan might be easy, but this is not going to be easy.
Oh, 6, क्या बात है.
7 by.
7 हो गए अब.
Hmm.
ओह, तो पहले 6 था, अब 7 हो गया.
हाँ भाई, 6-7.
हाँ, ओके. तो 6 से 7, गॉट इट.
Meanwhile, Magnus
Four
still
and a half
thinking
minutes.
has less than 4 minutes he has against almost 10 for Fabi. क्या चल रहा है?
97 played. भाई आप क्यों टेंशन ले रहे हो यार? मैग्नस है.
Wow. Best move played.
बिशप B5 और क्वीन B5 देखो बेस्ट मूव. अब बेस्ट पे बेस्ट मूव निकलेंगी भाई.
भाई एलियन ऑब्जेक्ट एलियन लैंग्वेज में बात कर रहा है, कौन सी लैंग्वेज है ये?
Yeah, I have no idea what this language is, भाई. Looks Slavic though. So bishop B5 and queen B5 two moves possible chat. Of course, queen B5 is what I would consider more क्योंकि I have an extra pawn. I have two pawns more. And I'm thinking, okay, अगर मेरे पास material ज़्यादा है तो queen straight करना चाहिए. But surprisingly, bishop B5 is the stronger move here. Queen B5 already is equal.
No, black की move same है. Black apparently has to go knight d4 and um, regardless of what you take with on b5. That's interesting. And knight d4 looks very logical because up, yeah,
Attacking
once
the
black
bishop.
white takes, black takes. Yeah, थोड़ा
You
सा
have to take, rook takes.
yeah, ये pawns थोड़े से अजीब लग रहे हैं. It looks like
ज़्यादा है ना?
somebody's doing ये वो होता है ना, क्या बोलते हैं, pull ups कर रहा है कोई बंदा, like the c5 e5 d3 d2 complex. कुछ और भी दिमाग में
भाई
आएगा मैं
plays
बोलूंगा.
queen B5 mistake.
Ooh, slight error. And now knight d4, best move by Magnus. Can he play it?
This is what I thought also. Queen B5 feels a lot more logical as white because you want to trade off pieces. Actually, queen B5 is very good. Bhai, look at this line actually. Queen B5, bishop B5, now A6. Like, दो pawn है, तीसरा भी लो आप. Bishop takes A6, knight is. You're not capturing a single pawn, but सब कुछ attacked.
It's tough. It's tough to find all of this. If Hikaru wins World Cup, the world would end. ये क्या logic है भाई? World Cup तो गया भाई पिछले साल.
World Championship सोच रहे थे आप शायद chat.
If Hikaru wins the World Cup, World Championship, would Magnus return to World Champ? No, he will not return. I think Magnus has expressed clearly. In fact, Tanya asked him this question: ki, would you ever return if you were, somebody was interested in organizing a classical match between you and Gukesh or whatever for anybody else? He clearly mentioned he's not interested. And it's fair, yeah. It takes a lot of effort to prepare for a classical world championship. Magnus, by the way, right now, not looking so convinced with this position. And knight d4 plate takes. And as you mentioned, Sahaj, e6 is the move for white. Not easy, but knight e3 also is a decent move. So Fabi's still better, even bishop c4.
Knight E3, bishop C4, and E6. E6 is the best out of all of them. Right now, Magnus is two pawns down. But one pawn is getting captured and एक doubled है. So still holdable territory. Not really a huge problem. And also endgame में भी है, so it's going to be hard to kind of maneuver around Magnus here.
Time is also a worry, yeah? More than double the time for Fabi. By the way, in the other games, Noderbek is now winning against Vincent and Sindarov is winning against Levons. That game will go into tiebreaks and Noderbek will take the lead. But Arjun का विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा भाई वो अब तक मुझे. Like king d6, wow. That was a shocker.
So I mean, okay, blind spot probably, yeah, understandable. But yeah, surprising. Okay, if you considered the fact that black se khel raha tha, he was in a must-win situation, and okay, it's a lot of pressure in that sense. But yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Tejasvi, Arjun lost, actually blundered a discovered check, and then he lost basically an exchange, and then he resigned one move later.
It's
So Hans fifth aa gaya, bhai, confirmed, and Arjun is now sixth. That's also confirmed.
yeah. The only two ranks confirmed right now. Well, do you like the format Savage जहाँ पे day one को ही day one को you are split into two halves, so automatically you can never really fight for first place. Like, do you think that's a good format, or do you think that's something that can be improved?
Can be improved, I think. But okay, पहले से अगर announce किया तो फिर it's fair. But yeah, it can be improved, I think. पहले round में, I mean, I don't know, 7 rounds decides your next 2 days. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
वो भी different format में है, 10+5. Like this is now 25+10. It's a different format. So
Yeah, I feel like if it's a knockout event, then it needs to be knockout. Like just my thoughts. Like let's say कि आपने पहले दिन किया, but जो top four में आए, they are the ones in contention. Like only they play. Like बाकी 4 spots का कोई clear वो नहीं है. So I think it's a bit tough. By the way, knight e3 played, bishop takes e5 played quickly by Magnus. So game is like slightly better for white with plus 0.5 eval. Now he should castle. Okay, he could just play rook f1 also. Yeah, he castles.
castles. King g7 should be like, yeah, instant. Let's go. And we have opposite colored bishop endgame. Of course, there are knights and rooks present, but opposite colored bishop is the most important sort of piece, pieces in the position, because that cannot immediately be traded. White के पास एक extra pawn है, but white does have double pawns as well. There is a benefit के, let's say the square of e3 is covered, the square of e4 is covered. In case your knight wants to go, your bishop wants to go, it's covered. But it will be hard to create a passer for white. You cannot, for example, you cannot immediately push the d pawn. I mean, you won't be able to push this pawn for a very, very long time. I think some technique is needed here to increase your advantage. Otherwise, I think Magnus will hold.
Yeah, and also, which event are we streaming after this? We'll be streaming वो करेंगे अपना प्राग वाला, जहाँ मुकेश एंड वो खेलेंगे अरविंद, एंड ऑफ कोर्स दिव्या एंड सूर्या ऑल्सो, तो वो करेंगे हम लोग स्ट्रीम. एंड एक और सवाल था कुछ, आई मिस्ड इट. Candidates pairings are not out by. They are not out, but I think Sutowski mentioned somewhere on Twitter कि बहुत जल्दी out आ जाएंगी. So we should have them, let's say, within the next week or 10 days or so. So
But okay,
in
hardly
this month,
matters, yeah, at least for the viewer. Like you're playing white and black with everyone, so
yeah, like we're starting off right. I mean, we saw it in Tata Steel. The start really matters. Plug had a couple of losses. Then, like, I mean, from my perspective, like candidates may, like you need a good start. So if you have Fabi in round one with the black pieces, like that's not an ideal pairing. So I was thinking कि भाई थोड़ा पहले दो में white आ जाए या something like that, or just something to get you off on a good start. That might be something you need. And also like not playing somebody you have a terrible record against. Like everybody has that one player. Like if Mukesh was playing, he would love to play against Fabi. He wouldn't mind it, but maybe somebody else might not have. Arjun, for example, doesn't have a great record. So yeah, it's gonna be slightly important, but overall, yeah, of course, you'll end up playing everybody.
by the way, look at this. Yeah, the advantage is now going away for Fabi, and time is also equal. Practically, I feel like Magnus maybe has a chance here. I don't know, maybe, but I feel like that rook is super active. The knight is also coming to a5 very soon. Yes, you're a pawn down, but this pawn is a bit exposed. I don't know. I feel
I,
like this is not the best development for Fabi so far.
I agree. I think if White plays Rook B1 and says, okay, I don't want to really, do something crazy, then maybe he's okay. But if he tries to overpush somehow, I don't know how he overpushes, but like Magnus की pieces बहुत ही सही है ना? Like they could, कल को अगर एक pawn मर गया, then suddenly he's just better, yeah?
Yeah. And also dark squares make them complete domination for Magnus.
Yeah.
Yeah, d4, d5, knight also coming to c6. Knight, if ever sits on d4, it will be an amazing piece. Plays rook b1, by the way, your move. I think he's planning rook
Yeah.
b7.
साजा मैं बस 2-3 मिनट डिनर करके आता हूँ जल्दी से.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. For sure. So chat, he has gone rook b1 to play rook b7, access on the 7th rank, and now Magnus must go knight c6. And if you play rook b7 now, your pawn already defended. But still, you should not keep the rook here. You should go knight a5, sacrificing this pawn, which you have to take. I'll take on c4, and now you have a choice whether you capture with the pawn or the knight. If you capture with the pawn, this is now borderline lost for white. This would be a huge blunder. So knight c4 is forced, attacking the bishop. I'll take on g4 with a check. King को आप हटाओगे h1 पे and black plays bishop f4. White is still a pawn up, but it is dynamically equal. Okay, 0-0-0 दिख रहे हैं हमें. I'm guessing, but that doesn't really define the position. I feel like both sides have good chances, but white definitely has more chances because you have this clear passer. You have an extra pawn. On the other hand, white's king is a bit unsafe though. So moves like rook e8, rook e2 can be very, very dangerous for Fabi to deal with. And that's the direction the game can go to, provided both of them play the top move. So for Magnus, that is knight c6, but the time is getting low. He's now on 2.5 minutes. So this is getting scary. Magnus wins the most when it's necessary and Arjun wins the अरे नहीं भाई ऐसी बात नहीं है भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो. Oh, he goes knight c6. Let's go. The best move. Look at the accuracy. Oh, by the way, Noderbek has also won his match against Vincent Keimer with the black pieces. That is why look at this final position. Just doing a very, very quick look. फटाफट ये game update हो रहा है. Okay, I'm guessing some problems with the DGT, but yeah, the final position was crazy regardless. But he has won his match officially, but they will still have 2 more games remaining. So don't go anywhere, chat. Let's go back to Magnus as he goes knight c6. 2 minutes for both. Arjun game over. Yes, bhai. Arjun has lost sadly both of his games. And he is now 6th. So it's official. Arjun के लिए tournament खत्म हो गया है. Hans के लिए भी tournament खत्म हो गया. Hans is 5th and Arjun is 6th. All the other players are still playing. And welcome back अबे भाई. What's up? तो कल क्या मैग्नस को आप भाई आप उन्हीं का ही पॉइंट प्रूव कर रहे हो ये बोल के. Okay, black is he goes king g2 by the way. Now h5 is a ridiculous move. Oh, he doesn't play. Ooh, f6. Still fine. h6, h5 की तैयारी, but look at this move chat. h5 attacking the pawn. If you take gh5, then rook h4 attacking h2. And this could have been very good for Magnus, but he doesn't play it. He plays f6 and now Fabi goes h3. Now no longer h5 is possible because rook h4, rook h2 is not there anymore. Still Fabi maintaining that slight advantage in the position because he has an extra pawn. कैश ड्रॉप. अरे भाई भाई सही चल रहा है ना मैच वैसे तो. डू यू कोच ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन से भाई? दोनों, बोथ. बट इट्स हार्ड टू कोच ऑफलाइन व्हेन यू आर लिविंग इन बुडापेस्ट. So 1 minute, less than 2 minutes for Magnus now. Instincts are going to take over very, very soon. Remember, chat 10-second ka increment hai inke paas. It's 25 plus 10. That's how they started off with. And very soon you're going to see some fast chess. Blunders, I don't think so, but still fast chess is incoming. क्या लगता है? नहीं भाई, I don't think that is possible. I know very little about cricket, but I don't think that's possible. Oh, he goes rook f8. That's a mistake by Magnus. Ooh, okay. And now knight c2 is the move. I think the point is to kick the rook away. And if you go rook d7, then there is bishop b5 and the knight gets pinned. So rook f4 will be forced. But rook f4 ke baad, you have to find knight e1, which is, okay, not the easiest move. You can also take and play knight e3, which is good enough. But Fabi has to make some decisions quickly. Also, knight c2 ke baad, let's not forget chat. Rook takes c4 is a very dangerous move as well. Rook takes c4, rook d2. It looks like it's something. He goes rook b7, doesn't play it. And now a5, another mistake by Magnus. That's a big mistake, by the way, by Magnus. अरे ये तो स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई. आई थिंक द पॉइंट इज कि a5 खेलने के बाद अब नाइट a5 कभी नहीं खेल सकते, तो a6 खेलना था. दैट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट थिंग टू असेस ओवर द बोर्ड. Fabi has almost a winning position now because of his last move. Still not clear though. The move is g5. Doesn't play it. He goes a3. Big miss by Fabi. And now rook d7. Still it's much better though for Fabi. But rook d7 खेलेगा कौन भाई? Bishop b5 आ रहा है. Hi, this looks very scary, I think, for Magnus. This looks very, very scary. I have to say, rook d7 is not an easy move, and he only has 1.5 minutes left. Remember, chat, rook d7 पे bishop b5 है, and knight d8 आपको निकालना है उधर. You have to kick this rook away, rook d7, knight d8. Otherwise, this rook is going to be a huge problem in the future. Magnus on a minute now. The great moves for Fabio changing from 2 to 4 and then back. Exactly why. I mean, he is maintaining that slide. Oh, that's a big mistake by Magnus. Almost a blunder, bhai. And g5 is officially winning for Fabi. Oh, this is Maybe not the best development. After g5 क्या हो रहा है भाई? f5 क्यों नहीं आ रहा है इधर? Ah, okay, g5 f5 and just something normal like knight d5 and you win the c7 pawn. Does Fabi find this though? He has 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now. Bit difficult. He can also play knight d5 straight away because c7 के pawn पे pressure. But you have to add g5 as an intermezzo. Very, very important. Chat. If he finds g5, Fabi is winning, completely winning. But if he doesn't find g5, Magnus still has an outside chance. He doesn't find it. He goes knight d5, and now knight d8 only move for Maggie. For Maggie. Otherwise, it's gone. Knight d8 के बाद रुके this chat. Rook c7. भाई ये गेम एक्साइटिंग होने वाला है. भाई हो ही गया. Imagine Fabi finally defeating Magnus in World Championship title. By that would be huge. But okay, it's still game two. There are still 2 more games left. But yeah, that would be huge. Have to give it to you. And this is not simple. He's going for the rook again. That's not good. That could be a blunder actually. He's going for the rook. Oh, he goes rook c8. And now finally g5 is the move. By g5 tab se is the move. It has to be played. And now is the best moment. If you don't play g5 again, the winning advantage goes away. g5, f5 आपको provoke कराना है. Then you play rook e1. You target the bishop. It's a move that Fabi has not played in quite some time. He only has a minute though. Rook e1 miss. Ooh, huge miss by Fabi. And now king h6 and Magnus has found this g5 idea. Yeah? Crazy actually. Can't believe that Magnus was able to save this one. By g5 was just +4 or something. And now if the black king is on g5, there's no clear way to penetrate on the king side. You would want to play h4 check at some point, but वो possible नहीं है. I'm seeing actually some crazy ideas with rook takes e5 and just going for the c7 pawn. And with 50 seconds on your clock, I don't see that happening. Very unlikely. Not right now though. Abhi rook e5 मारना नहीं है. You have to wait for the king to come to g5 and then you take on e5. Because once you go knight c7, you need this knight e6 check as an extra tempo. 34 seconds for Fabi.
Yo, Saj bhai, सुना था कि Magnus was losing at one point.
By dead lost he was, but Magnus fought back, not losing anymore. Bhai, it was
बच
crazy.
गए,
Rook
वरना I would
e4.
have lost a
Oh, bhai,
friend today,
again.
bhai. Bhai, f5. Okay, not a big mistake though. Like looks normal. Because if you take on d4, knight d4, I think black is fine, right? That knight on d4 looks like a absolute beast. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god.
Taken, bhai. Okay,
Bhai,
okay,
Magnus जीत
okay.
सकता है ये. He can
Now
win
the
this now, I
question
think.
is, can Magnus win this? Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I think he can win. He can win. दोस्ती, I think मेरी अच्छी होने वाली है अब तो उससे.
Bhai,
You know, Saj bhai, you
I
might
think
not
Magnus
believe
जीत सकता
this.
है match.
You might not believe this, but my friendship, depends on this match with someone. You might
ये
not believe this
कैसी
actually.
घटिया फ्रेंडशिप है भाई.
बस है भाई, ये तो कई बार ऐसी चीज होती है जिंदगी
घटिया
में कि
फ्रेंडशिप
एक
है भाई.
मतलब दोस्त ही ऐसा है भाई, क्या करे.
हाँ वो तो है.
बाद में 5
5
सेकंड.
सेकंड. भाई मैग्नस इज बेटर नाउ. टेक्स किंग g5. भाई ये क्या हो रहा है? टेक्स किंग g5. मैग्नस इज बेटर नाउ. क्रेजी.
भाई Magnus is, okay, but now you'll take on f5.
Yeah,
Okay,
gf5
with the
gf5.
pawn.
I'm still
Okay,
giving this to Magnus bhai.
knight b5 though, I think is maybe the equalizing move. Yeah, like that should be a draw.
What's even the point? Okay, you're exchanging the knights and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if I win a5, then maybe I'm okay. Yeah? I just need a pass pawn. You're not getting
Why
the pass
still
pawn on
rook
the
e8,
d5.
rook e2 check incoming? I mean, if you take on d4, you have to be very careful. Yeah, rook e2 check looks very scary. And this d2 pawn is now working for black. Okay, नहीं तो आप second rank cover कर सकते थे रुक से.
भाई but c6 आ गया ना, अब c7 hanging रहेगा. If you go rook e8, like you're
भाई
basically giving
बिशप
me a
e6
pass
में रुक
pawn.
नहीं ट्रैप हो रहा आपका.
But maybe like bishop e6 and rook takes b6.
भाई तब तो अभी तो रुक c8 पे है ना. You cannot play it now.
हाँ, bishop b6, bishop e6, and then rook takes b6.
Rook b6 and rook e6. Yeah, and black is better there, by the way.
So it doesn't trap the rook, and
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
by the way, I think this is a crunch match. Levon or Sindarov completely equal as well. So likely Aronian is going to win that match now and get 7th place.
और ये मैच भी जीत गया हमें लगता है. India has also won. He goes h5.
H5 played. trying to come to h4. By the way, this is like a very smart decision because pawn h4 पे आएगा तो pawn is way close to queening now. If कल को any endgame h3 pawn falls, black has better chances.
Exactly. h4 he plays. That's a mistake. Bishop b6. And now king g4 and king h4 is possible. You were spot on the money right there. h5, h4 include karna was important.
Why not king g4 directly is my question.
Bishop e6
Bishop
maybe?
e6 आ रहा है.
And rook c7, yeah?
Ooh, Magnus has 15 seconds. He has to play now. 14, 13. Tough. 10 seconds now.
Ooh,
He needs to look at the clock.
Ooh, bishop e5, okay.
Okay, very safe. I love that move actually. Very safe.
I know what
choice by
he's going
Magnus.
for. He's going for bishop d6 and then rook e8, rook e2. This looks scary.
Yeah, but I would rather give the a5 pawn than give the c7 pawn because that's far away from queening. Yeah, so this should give him an easy draw. I feel like after you play bishop, let's say
भाई
d4,
draw
rook
किसको
e2, I'll
करना है
take...
लेकिन I think Magnus is playing to win.
Yeah, exactly. Magnus not risking much because once you take on a5, I play bishop d4, rook e2 check, and then I take on d2, and that a pawn on a3 is far away from queening. Yeah.
Exactly. He goes rook d5, by the way. It doesn't allow bishop d4, and now a4 is better for Magnus. a4, bishop d6, and go for this pawn. And rook e2 check का भी threat है उधर.
By the way, bishop d6 is a repetition with rook d4 and rook d5. Oh, he
King
goes
g4.
for the
Magnus को
win.
draw नहीं
Magnus
करना है.
Carlsen, by the way, held on to the king for way long than he should have. He was not sure about that move.
Bishop f4.
Okay.
There's bishop d3
Magnus,
though.
5
It's
seconds.
hanging. Ooh, bishop d3. Okay.
Ooh, that's a tricky move to play, Sahaj.
He's not sure.
Look at Magnus. He's nervous. I think I would... And draw is also okay. Yeah, draw is not bad. Rook e2 is no longer possible, by the way. No, but I think rook e2 is no longer possible. King f1. Ooh, that's a bad move. You can take on h4 now. Or even play a4.
a4 looks nice. His plan is bishop e2 check. And rook f5. That's what he wants. Ooh, a4 he plays. Oh, bishop e2 check incoming now.
Magnus, you're so smart. Okay, 12 seconds. Magnus puts his pieces to the right. He's nervous. You can see a check, king h4.
Draw होगा भाई. Draw है.
And rook f8. This is an easy draw now.
Unless he goes bishop a3.
I mean, even then, yeah, bishop h5 and then rook f8. Okay, it's a draw. Chat, this is going to be a draw. What a nerve-wracking match, yeah? For all of us.
Absolutely, bhai. Sabke. Okay. I think nice opposite colored bishop position, king h1, and okay, you take this pawn. That's it. This is a draw.
Yeah, even without the h5 pawn, this is a comfortable draw. He offers a draw, and there it is. So 2 games in, it's 1 each. I would say Magnus should be more happy with the draw than Fabi because it was close, and at one point he was dead lost.
Yeah, bhai, that was scary. It was around this moment. G5 इतने time से आ रहा था इस position में. For example, now G5 was possible. He doesn't play it. In this position, G5 was completely winning for him. This plan is what he just didn't see. And then eventually Magnus's king just came to H6 and G5. And then, okay, he didn't get much of a chance after this.
Yeah.
But wow, what a game.
Almost unfriend कर दिया था Facebook पे अपने दोस्त को, तो बच गए. And meanwhile, chat, let's go to the Aronian game because that's also a must win, right? For Sindarov, or he is also going to finish in last place. The candidate Sindarov, let's go full screen. This is not what he expected when he decided to play the Freestyle World Championship to finish in last place. This is his last event before the candidates. Not going well for Sindarov.
Repetition तो है उसके पास, but Sindarov knows he cannot take the repetition. He's in a must-win situation, and I feel like he has to. He has to go for the repetition, right? No other choice. You can play d3 technically, but there's rook takes c4. I'm not sure if this pawn is far enough. Maybe you can play d2. Bhai goes for d3. Yeah, rook c4.
Oh,
queen
mistake!
d6.
Light mistake by Aronian. Maybe rook c4 was the best of king h6.
Bhai rook c4, rook c8 आ रहा था, I think. Mate हो रही थी इधर. Queen होने से पहले.
True. But Aronian, okay, check king h2 now. Maybe. King f2 he goes. Okay, doesn't change much. King g2 back.
Gaining some time. By the way, Norderbeck has defeated Vincent.
Oh, wow. That's a turnaround, yeah? And
And now e7, only move for Levon. Only move.
Wow. I mean, of course he'll play e7, yeah, because g5, yeah, something. Otherwise, d2,
g5 maybe once,
c3.
yeah.
No, I think d2, c3, g5, like so many options. You can't control everything, so you have to push the pawn.
Oh, he plays d2. e8 knight. Best move is e8 knight here.
Wow. Okay, no way he makes a knight, yeah?
15 seconds. भाई नाइट मिलेगा ही नहीं भाई. वो नाइट उसके
हाँ.
साइड में पड़ा हुआ है. वो he has to grab it.
Why he should have a piece in hand. He has 7 seconds. जो भी queen करना है.
Oh, he
Oh, he
makes a
makes a
knight.
knight. Wow, under promotion in action, chat. By the way, knight f6 check could be a serious threat here.
Yeah, chat. Have you seen under promotion before in any like classical or blitz or anywhere? Can you remember? I don't think we have seen it before. That's why I'm asking.
But the king has to only move for white now, or it's busted. He
Yeah,
has to
because
put the
black
king
भी
on
knight बना
h2.
सकता है भाई king f2 के बाद.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah. And now queen's pawn, knight f6 check wins the queen on g4. Very important. What a find by Aronian, yeah? Under promotion.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh, in first GCL, Magnus did it against Vishy apparently. Crazy.
Yeah. वो तो याद है हमें याद है जब when he बाद में queen also I think that we saw. Oh, by the way, look at this. C3
Brilliancy.
brilliancy by Sindarov.
Wow. Now Queen
Wow.
F8. Only move.
Rook e3 भी एक, but Rook e3 is like okay impossible.
उसके बाद भी Queen F8 ही खेलना है ना.
Apparently not. Okay, but knight f6 check
Mistake.
is a slight error. Now Rook
But
e7 only move for white.
okay,
Or
that's
Sindarov
logical
is
though.
back.
Why Sindarov has a good chance to win this now. This could go
Yeah.
into Armageddon.
Yeah, likely will chat, likely will now. And yeah. What a crazy comeback. Sindarov not giving up.
And now Queen D5 and Queen G8. Only idea.
Okay, that's
Plays
not
it.
easy, but he's gonna find it, yeah? King G1, by the way. Okay, King G1, how do you play King
Blunder.
G1? Wow,
Oh,
found Queen G8. भाई साहब सिंदारोव क्या खा के आया आज यार?
crazy match awareness from Sindarov. Have to give it to him. Wow.
And he's winning. He's completely winning now. It's over. We're gonna have a tiebreaker now, chat. So stay ready for that crucial match.
Yeah, this pawn is gonna get promoted. There's no perpetual possible. Like for a check like this, just king h6, and there's no checks on h8. Even if you give a check on f8, have queen g7. This move doesn't really threaten much. Yeah, queen g1, queen g4, easy. Pawn just is queening. Queen g1, queen g4 is winning.
Yeah, that's a simple win actually. He has enough time, 50 seconds. That should be more than sufficient to come up with that idea. He will give up a pawn, but the c pawn will queen. And I think Arun will resign instantly after queen g1, queen g4. Might even resign after queen g1.
He has a lot of time also. Oh, he plays king g7. Wait, what?
Great.
Maybe it's repeating once?
By the way, India has won against Pak, so that is great news.
Gives a check. He was just repeating, yeah? And now, okay, Levon might have seen queen g1, queen g4, so he won't play queen c8 again. He will play like queen c7, I don't know.
Yeah, but then that's a missed opportunity for Sindarov. Yeah, he could have ended the game instantly.
Yeah, see, queen 8. Still, queen g1 is winning, by the way. Queen g1, king f3 not possible because queen check and 8 is hanging.
King h3 then, yeah?
King h3, queen g4, queen f4 check से मर रहा है.
अरे बाप रे, तो खत्म हो गया फिर.
I don't think he's...
Why is he not giving that check?
I don't think he's seen queen g1. Maybe c2
Why?
is
That's
what he's
the
considering.
only I find it. Okay, nice.
Goes for
I
it.
think I'm going to resign now. He resigns. Yeah, that's it. And Sindarov gets the win under pressure, on demand. And it's going to be a Armageddon between these two for the 7th and the 8th place. You know, like 3 days में dialogue है. Those, you know, वो आ जाए something तो whatever, those first are about these guys are fighting for the last place and nobody wants to finish last, Saj bhai. That's for sure.
Correct, bhai. Correct. सुनते सुनते मेरा इंटरनेट ही चला गया, but yeah, that's correct.
हाँ.
So
So
two more games incoming. I think one game for, of course, Levon versus Jabakir, but two games incoming for the World Championship between Magnus and Fabi. Though draws,
yeah,
why? Do you think we'll see a result in the next match?
I'm praying for it, Saj bhai. Meanwhile, meanwhile, I think we're gonna have a very very short break now. The next game will start in about 10 minutes, if I'm not making mistaken, chat. So iska matlab game number 3 between Magnus and Fabi coming up. I think we'll have doubling of colors like we saw yesterday. So Magnus will have the black pieces again, and then Fabi will have the black pieces. And yeah, India won the match. Congrats to India, bhai. India versus Pakistan. India जीत गई साथ भाई. Crazy.
Let's go. तो भाई कहीं ना कहीं तो आई मीन जो पोल डाला था एक तो सही हुआ भाई उसमें से. लेट्स गो.
हाँ. Yeah, Arjun did lose chat, but Magnus is still fighting for the world championship title. We'll be back after a short 10-minute break with the finale of Magnus versus Fabi. And we are back, chat, after that break for game number 3 between Magnus and the camera. Welcome back, Saj bhai. I mean, Arjun's games are over. He's finished in 6th place, but the finals goes on, and we're gonna have a new world champion. It's one each, but Magnus came very close to a first loss.
Yep, and look at the position, by the way. It's two bishops together, knights ekdam kone mein, and looks a bit awkward, I have to say. I don't think we've seen this position before. But the best move, which, by the way, in the camera, we were looking at Magnus suggesting some c4 ideas as white. However, the best direction is g4, f4, and you play on the king side completely. Get your knights out, get your bishops out, and then open on the other side of the board. So we could see a mistake on the first move itself, at least according to the bar.
Interesting. I do see f4, g4, you're right. Even a4 is one of the moves. Even e3 is one of the moves. Very weird, actually. So not an easy position. Dono knights साथ में हैं, dono bishops साथ में हैं. The king and queen are together. So it kind of is something of a position we've not seen in this tournament before. Maybe not this year at least. So let's see how Fabi navigates this. And as of now, I don't see any crazy moves. So maybe black ke chances might be decent here. Sahaj, what would you say?
I would say so. Yeah, I think first move agar c4 aati hai. I mean, we were looking at c4 f5 on the camera, and this is by the way, c4 b5 apparently is very good for black, but f5 is what they were looking at, which is more or less equal. Still some preference to white there, but okay, they're thinking. Oh, sorry, the match has not begun yet, so I'm not
The
sure whether
match
he
has
goes for
begun,
c4
Sajbhai,
or
I
not.
think. I think Fabi's just thinking, yeah? No, they've not begun. Okay, my
I
bad.
don't
My
think
bad.
they've started. Yeah. Oh, handshakes have happened. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe they have begun. I don't know.
भाई
Maybe not.
सिंडारोव का मैच देख लो भाई क्वींस ट्रेड भी हो गई हैं यहाँ पे
तो वही
they have
तो like
played
what
this
is Fabi thinking? Maybe he's just thinking about अच्छा ये तो उनका वो है ना टाई ब्रेकर आर्मगेड है ना भाई.
yeah Armageddon.
So that's a bit different.
So
But okay,
Sindarov has
Vincent
to
and
hold a
Nurulbeck
draw
is also
here.
started by the way. C4, F5, F4 played.
So all white players going for c4 and black has decided to go f5. Maybe Magnus does something else, but that remains to be seen. But yeah, Fabi has not played a move yet.
किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार फैबी चल दो. Okay, that's a nice scene. And these two games, the players fighting for the top 4 spots, I think it's a world championship. It's not really. I don't know if the second and third place are valuable here, Sahaj. Like because World Rapid Blitz Championship hoti hai, so it's open. So second and third medal matters. Olympiad second, third matters. But in an open section World Championship, the second place doesn't matter. So I'm not sure if this is one of them, where silver and bronze matters or no.
I guess we'll see. By the way, he just plays c6. And Fabi is still thinking, by the way, on move one. Crazy.
Wow,
भाई
Fabi,
पहली move पे ही.
भाई इतना मत सोच यार. स्ट्रेस हो रहा
Hmm.
है इतना कुछ. चलिए I4 खेल देंगे यहाँ पे फैबी जी. I don't know what is he thinking. Magnus is like, भाई चल. It's been a while because clocks show that the game hasn't started, but we're pretty sure the clocks have started now. So Fabi is just thinking for this long on move one. And
Yeah.
Magnus is chilling.
Magnus looking at other games basically. That can give you an idea at least how the match is going to continue, or it could potentially
True.
continue. For Levon, it's clearly better now in an endgame.
Acha. By the chat giving some information to noobs like us. Top 3 from this event will qualify for 2027 Freestyle World Championship. So clearly, um, this matters, yeah, then because maybe for Magnus and Fabi, it's automatic confirmation, but for the other spot, Nodrbek and Vincent really fighting for a lot then.
Oh, first move पे इतना thought, very crazy. It means he doesn't believe that c4 was a good move in that position. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
By the way, the board is different now. Maybe let's switch to Nodrbek Vincent in the meantime. Or maybe let's go to Levon versus Sindarov. Yeah, that's I think a lot more has been played there.
Yeah. They do have less time on the clock, so that makes it more exciting. And फिलहाल के लिए white seems to be clearly better. And if what I've seen is usually एक color dominates, and maybe this is a sign of things to come on the other two boards as well, Saj. Maybe what they're doing is, like, for example, by playing slowly, both the players get a hang of the position as well by looking at the Armageddon game.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this B4, A6, and now A4 gives Levon a clear advantage, by the way, almost a winning advantage
Wow.
with A4. Sindarov in trouble.
Even without queens, an attack forming A4 played by Aronian, very logical move. So Sindarov, even after that epic comeback, could still be struggling and might finish in last place. Saj bhai, I think beyond the freestyle event, I think Agla Prague Masters hai. We have Gukesh and Arvind there. So what are your expectations for both players? Like what does success look like for both players playing the Prague Masters, which is packed, by the way, it's almost as strong as Tata Steel because we have Vincent, we have Noderbek, we have Gukesh, we have Hans, we have Jordan, we have Arvind, like pretty much similar type, similar as Tata Steel, yeah?
I think success probably is getting an undefeated event for Gukesh. I mean, I wouldn't really say, okay, winning the tournament, of course, that would be just be a cherry on top, but an undefeated event would be, I think, great. And for Arvind, I think it's to get back to 2700.
Yeah.
These two should be the benchmark for the players. By the way, C4 has been played in Fabi versus Magnus, and Magnus पहली
And
move पे ही सोचा भाई 5 मिनट सोचा Fabi.
yeah, and also आपने बोला ना 2700, the number he has to aim for is 2708.6, because I think that's with its rating right now, 2708. And if he were to cross that rating before, I think, April or March, whatever the cutoff for the Olympiad is, then Vidit will have to play if he wants to play the Olympiad. So from Arvind's perspective, it's difficult to catch Nihal, but maybe he can catch Vidit.
Yeah, for sure. And look at this, by the way, C4, F5, F4. So same position played out in Norderbeck versus Vincent and in Fabi versus Magnus as well. So they're just going for the same line now.
भाई सेम
Golden
लाइन खेली
pawn.
इतना सोचने के बाद तो मतलब कुछ और बढ़िया मिला ही नहीं फैबी को सोचने के बाद 5 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा.
And now B5 is very good for Magnus. But okay, tough move to play over the board. आपका king side weak, oh, sorry, queen side weak हो रहा है पूरा.
Wow. No, Prague is not playing this time because he's playing the candidates. So pretty fair. He wanted to prepare. In fact, chat, Fabi when he won the candidates in 2018, he absolutely had a terrible Tata Steel. Then he had a few coaching camps, didn't play anything till candidates, and then cruised to victory at the candidates. So just because you have a one bad event doesn't mean you won't win at the candidate. While both players checking out the other games. कुछ क्रेजी हो रहा है क्या भाई सिद्धार्थ की गेम में बिकॉज दोनों ऐसे थोड़ा सा
It's just fast paced, yeah. And okay, like looks like Aronian already has a winning advantage here, but it's just fast paced.
या
And Sindarov also has no time. And look at this B6 blue arrow and knight D4, knight B5, and it's just curtains. Wow, this looks very bad. Why B6, bishop B8, knight D4? You cannot stop knight B5, knight D6 because you might say, okay, I can play D5 to stop, to eye the B5 square, but then there is knight E6.
ओह
So whatever you play, knight B5, knight D6 check, next move, rook takes D6, and this is just knight A7 check is also there. Why B7 queen हो रही है तो? That looks scary.
भाई लुक एट द पेस सिंदारो इज मूविंग द रुक एट आई एम मोर इंप्रेस्ड बाय दैट एक्चुअली अलग ही लेवल पे खेलता है सिंदारो उस गेम में एंड B6 फाउंड बाय Aronian so he
And
is
knight
in mood
D4.
to win this game.
Why knight D4 as well? 99% accuracy for Levon, by the way, so far. 99%. Crazy.
लेवन कह रहा है कि अब चालू कर सकते हैं क्या टूर्नामेंट थोड़ा सा मूड बन गया है लाइक आई फील लाइक ही इज नाउ फाउंड हिज फॉर्म या सडनली एंड अगर अभी टूर्नामेंट चालू होता लाइक लेवन बी वुड बी वन ऑफ द कंटेंडर्स टू विन दिस सो
Yeah, 100%.
he's playing some fantastic chess. Meanwhile, if you go back to Magnus, I think we have C6 by Magnus on the board. The last move, Fabi right now, 2 minutes behind, two
So
and a half
not
minutes
the
behind
best
almost.
move, according to the bar at least. accuracy थोड़ा बहुत harsh हो रही है यहाँ पे. It's went down from 99 to 89 with just one move. But okay, it's not that bad of a move. I think the idea is to play e5 or d5 in the foreseeable future. I'm guessing e5 is the more logical move.
I will choose video Arvind. That's likely going to happen because Arvind's rating is 2681. 2682 if you round it off. So 2682 say 2708. I mean, that's like a 20 what? 27-point jump in one tournament. I mean, it's not almost impossible, yeah, to get it. You'll have to win the event to potentially have a chance to do that. And that's not going to be easy with so many strong players. So I think VD likely is going to make it to the Olympia team if he wants to play. And I think Nehal is also almost guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Fabi is thinking on the third move itself. Why? It's a lot of time he has taken, yeah? 19 minutes left.
Fabi is taking this very seriously. I think he
But
understands why the stakes now. If I lose this game, I think I'm not coming back on demand against Magnus. में मुझे situation में नहीं रहना है with the black pieces. So he realizes आखिरी white है मेरे, may potentially the last chance to strike. E3 played, nice move, defending the F4 pawn, opening up the bishop on D1. So
G4 plans
logical.
maybe.
Yeah, G4
I think,
absolutely.
but still pattern thoda break ho raha hai, nahi? Because Fabi was keeping more time on the clock throughout, and now on game 3 he's already low by some 14 minutes. Oh, sorry, 4 minutes, which is a lot of time.
Yeah, true. VD is not motivated anymore. Nihal is climbing up. I mean, the motivation is fickle. Yeah, I mean, if Vidit plays an event, has an amazing result, motivation could come back crawling. I think it really depends. For example,
Bhai,
huh,
sorry to cut you off, but look at this
huh.
position, bhai. He's a full rook down Levon, but look at this dominance. C6. Oh my
Okay,
god. Bishop.
C7, CD7. Like I'm just rook D7.
Apparently, Bishop B3 is the best move. Just
Okay,
keep the tension.
okay, Levon fully deserved not to lose this game. Bishop D2 is the best move, Sahaj, apparently. Preparing Bishop G5 check.
Checkmate ही होगी भाई वो सीधी. Remember Bishop D2, Bishop G5, Rook D7 is checkmate because Rook is gonna be pinned.
By the way, not surprisingly, all the three moves I mentioned, C7, CD7, Rook D7, are all blunders. Okay, you draw in some, lose in some, but all of them would be bad.
Magnus still thinking, so we are keeping an eye there, but I think let's stay here more because ये match जल्दी खत्म होगा. Already 3 versus 2 minutes on the clock. Completely winning for Levon, but still has to put that final blow. He goes CD7 by your move.
भाई मेरी मूव खेलोगे तो यही होगा ना भाई, and that's a big mistake actually. Loses most of the edge for Aronian.
Oh, bhai, that was bad. Bishop C6 is now only move for Levon. Otherwise, Sindarov is better.
Why Bishop C6 only move for black is D5. So it's tough for both players.
Yeah, Bishop C6 के बाद, of course, Bishop C6, Knight C6 is just a checkmate, which is the
Ah,
weirdest checkmate you will see and played, by the way.
okay, now D5 only move for black. Otherwise, goodbye.
Now, Bishop H3 जाओगे तो chat, what do you play? Let's see how sharp you are. White to play and win. Just one move, only one
Commentators
move wins here.
curse at it again. I don't think it's a curse by. I think it's just chess is tough.
He played D5 though, but the move is, look at this style by Bishop takes D7
Yeah.
and still
और
Knight
किसी से भी
C6 is
मारो.
mate.
Knight C6 mate. Crazy.
But he plays D5. So Sindarov still in the
Yeah.
game, and now Bishop D2 again, only move.
Only move, bhai. And then rook F5 and then you take on E8. Okay, I think Sindarov is saving this now. I feel.
But piece come hai na आपका, I think.
Damn, freestyle chess is a lot more only move positions. Yeah, because it's fun, yeah, because we might see these only moves, but we know the theory, so we don't realize how strong they can be. Like कोई opening gambits, yeah, जो हम देखते हैं traditionally, हमें सिर्फ पता है तो we don't take them seriously now, but these are the opening gambits of these new variations, yeah. So it's very nice to see them. Um, अरे ऑफ कोर्स पता है भाई, ये जोकिंग भाई, आई होप कोचिंग नहीं देते हो। नहीं भाई, नहीं देता मैं कोचिंग भाई इतना, आई मीन आई कांट रियली स्पॉइल एनीबॉडीज करियर लाइक दैट, वी शुड डू प्लेड बाय द वे।
टिक्कू भाई आप कोचिंग नहीं देते? That's funny.
बताओ यार, फर्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे
Oh,
बेइज्जती खाने
blunder.
आता भाई रोज। ओ भाई,
Big
बिग
blunder.
एरर।
Think time pressure की वजह से, and now Levon has a golden opportunity to
भाई
take the W.
बेसिकली रुक गया, because yeah, knight c8 check and you can't control the rook now because king f8 bishop h6, and you will lose the rook for free, which you basically were supposed to lose for an exchange. So Sindarov, bye bye.
Yeah, but just one bad move and it's done. Yep, I think this is over. I think he blundered
एक
knight
गलत,
c8, yeah, maybe.
या एक गलत
e6.
कदम आपको गेम हरवा सकता है चैट। तो ध्यान से घर के बाहर कदम रखे भाई।
Takes on b7, bishop c6 back. एक pawn अभी भी बचा हुआ है. Moves the rook, bishop e3. Okay, but d4 is a problem, potentially.
भाई वो बी पॉन बचेगा नहीं बचेगा इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, या आई मीन इट्स फील लाइक इट्स
At least एक bishop
सेविंग
तो
इट।
दो यार, कम से कम.
हाँ, एंड आल्सो ब्लैक के दो सेंट्रल पॉन्स आ रहे हैं, सो एट सम पॉइंट।
Okay, but just a minute for both players. By the way, Magnus has played a move, some developments there. तो यहाँ पे रहना है फिर should we go to the games? What do you think, साहिल भाई?
एक नजर मार के आते हैं मैग्नस की गेम पे, एंड फील्स लाइक ये काफी सिमेट्रिकल पोजीशन हो सकती है वंस, और नॉट सिमेट्रिकल बट या, ए बिशप e7, नाइट f7, एंड वेरी सॉलिड आई वुड से फॉर बोथ
तो
प्लेयर्स
दोनों ने
कंपेयर।
स्टोन वॉल खेल दिया भाई.
हाँ
d4 d5 के बाद दोनों का स्टोन वॉल हो गया. तो
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
एज लॉन्ग एज इट्स सिमेट्रिकल, यू नो कि वाइट के पास एक वो स्लाइट पहले मूव का एडवांटेज रहेगा. सो स्टिल आई थिंक फाबी इज अ बिट बेटर.
Yeah, but okay, Magnus Carlsen gets extra evaluation for being Magnus Carlsen, and oof, it's still winning e4, best move played. By the way, if we jump back to the Levon game, फाबी वही देख रहे हैं तो हम भी वही देखते हैं भाई। अरे इतना
या
ऊपर स्क्रीन लगाए, ये तो लगता है कि सिनेमा हॉल की फर्स्ट रो में बैठे हो भाई। Have you ever seen a movie from the first hall of the cinema? By the way, look at the move Rook A7.
बाप
Wow.
रे. दैट्स चेक, इट्स नॉट चेकमेट, किंग f5 is there.
But
बिशप
Rook hanging है भाई,
d7
Rook
चेक भी है.
F7 and Rook hanging है।
हाँ हाँ, of course, but I'm just trying to look for a mate here. King's looking really exposed.
Have you seen a movie from the first row साज में कभी ऐसे देखी है?
हाँ देखिए भाई. Very recently actually, like maybe 2-3 years back.
Oh, nice.
Did not regret that decision.
Mhm. Arjun lost 2-0. Yes, chat. By the way, Rook G5 apparently is the best move, of course. Oh, mate in one!
Mate,
Bishop
mate in
D7 is
one?
mate! Oh, he
What?
missed mate in one! He missed mate in one!
अरे
Wow!
यार. Okay, that's content मिल गया भाई. Mate in
भाई,
one missed.
अगर अगर ये गेम अब नहीं जीते, अरोनियन जीतेंगे, बट अगर नहीं जीते भाई, दिस इज गोना बी ट्रैजिक। लुक एट
Oh
हाउ
भाई, Bishop
फास्ट
E5
दे आर
check. Look at
मूविंग बाय
this.
द वे।
He's like, okay, भाई क्यों खेल रहे हो ये? And he resigns.
भाई मेट इन वन ही मिस्ड, भाई मेट इन वन।
भाई एक बात बताओ, व्हाइट का किंग A4 पे कैसे पहुंचा?
भाई आई हैव नो आइडिया, आई थिंक दे वर नॉट इवन प्लेइंग लीगल मूव्स एट सम पॉइंट। मुझे फीलिंग आ
हाँ
रही है
भाई, किंग A4 पे
कुछ
जा
भी
नहीं
चल
सकता,
रहे
किंग
थे।
A3 पे भाई ये रुके.
हाँ, तो आई डोंट नो व्हाट वाज हैपनिंग, बट रुक C3, आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंस आज भाई,
Hmm.
समथिंग रिडिकुलस। But yeah, Levon gets seventh place, Sindarov in eighth place. Yeah, results. So, what do you think Sindarov feels about that?
Maybe not the happiest. I think his first day was pretty good overall. I don't think he would be happy with this. भाई last साना कभी भी सही नहीं होता. But wow, भाई mate in one. That's what I'm thinking about right
And
now.
वहां मेट इन वन चल रहा है सहाज, एंड मैच गेम में अभी 5 मूव्स ही हुए हैं सिर्फ। व्हाट इज हैपनिंग भाई, बहुत स्लो खेल रहे हैं दोनों।
They know, right? I mean, once you get a slightly worse position, then okay, the other guy can squeeze. So, yep, it's a very important match. एक्चुअली दोनों गेम्स में एक्यूरेसी, लाइक एवरेज एक्यूरेसी दोनों की एटलीस्ट 96 97 रहेगी. पहले गेम में तो 99 थी दोनों की.
So essentially, the top two players in the event made it to the finals. Yeah, I think because no clear mistakes and fighting games. Arjun has lost, by the way, 2-0. So Arjun finishes in sixth place. Battle fifth place, he lost against HANS 2-0. दो ही game का final था उनका. And now we're looking at all the games are basically over. In the lower half, we have the final four rankings. It's HANS, Arjun, Aronian, and Sindarov. अब top four rankings के लिए fight कर रहे हैं. Number 1, 2 पे Fabi Magnus. Number 3, 4 पे Vincent Noderbeek.
Yep, and भाई पूरा स्टैंडिंग समझा दिया आपने सब कुछ, एंड फाबी स्टिल थिंकिंग. 5 साल भी नहीं हुए. दिस इज क्रेजी.
भाई लिटरली फैबी ने आई थिंक ही रियलाइज कि आई थिंक ये फ्री स्टाइल है. इफ आई यूज माई टाइम वेल आई कैन मे बी आउट प्ले मैग्नस बेटर हियर. ही डिड इट ऑलरेडी इन गेम 2. He's
या
really focused. He's trying to calculate. He's trying to understand the position, relate to positions he's had before. And this is his one chance. And just keep in mind, they've already played a world championship match before. That's on 18, where Fabi did hold his own in the classical section. Magnus could not beat Fabi a single game in the
एंड
classical in
फाबी
their
हैड
world
अ
championship
क्लियर
match.
विन, या some steady like when he had
Yeah,
in one
both of
game.
them had like a couple of games. Maybe Fabi had a bit more, but like Fabi could have won that. Like it would not be a shock. So,
Oi.
and D4 play, it takes the center.
Yep, Stonewall incoming. अब D5 I guess black के लिए खराबी होगा इस position में because it's too symmetrical. So you should not play D4 here. That's what I'm seeing. Knight G6 apparently is good. Bishop E7 is also pretty good. Just to activate, maybe Bishop E7 के साथ you're also planning to castle in the near future, but you have to be careful because some attack is possible on the king side with H3 G4. Is there any increment? Yes, 10-second increment.
Um, there was also a game where Hesse showed mate in 36. Oh wow. Yeah, that was the game Sahaj was
Yeah,
talking about.
that's game 6.
जहाँ पे
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
forced win थी, but only for one move. I think he had that forced win. So yeah.
By chat, I mean, like a challenge for you. I'm sure there's a lot of videos on how Fabi was winning. Try to see how he was winning and then try to play it out. Yeah, it's very very difficult. Like समझने के बाद भी समझ नहीं आती वो. It is that difficult. Okay, he's going for the knight. I think he's playing knight G6, which is, I think, fair. Maybe knight F7 is also good. Keeps the option of G5 alive.
You know, if you really want to see blunders in a world championship match, check out CARLSEN versus Vichy 2014. Yeah, I think a game like जहाँ
2013
पे
and 2014, yeah.
14 में जहाँ पे Carlsen plays something king d2 or something, and then Vichy has this move to win a couple of pawns, like insane deep sequence of moves. And Vichy, because he's not expecting it from Magnus, just plays a4 quickly. And there's this video footage on YouTube about this, yeah? Like Carlsen is so shocked, he puts his pen down, puts his head on the table, and it's just like, oh my god, how did I allow this? Like, and if Vishy had spotted it, yeah, like I think he could have been world champion, because that would have been such a psychological shock. He would have taken the lead in the match at that point, because one each chal raha tha. Like both had one win each. So yeah, I mean, world championship matches are very tricky. Even against Karyakin, Magnus was trailing because pressure alag hi hota hai. Now this is not the same world challenge because of course it's freestyle, but it does bring out a different side of people sometimes. The world championship title, we saw Gokesh, yeah, I mean Ding का blunder याद है साथ में क्या blunder था, he would never do it
Oh,
in any
भाई.
other game, but he did it because world championship बहुत ज्यादा था.
Hmm. Yeah, that was I think completely unique, yeah, completely unheard of, almost in a world championship match. Okay, he has gone knight F7. That's a nice move, and now maybe he's keeping the option of G5 alive. And white can also play h3 and g4 here technically. And with h3, you're kind of provoking black to take on f3 as well, because otherwise g4 could be a dangerous move. Fabi has a lot of... Both players are, I think, taking their time in the first few moves because they know this is complicated. Oh, h3 played by Fabi. Let's go.
H3 is a great plan, but black has not committed his king yet. And apparently, b5 is the best move. Now, that to me looks so weird because white king side पे attack कर रहा है, and now the logical home for your king might be queen side, but you're blowing it open with b5. So I'm a bit confused, Saj bhai. ये b5 क्या है?
अटैक कर रहे हो क्वीन साइड करके, बट b5 के बाद आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, कांट आई प्ले g4 or is this bad? Apparently c5 is good and then you white black must play g5. Very very important. अगर आप g5 नहीं देखते हो तो maybe it's hard to play b5 in this position because the you know the center is completely closed. Let's see what Magnus goes for. b5 closes the center.
Time wise, Carlsen is again behind Fabi, which has been a trend in this match. Fabi, even though he takes a long time to think, he plays good moves, which forces Magnus to think, and the stakes are very high, Chad. If you lose this game, either way, the next game will be a must win. And that too, you are fighting for tiebreak. So nobody wants to afford losing now. So risk capacity, जो tolerance है, दोनों players की कम होगी. If the stakes become higher, the position becomes muddy, expect a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, correct. You're saying there's no way anyone is understanding that. I watched it live and was confused and thinking about it for so long. I think you're talking about that Magnus Fabi match, yeah, the game 6. But yeah, I even analyzed it later on, and I don't even think even now I'll be able to, you know, say okay, this is what he missed and this was the idea. It's very very difficult. It's like the kind of idea that only works in one position, and वो instances हर जगह आ रहे थे. Like ये सिर्फ इस position में चल रहा है, ये भी सिर्फ इस, so you have to remember a lot, and of course you have to calculate a lot, and it was definitely not easy. Meet in 36. By the way, you know, there is now table base is now active for 8 pieces. Salva, do you know this? पहले 7 pieces होता था, अब 8 pieces हो गए हैं. But
What I'm
there is
thinking is,
technically, why there is a position, like let me tell you, with
hmm,
king, rook, and 2 bishops. So I have king, rook, 2 bishops, and a pawn, right? But the bishops are of same color. So king, rook, 2 bishops, and a pawn, and black has a king, queen, and pawn. तो white के पास 5 pieces total, black के पास 3 pieces total, right? So total 8. In that position, it is a mate in 584 moves. And it's a forced win. But of course, you can't play it out.
very interesting. But maybe it's not a problem because it's bishops the same color, no? Like, it's very unlikely कि आप bishop promote करोगे same color का. So
And imagine like learning that endgame कि वो कैसे win हो रही है. Like that would be
नहीं सीख लेना था
ridiculous.
आज, टाइम तो है हमारे पास अभी.
हाँ करते हैं. So like theoretically अगर आप वो याद भी कर लो तो it's impossible to play it out over the board because 50 moves के बाद you can claim it. It just goes to show the possibilities in chess is endless.
भाई मेट इन 500 कितना 84.
584, yeah. Twitter पे देखा था मैंने. Then I put up the position as well and actually it's true.
वाओ. I'm just wondering कि जो टेबल इसका जो 8 पीसेस का जो सेटअप है वो कितने टीबी का डाउनलोड होगा. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम थिंकिंग. बिकॉज़ मुझे
हाँ
याद है
लॉट भाई.
जो 7 पीसेस का टेबल बेस था, लाइक इफ यू बाय इट और डाउनलोड इट और व्हाटएवर, इट वाज लाइक सच अ ह्यूज फाइल साइज. आई वाज लाइक छोड़ो भाई.
हाँ
एंड
बट
आई कांट
ऑनलाइन,
इमेजिन 8 पीसेस का कितना होगा.
yeah that's crazy. और नहीं उस पोजीशन में पॉन पुशेस नहीं थे बिकॉज जो पॉन्स थे वो h2 एंड h3 पे थे. व्हाइट का पॉन h2 पे था, ब्लैक का पॉन h3 पे था. सो यू कैनॉट रियली पुश द पॉन्स. सो यू विल गेट द सेम पोजीशन essentially. By the way, a5 and now Fabi is taking his time. He has 2 minutes more on the clock. He's deciding whether to push g4 immediately which was the idea behind his previous move. Or he can play a4 and try to consolidate the queen side, fix some pawns there, and then go for g4. Both seem interesting.
टिकू के लिए इजी है बिल्कुल भाई. At the age of 3, I sold like a mate in 52. तो अब तक तो 500 तो आसान है. Really want someone other than Carlsen to win something. I mean, sure, we all wish that, but also like Carlsen का aura तभी है. Because he wins everything. The day he doesn't win everything, then like he's not Magnus. Like Magnus wins everything. That's why he's Magnus. Yeah, I don't know what do you think about that, Saj. Like Tiku can dance actually. But Tiku did dance on his Sangeet also very well. So Tiku
Oh.
can dance. By he can't choreograph, but he can dance.
Can you analyze b4? Oh, by b4 pe, I think there is b5, which is, I think, not the move that I would have considered first, but it is working. And if you play c5 now, it's no longer closed, yeah, because I can always take on b4 at the right moment. But now knight d5 looks kind of scary. So b4 is not a good move. I think also a bit illogical because आपका pawn structure खुद टूट रहा है. a4 I think is more interesting. फाबी जब अपने पे आता है तो 97-98% एक्यूरेसी नॉर्मल हो जाती है. ट्रू भाई, अभी भी 95. दैट्स प्रीटी इंप्रेसिव. बाय द वे, टाइम इज एग्जैक्टली द सेम नाउ. Says, I suppose Magnus calculates a sack, but it is not working and he knows it. But opponent has to find only moves to win or defend. Will he go for it? Depends on multiple factors. Number one, is he in a must-win situation? Number two, how much time does the opponent have? I think based on like such like this criteria, you can decide okay whether it's a good risk or not. अगर opponent defend कर भी रहा है, like this is probably number three and probably the most important कि defend करने के बाद भी position आपकी lost है फिर वो equal है. Like do you have a repetition at least या थोड़ी सी खराब है. So based on that he can take like a risk assessment, yeah, and then you decide whether you go for it or not.
अगर slightly worse है, and there's only one variation where it is slightly worse for you, might make sense to go for it. That was how Tal played, in fact. But if it's lost for you, if your opponent finds the best refutation, then it doesn't make sense, yeah? Unless you are in a must win. So, yeah, Sajbhai mentioned all the three factors. And for Magnus, I think usually he knows he can find other ways to win. He can grind down a long end game. He doesn't need to go for crazy things unless, again, he's in a must win. So, and usually, I mean, he treats every game as a must win. So, yeah. By the way, G4 played Sajbhai. Wow, on the board.
अरे nice. Takes on the board. And now Magnus will capture on g4. Of course, temporarily Fabi loses a pawn, but this queen very smartly goes to the h7 pawn. And still Fabi has some slight advantage, perhaps because of better pawn structure, I'm guessing. So takes is forced for Fabi. I think he'll go for it soon. Yep, bishop g4 and now queen h7. That's a free pawn. If you don't take it, then black has an extra pawn, so you have to go for it. And now look at this.
But
White
maybe
has a slightly better structure.
I don't see how Magnus can win this though, Sahaj.
Only move, by the way, for Magnus to play bishop f6.
Yeah,
Blue
but
arrow.
it feels like a two-result position, no? Or would you disagree?
Maybe, actually. But okay, still, you can overpress as white.
So
But yeah,
basically, दो गेम ड्रॉ चुकी है. तीसरा गेम is a two-result position. And tiebreak एक गेम दूर है मतलब.
हाँ एक ही गेम दूर भाई.
Interesting, भाई. Crazy.
Huge if true. Do I think Wei has chances? Yes, of course. Everyone who's playing has, I would say, pretty I mean, some have better chances than the other, but I think everyone has a pretty good chance, I would say, to win. They are the candidates for a reason. And Wei is extremely solid. So,
Did you say Wei is
yeah, he
extremely sorry?
solid. I said solid.
Sorry, I heard sorry. I was like, wait, what? Why is he sorry? And why do you know about
That's a good question. मुझे क्यों बताएगा भाई वो?
it? Exactly. I was like, shocked. Wei is extremely sorry for what? And why do you know that? Why?
अब चैट में आई एम सॉरी बाबू चल रहा है भाई, क्रेजी.
By the way, just played a Magnus only move. And it does feel like white is slightly better. Structure, as Saj I mentioned, pawn structure बढ़िया है. G7 pawn is a bit isolated.
So we'll see. Rook h8, I guess, is a threat to kick the queen away. I mean, the next few moves are not so simple for Fabi. Like bishop c2, rook h8, queen g6, okay, and then queen d3. I don't know.
Okay, makes sense. I mean,
Feels
queen को कहीं तो आना है. So queen d3 is one of the logical ones. Bishop c2, okay, I have pair castling. And
no, bishop c2. I
knight.
think you're playing because you want to stop bishop f5.
हाँ, true, true. And also castle, yeah? Like d1 square खाली करना है. I would love to castle here actually. I don't know if that's a good move or not. But also 95 at some point looks tempting.
Even now, it's quite good. But 8 minutes for Fabi only. Why?
By Fabi, I think this practice of really going deep in his calculations is working for him so far. He's found a way to put pressure on Magnus. And Magnus so far, in this match so far, I think he's not had a single moment in the 2.5 games so far where he was winning or even much, much better. Not a single moment. That's a statement by Fabi. But we know Fabi can tilt if he gets a worse position or loses. So, tough moment.
Indeed. So now bishop f6. Bishop c2 is what he has to find. 7.5 minutes. How much time has he taken here? Okay, only 2 minutes. Queen d3, okay.
Wow. And apparently
Not the
d5 now is a
yeah,
great move.
because bishop f5 you have e4. Oh, no, but there's queen f4 check. This is a nice calculation exercise. E4, queen f4 check. There is only one move, knight d2, that wins the game. You defend the pawn, you attack the queen, and this is why this bishop f5 and queen f4 check does not work. And then d5 makes sense क्योंकि आप e4 रोक रहे हो, bishop f5 का threat दे रहे हो. Now it makes sense.
You know, Sajbhai, I read a tweet. There was a man who was discovered with 90% of his brain missing and he was still living a normal life. Can you believe that?
Missing? तो कहाँ था
हाँ,
फिर? Missing था
था
तो
ही नहीं उसके पास था ही नहीं कभी, I think.
जोक्स तो बहुत आ रहे हैं दिमाग में, बट अभी मैं थोड़ा शांत रहता हूँ.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. क्वीन d3 के बाद
d5 is the
d5.
move. What's the beef with भाई? वो जाके देख लो यार. I mean, I think it's still ongoing.
Ongoing.
It's still ongoing. अभी 2 घंटे पहले एक ट्वीट आई थी.
By the way, d5 played.
Yeah, completely equal now. Would it be too much to say that I prefer black's position more here?
I would agree actually. I think वो e4 square, if black is given like a move or two, bishop f5, knight d6, that e4 square looks too good to be true.
Yeah. कोई बोल रहा है his name was Sahil Tikku.
अरे भाई खुद थोड़ी बताऊंगा फिर. Sajbhai, I tweeted Arjun plays the game of his life to beat Magnus Carlsen. The tweet went a bit viral, थोड़ा 60-65 हजार व्यू है. उसमें एक बंदा कहता है This stupid overhyping and clickbaiting emotional audience is the reason we have become only real champion. भाई real
हो क्या
champion
बात
क्या
है.
होता है भाई? हमारे पास वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है, हमारे पास ओलंपियाड चैंपियन है, कोई छीन के नहीं लेके गया भाई अभी. एंड देन फिर नीचे बंदा लिखता है 100% अग्री, टॉम क्रूज ने लिखा है बाय द वे. द कमेंट्री ऑफ साइलेंस साज इज प्रूफ ऑफ इट. हिलेरियस भाई, मैं वही पढ़ रहा था भाई, हिलेरियस.
I'm reading it now too. Yeah.
भाई हम भी ट्वीट पे ट्विटर पे चालू कर देते भाई बीफ.
कर दो भाई. By the way,
दिस
6 minutes for
सबमिस
Fabi.
अलग ही लोग हैं, लोग वेले भाई वो ट्विटर पे. ओके डीफा के बाद स्टिल नो मूव्स. नहीं नहीं, वो बेसिकली कह रहे हैं कि भाई हम बहुत ओवरहाइप करते हैं देन इंडियंस डोंट विन. भाई तो अब इंडिया पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट मैच हो तो क्या बंदा हाइप ना करे उसको भाई? जस्ट बिकॉज इंडिया कुड पोटेंशियली लूज, लाइक सेम वे चेस में हाइप तो करेंगे ना भाई. कार्लसन से खेल, कार्लसन से जीतने का भी ट्वीट नहीं कर सकते भाई. साज भाई इस जमाने में आ गए हम.
By the way,
बहुत.
Fabi made a slight error here. Apparently, CD5 and Magnus has, let's say, a slightly better position.
डू यू थिंक he'll play CD5 like ED5?
I would say CD5 makes the most sense. Like, अगर bullet होता तो CD5 I would go first. Yeah. Okay,
Okay, he
go.
goes.
Let's go.
Nice.
Who is better, सहज और अर्षद भाई? मतलब we're very close. Yeah. I think 19-20 का फर्क. I don't think anyone. I mean, I think we're both basically the same.
क्या था सेम? एक ही बंदा है क्या?
I mean, same strength, भाई.
स्ट्रेंथ.
Oh, that's a mistake.
No, let's go bishop 3. Come on, Carlson.
अरे
Put
अरे
that
भाई भाई
bishop on
भाई.
H3.
क्या बात है
Attack the
भाई साहिल
rook.
भाई, मजा तो आ
And
गया
then
आपको.
भाई मुझे कोई मजा नहीं आ रहा है भाई.
But by the way, this is the first chance, the first real chance that Fabi has given Magnus. Yeah. So far, Magnus was not better
And
anywhere.
it's not even like a chance. Yeah, I mean it's just like a slightly better
I mean,
position.
it's a better position. That's the first chance. Yeah.
हाँ.
Like, यहाँ से you can
हाँ.
squeeze technically. If he goes bishop h3, that is.
Hmm. Come on, Magnus. Bishop h3. Don't trade the bishops. But tough to play bishop h3, no? Like.
I think it's not really, because the idea of bishop h3 is I want to go bishop h4 and bishop f5. So if you go rook h1, bishop h4, and the point is you cannot take rook h3 because bishop e1 is hanging.
Ooh.
So from that angle, I don't know, bishop h3. It's a move that you can very easily miss as white, because you're only
हाँ.
thinking about bishop takes bishop, and okay, then it's very hard to win. But if Magnus feels something here, he feels that bishop h3 and he sees the idea, then I think Magnus could take over.
Why, of course he will, yeah. I mean, he has time on the clock, decent enough time to calculate this. He's ahead on the clock. And he knows how important the bishop 5 move is. White has literally played his knight there to stop that. So, okay, White is trying to stop my bishop getting to f5. How can I get my bishop to f5?
And bishop h4 directly is bad, because then bishop g4 and the e1 bishop is defended. That's why rook ko pehle lana hai. That's why bishop h3 is important, taki you take it with the rook and you leave the bishop. Very small nuance, but it's what makes all the difference.
Chad, by the way, which board angle do you prefer? Okay. Which scene is better? Full
जहां पे अर्जुन
camera
जीतता है.
plus smaller board or full board
Oh
plus
यार, he goes
smaller
bishop
camera?
d1.
अरे क्या मैग्नस, क्या
भाई अब
बोर्ड
कासल
बनेगा रे
खेलना है
तू?
मैग्नस को. दैट्स नॉट इजी.
अरे भाई कैसल इज इम्पॉसिबल.
ऐसा लग रहा है मेट हो रही है उधर यार.
भाई ये क्या है भाई? साज भाई मैंने कहा था, साज भाई अगर मैग्नस ये गेम हार गया ना तो माइन लग जाएगी.
भाई ये सनी देओल कहाँ से आ गया भाई.
भाई बॉर्डर 2 आ सकते हो, सनी देओल क्यों नहीं आ सकता?
Okay. Castle is ridiculously difficult by the way here. You can
That's
go with rook
impossible.
h1, knight h6 से बच रहा है सब कुछ. Maybe actually. It's not that
But
difficult.
if you don't find bishop h3, I think you're not going to find castles. I
I
mean,
mean, what else
castles,
do you play? You have to castle somewhere. So
maybe queen d6.
unless he's planning, oh, but problem is bishop h4 के बाद आप castle नहीं कर सकते भाई. I think Magnus wanted to do that, but the king bishop is blocking. Illegal होगी castling तब.
Why? I thought knight d6, but knight d6 पे knight g6 is just winning, apparently. It's resigns.
Hmm.
Wow. And look at this. If you play knight d6, knight g6, rook g8, let's say, f5. And if bishop आ रहा है भाई इधर.
VF5 rook f5 क्या? Rook f5
Hey,
yeah, winning.
exactly. Rook f5. Crazy.
GG. Magnus says, by the way, 5 minutes on the clock. He has to find short castle. भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, I think he was thinking takes and short castle, and but short castle possible नहीं है. It could be a possibility. I'm telling you.
ये castles तो मेरी सांस में सांस आएगी थोड़ी सी.
4 minutes. Does not Magnus doesn't seem comfortable here. I don't know. Like body language doesn't feel comfortable.
Hmm. The other move from short castle is queen d6, but that's not easy because that's the square your knight needs at some point, ideally. Also, like queen d6, what's the idea of queen d6 apart from connecting the rooks? Like you still have not solved the problem of castling. Maybe king b8 चल रहा तो like queen
Hmm.
d6, rook c1 check, king b8 is then what you're going for. But you can't ever move the rook, right? Because a5 pawn hanging here.
But he was bhai, oh, that's a blunder. Bhai, rook c1 check in. Fabi is completely winning.
भाई क्वीन देनी पड़ेगी रुक c1 चेक पे. भाई क्वीन देनी पड़ेगी रुक c1 चेक पे. सहज भाई डर लग रहा है क्या?
हाँ भाई, अब तो लग रहा है भाई 100%.
Because
भाई
if
मैं बोल
Magnus
रहा था
loses
वो
this, it's
बिशप h4
over.
देख रहा है यार, तब से आई वाज टेलिंग यू.
सहज भाई मतलब एक तो ना गलती हमारे प्रोड्यूसर की है. कॉल बहुत जल्दी चालू कर लेता है. गलती उसी की है.
भाई रुक
आई थिंक
c1
वी शुड.
ब्लंडर हुआ मैग्नस से भाई, क्लियर ब्लंडर दिस इज. इफ ही फाइंड्स दिस, फाबी इज विनिंग.
Wow. That would be an insane win for Fabi, by the way, because look at Magnus. Did you see that eyebrow
Yeah.
lift from Magnus? Oh, wow. It's over, yeah? It's completely over for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he completely missed rook c1 check. What a blunder.
भाई किंग d6 आना पड़ेगा.
ये तो गई भाई पोजीशन. आई थिंक दिस इज लॉस्ट.
भाई गलती मेरी है भाई, गलती मेरी है एक्चुअल में.
हाँ भाई, यू एंड मी
अरे
बोथ.
यार मैंने कहा था भाई. भाई साहब जब 5 बजे सो जाना चाहिए. जब रात के 10 बजते हैं ना, इट बिकम्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. 5 बजे सो के दुख नहीं है भाई. मगर पार्टी करनी थी भाई लोगों को. बट एनीवेज भाई अब क्या करें, अब कोई चांस है क्या?
Right, it's dead lost. I think. Check here, bishop
Damn.
h4 is. You can technically give a couple of checks, c5, repeat your order, and then eventually you take on h4, and that's it. Bishop g3 and f5 check. It's lost. Why it's lost? Oh, played. Let's go.
Wow,
Wow.
Magnus destroyed, yeah, completely. That was a horrific blunder though, like unimaginable.
Yep, now there's multiple moves. Bishop h4, queen c5, everything looks very good. Wow, this would mean Magnus has to win on demand the last game to force Armageddon.
Why he might even likely do it, yeah, knowing Magnus.
You
But
don't know this why it's difficult. सबके लिए difficult होता है भाई must win situations at the end.
but how bad is this? So just to understand, let's
It's
say I
lost.
pick up the bishop now on
Your most
h4.
active piece right now is your king. That's how bad it is.
No, but okay, so let's say I play rook c8. How are you finishing black off?
King D2.
King D2.
Basically, keep control of the C file. You give one check to the king, it's a mate. One check.
One check आ नहीं रहा है साज भाई लेकिन.
अरे भाई,
Lucy
E4,
played.
E5 is possible, F5 is possible, Bishop G3 check is there. It's dead loss, bhai. It's gone. Okay, if Fabi was playing on seconds, okay, you could argue, ठीक है, उतना easy नहीं है, but
E4 is a big mistake, by the way.
what exactly was the point of Bishop H4? Bhai, I think he wanted to go into the endgame. Like I think ideally Magnus was thinking, okay, it's in some way if White goes Bishop H4, for example, I have technically a good knight. White has a bad bishop because ये तीनों pawns dark squares पे हैं. तो अगर ये queen straight हो जाती है यहाँ पे, तो it's black who is pushing here. That was the thought process behind Bishop H4. He just missed ke White doesn't have to capture back. He can give a check. And this intermezzo is what he missed in the game.
Wow.
Apparently, King E2 is bad though for some reason. Why is King E2 bad? Oh, King E2, Queen A7, and Magnus is not losing anymore. King D2, he is completely lost.
But okay, I think looking at, but okay, it could go wrong, yeah, because you think E2 should be better because maybe Queen A6 hai though. Queen A7, Queen A6, so he will not go King
Yeah.
E2, I feel. So King D2 ही जाएंगे वो. Although F5 is also winning, apparently. F5 feels so logical. Bishop G3 check आ रहा है भाई. Why would I not play F5?
Yeah,
Like
that's also
F5
true.
is just over, no? F5. What do you even do as black? I don't see a move.
King
Oh,
D2,
he
भाई,
plays King D2.
clinical.
Wow. भाई
F5
फैबी
next
को
move
क्या
में.
हो गया भाई?
Tej,
Apparently
why
the
is there
best
any
move.
chance to fumble this? I think there is always a chance to fumble a game, but very unlikely.
Apparently the best move is now knight h6. And look at this. Knight h6, rook c8, queen c8, and simply rook c1. And
GG.
unfortunately, I think you have to give up the queen now. It's over. Simple chess, two moves.
Yeah, these pieces never came out. भाई थोड़े उदास हो रहे हो आप, लग रहा है सर.
बस भाई ढूंढ रहा हूँ अनफ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट का वो बटन आता है ना, वो फेसबुक काफी टाइम से खोला नहीं है एक्चुअली यार. facebook.com अनफ्रेंड कैसे करते हैं किसी को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
पता चले फ्रेंड्स ही नहीं है वहां पे.
मैंने है भाई, बहुत है, बट मिल नहीं रहा मुझे.
Crazy seeing Magnus losing WC before GTS. Okay, but the match is not over for sure because there is still game 4 and Fabi is going to be black and Magnus is in a must win. So that he's not going to make it easy. That's for sure. Wow, if I played, let's go.
You know what I learned, Saj bhai? It's आज के पूरे दिन से, looking at Arjun play, looking at Magnus play, the one thing I learned.
Yeah.
Any guesses?
या तो win है या तो learn है. Is that what you learned? Yeah.
नहीं, एक्चुअली द वन थिंग आई लर्नड इज अपनी बीवी की हमेशा सुननी चाहिए भाई. आज के
उन्होंने
बाद मैं
मना
सिर्फ और
किया
सिर्फ
था
अपनी
आपको.
बीवी, आज के बाद मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ लाइफ में अपनी बीवी की सुनूंगा भाई. आज के बाद जो कुछ भी बोले, नहीं भाई, बीवी जी ने ये बोला है. आई थिंक दैट्स द लेसन आई विल टेक होम टुडे एंड ऑलवेज रिमेंबर.
Unless Magnus wins the next match. But
नहीं,
you'll
बट
see.
अगेन दैट डजंट चेंज नो भाई. हो गया.
Hmm.
सो बीवी बेस्ट है भाई. शादी कर लो तुम भी
Yeah,
जाके.
that's true.
Okay, now rook c4 apparently is best. But okay, I mean, can't be serious. Magnus might just resign even. Beautiful play by Caruana. साहिल भाई, on the same page. But तुम तो खुद बीवी हो किसी की
भाई
भाई,
आप ही का
तुम्हारे
ये
नाम में तो ये लिखा है.
ऑल्ट अकाउंट लग रहा है ये तो।
हाँ, तुम तो खुद किसी की बीवी हो भाई. शादी होने के बाद नहीं भाई, कमेंट्री करने का होता है. सरप्राइजिंगली इवन आई एम
So,
शॉक्ड.
chat and Sahil, my question for both of you: do you think this match, okay, considering that Fabi is going to win this, let's just uh, this is a hypothetical, but let's just say, do you think this match is going into Armageddon, or do you think Fabi finishes it off in game 4?
100% I'm getting 100%.
100%, क्या बात है भाई?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And chat, what do you think?
I think I'm going to Jaiga because Magnus, I mean, it's Magnus. Yeah. I mean, sometimes, always he finds a way. We've always thought कि भाई अब नहीं होगा, अब नहीं होगा, but he always finds a way. हमेशा.
A lot of people are saying Fabi win, yeah? Crazy. By the way, a minute for Fabi. He has, I mean, it's completely winning, but still needs to deliver that final move.
Okay, rook c4. You can take. Apparently, you have like multiple moves. fe6 also looks very logical actually.
Yeah,
King को बिल्कुल
fe6, the
open.
idea is, oh, that's
हाँ,
what he goes
played.
for, by the way. But king e6 के बाद, you have to go queen d3, queen g6, completely on the other side of the board.
But very logical, no? Like, मतलब, it's not even very, very logical actually. In fact, the second best move after king e6 is knight e5, giving up the knight.
Okay, but I mean,
That
what else
that
can you do? Yeah, pawn mar raha hai, so you have to capture or you
yeah,
give
तो
up
कुछ
something, no?
knight d8 होगा, but नहीं,
Then
knight
e7 is
e5.
losing. By
Queen
knight
a3 is
d8, queen a3. I think queen e7 is
wow.
mate.
I king c6.
वाह वाह.
पब्लिक में आके खेलेंगे भाई, पब्लिक में.
25
Who
seconds
knows?
for
Fabi
Magnus.
might be a good point, Mr. Pawn 64 chess fighty. Fabi might be world champion in 2 formats this year.
Yeah, very much possible. He takes on e6. Ooh, rook c4. Okay.
Slight error by Magnus actually. Now dc4 मारना है. Wait, queen c4 पे queen c4 is the best move. Okay, he allows the queen. Is the
d5
endgame
check
really
में
that
knight मर रहा
lost?
है ना भाई.
Is the queen endgame really that lost? Like the bishop knight versus rook endgame?
Bishop knight versus rook. What do you mean? Queen c4 में भाई d5 check में f7 मर रहा था ना. Rook bishop versus rook knight.
अच्छा हाँ, right. Okay, fair. My bad. Yes, c3
Okay.
check.
Some hope for activity. Knight d6. He's still like king e6 पे queen a6 पे rook a8 पे. Can't make this up. If Magnus saves this, Sahil bhai, then I think he's
हाँ
going to win in the fourth match because this will be a huge blow for Fabi
भाई,
for sure.
मैं
Will
अपने
be
दोस्त को
very hard to
पप्पी
recover from
पप्पी दे
this.
दूंगा भाई उस दोस्त को मैं, अगर ऐसा हो गया तो. लेकिन अगर हार गया
It
तो उसको मैं.
doesn't feel like it's over yet. Like, okay, a few moves ago I would have said it
हाँ.
differently. By the way, आपका camera Sahil bhai.
हाँ, वो कर दिया ऑन मैंने अभी जस्ट. No, I think queen g4 check looks deadly. You're supposed to play king d5, which I mean is insane. If Magnus saves this, then I think we should, like everybody else, should just give up chess and just
Just bow down to
um,
his greatness if he
no,
saves
yeah,
this.
just announce Magnus as the winner of every event, because I mean this is just an insane position, and if he can defend this, he can defend anything. Like, like you wouldn't expect Stockfish to defend this against Fabi. You look at this position, like Stockfish
Okay,
खेल रहा है.
Stockfish is for sure defending this against Fabi. Just like,
No, but like you wouldn't, yeah. King on d5, like first impression. We know the evaluation right now, it's +4. But if we didn't know the evaluation, we saw the king on d5, we would say, okay, I mean, Stockfish should not be able to defend this.
ooh, rook f4. He wants to play e4 check. Apparently not the best because e4 पे king c6 and the king is safe. So Fabi is a pawn up right now. That's what he's banking on.
Queen f3 check आ रहा है, लेकिन I think.
तब king e6.
And rook e4 check is winning apparently.
Queen f3, king e6 and rook e4 right now.
Yes, rook e4 seems to be winning
Oh,
actually.
rook e4 is
Queen
very,
s3 check is
very...
also winning, but rook e4 is the idea. basically, and it's just plus completely lost.
20 seconds though for Fabi. Oh, queen g2 check he plays. He wants to go queen g6 check at the right moment.
But queen g6 should be a mistake, I think. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. Queen
h3
h3
is
repeats
gaining some
again.
time.
Okay, there is no way Magnus defends this. Yeah, I think if he defends this, and I think हमें
Bhai,
अपना
what is
नाम
this?
change कर लेना चाहिए साज भाई.
Queen h1 check,
It's
bhai.
just-
Queen h3 and then
By the way, only move queen h3 check now. Otherwise, Magnus is back. So of course, Fabi will not mess
but
this
okay,
up
he
like
played
this.
queen h1 just to repeat, I guess.
Wait, what?
No ways. You're
Bhai,
kidding me right
g5.
now.
Okay, there's no way Magnus
You're
finds it. Yeah, I mean
joking
there
me.
is no way. G5 is just draw.
Bhai, if Magnus on G, I mean, goat, bhai. No debate after this. What is
There
this,
is
bhai?
no way on
Ridiculous.
earth Magnus defends this. There is no way on earth Magnus defended this. Sahaj bhai.
Oh, bhai, king d7. Okay, still
Arey, mistake. But
still
it's
good
still
though. I
plus
think
0.8. And queen
bhai is
b3 is
not.
the best move. He will not play queen b3.
Bhai, queen b1. Shocking, yeah. I think he was defending the a2 pawn, but okay, like now he's back, yeah. 10 seconds also for
Okay,
Fabi. So he
chat.
could. He's right now. He's a bit. I mean, he's not in the right
I
frame of mind for sure. Look at this
promise
e4.
you,
Bhai, can
अगर
Magnus win this?
अगर मैग्नस ने ये होल्ड भी कर लिया एंड ही गोज ऑन सॉर्ट ऑफ गोज ऑन इफ ही ड्रॉज दिस भाई मैं
नहीं
मैग्नस की
मैग्नस
फोटो
जीतेगा भाई.
लगाऊंगा यहाँ पीछे रखूंगा भाई और उसकी जैसे प्रणाम करूंगा भाई अगली सुबह जब वो आएगी 100% प्रॉमिस यू विल सी इट हियर इन वन स्ट्रीम मैं अभी के अभी बोल रहा हूं इफ मैग्नस ड्रॉज दिस और विंस दिस आई एम गोना पुट अ मैग्नस फोटो देयर लाइक अ हार और समथिंग ऑन इट आई डोंट नो इट्स इनसेन
Bhai, look at this. G5 is still working. Rook G4 and Rook F8. And it is Fabi who has to, play accurately to survive.
बट g5 he won't find though oh
Bhai, he did.
fine and now rook f8 only move but rook f8 is
Queen
very
E6 also
logical.
works. Queen E6 also works.
But only two moves now. It's risky. Yeah, it's not easy. Rook
Bhai,
f8 and
but कहीं ना कहीं Magnus सोच रहा है भाई, wait a second, मैं अब जीत सकता हूँ ये. I'm telling you, he's thinking this. As black,
okay,
you are
rook
wanting to
f8,
win
but
this
rook
now.
g5 looks scary, Saj. I don't know. Like, what's the black side is rook f3, which is not easy to find. Rook f8, rook f3.
I played.
क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? मैं कहेगा चेस का कोई और मिला नहीं क्या भाई? क्या है भाई ये कमेंट्री भाई? जो बोल रहा हूँ नहीं कैसे खेल रहा है बंदा यार? And only
Ridiculous.
two moves now for Fabi. Or he's lost. Rook g.
Bhai, lost.
What? What? What did I just see? That is impossible. I cannot believe it. What?
Bhai, let's bow down. What did we just witness? This is ridiculous.
It's
Bhai,
mate in
12.
11.
Queen
It's
G2.
mate in 11 after queen just plays it.
Oh. Bhai. And he resigns.
Wow. भाई हमारे कैमरा लगा दो भाई bow down to the greatest player of all time भाई what a player man what a freaking how did he save that how did he save that
भाई वो जो बीवी वाला कमेंट था वो एक बार रिविजिट करना है या नहीं एक बार
भाई मुझे पहले डाइजेस्ट करने दो भाई ये इंफॉर्मेशन I
My
cannot
God.
believe what I just saw in the last 10 minutes last 5 minutes I'm sorry like
So-
it's insane he won
Chat,
that
if you are
game.
just tuning in, like world number 2 versus world number 1 is going on. World number 2 was +5, like completely winning, and somehow had more time on the clock, and somehow the person with +5 lost the, like lost the match. Repetition भी था आपके पास.
Bhai, I cannot believe what I've just seen. This is unbelievable. Saj bhai, this happened twice. I said there is no way he finds g5, g5. There is no way he finds rook f8.
Unbelievable, yeah. Unbelievable how he won this. Ridiculous.
Okay,
bhai.
I think we have solved the debate of who is the GOAT. I think we
Yeah.
have seen enough. I think we have seen enough. I think we've seen
चैट
enough.
ये टाइम स्टैम्प नोट कर लेना पिछले 10 मिनट में जो हुआ. कोई पूछेगा आपसे चेस का गोट कौन है, प्लीज शो देम दिस क्लिप ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंड. It's gonna be super important
Wow.
in the near future because it was Fabi. It was against world number 2, literally.
Wow. Wow. What a match. Hi.
आज सब देख लिया भाई.
आज आज सब देख लिया भाई.
आज
This is where it perfectly fits.
कोटा खत्म हो गया भाई. आज सबका दुनिया देख लिया आज भाई. क्रेजी. तो moral of the
Wow.
story is कि बीवी की बात सुननी चाहिए या नहीं साहिल भाई. Tell me this. What do you
बीवी
think?
की सुन सकते हो if Carlsen is back.
अगर मैग्नस है तो नहीं, नहीं
Ah,
तो नहीं
then
तो
you can
सुननी
listen.
चाहिए.
Then you can counter her. But in any other case, Vivi ki suno bhai. So if you're backing Magnus, then yes, you can counter with, bhai sahab.
Ridiculous. By the way, we do have one more match
भाई
remaining.
भाई क्या देखिए ये गेम भाई, ये क्या एंड गेम है भाई, ये वो मुझे वापस देखना है भाई. वो ना ऐसे होता है ना. चैट, हैव यू एक्सपीरियंस दिस? यू सी लाइक अ क्रेजी मूवी लाइक इंटरस्टेलर या आई डोंट नो सम क्रेजी थ्रिलर जहां पे 4 विलन है, 50 ट्विस्ट है. यू वांट टू एक्सपीरियंस वॉचिंग इट अगेन फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. आई वांट टू डू दिस फॉर दिस गेम. आई कांट डू इट. आई कांट एक्सपीरियंस इट अगेन इन इट्स रॉ फॉर्म. इट्स सैड.
Yeah, I can feel that. Because it's like you've seen everything at this point. Literally, by chat,
Wow.
like, what is a guy supposed to like? What are you supposed to do to beat Magnus? Yeah, at this point, what are you like? You do everything right, and still it doesn't work. By the way, that's a
I'm
mistake by
still in
Vincent.
shock.
Golden opportunity missed by Vincent. By the way, he was winning, and now it's a draw.
Yeah, Saj bhai, I'm so traumatized by this opposite Rishabh endgame bhai. इसमें दिमाग में आ ही नहीं रहा कुछ. I'm just still thinking about what just happened. Wow.
By
Wow.
also this
Wow.
this effectively means like, I mean, you okay, of course it's Fabi, it's world number 2, but it's not humanly possible to get your thoughts back, get yourself back into the zone where you were, knowing you were completely winning, knowing that you had a draw, it was a repetition, knowing that you had everything going for you and you lost, and now you have to beat Magnus with black. Like I think the match is over basically.
And we already discussed this. Fabi had this issue of going on a tilt, yeah, after losing. And after, okay, I mean, you wouldn't blame Fabi, yeah? I mean, I'm still, we'll discuss if AI has consciousness or not. Like, this is a debate, right? If it can feel or if it's just imitating consciousness. If Stockfish lost like that, that's one way to create consciousness, yeah? Like it will
हाँ,
start feeling things
स्टॉकफिश
for the
रोएगा यहाँ
first
पे
time.
बुरी तरह. स्टॉकफिश रोएगा भाई.
भाई साहब.
भाई एक सेकंड. Can Nodirbek win this with black? Are
यार ये
you
कुछ
going to see a
मेड
repeat? By
पॉसिबल भाई.
d4, c5, both are hanging. They are connected pawns.
King g6, bishop d4, f5. You can't take on c5 though, I think.
Actually,
Bishop
bishop
d7
d7, so
and
you'll
देखो
take
c6.
this. Yeah,
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 so
yeah.
it's a draw, I think. But yeah, this is crazy, man. What a game. टिक्कू को नोबल, बारे भाई मुझे क्या, मैं तो ऑलरेडी नोबल फील कर रहा हूँ भाई. I mean, the thing I've witnessed is just, I, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what, I have no
Like
words, bhai. I
top
have no
three
words.
commentary moments for like top three game moments for sure, but top three comment as a
But
commentator for me for
the
sure.
thing is, only
Unbelievable.
reason why it's number 3 is because we, of course, are hardcore Indian chess fans, and you will put Gokesh's World Championship match first and Olympiad victory first, yeah, whatever it is. But as a chess fan, pure, just game fan, right? I mean, this was like the best.
Peak.
This was the
Peak.
best ever, at least in recent memory. I mean, wow. You wouldn't blame Fabi. Bro, I mean, he did everything. He literally had, I mean, he found Rook C1. He literally destroyed Magnus with perfect play. And then Magnus just kept coming up with these resources somehow, like ways to complicate matters. +6 tha bhai, well, +6 is basically 6 extra pawns for Fabi, or a rook and a pawn, or a knight and a bishop, or 2 bishops extra. That's the eval that he had.
While I mean, computer was suggesting queen sack kar do. Like that's the best way. You remember that. So
Yeah. And koi kare
yeah,
Queen H3 was
defense
not
wins
difficult.
championships.
But he had played Queen H3 twice. He couldn't find the follow-up Rook E4 check. That was the move he had to find. And he had to find Rook E4 check, sacrificing the Rook for the knight, which is not easy to find when you have 10 seconds. And this is a draw. But honestly, Sahaj bhai, we have witnessed something which is insane. And now you have to back Magnus. Yeah, like he's gonna
Of
win this
course,
one.
like
What a crazy match.
but I think वो match. I mean, from this moment, I wouldn't be surprised fourth match. I mean, if Magnus wins like very quickly, like because it's very difficult from Fabi's perspective to bounce back, knowing that you had
Wow.
everything. You are thinking, भाई draw ही ले लेता यार कम से कम. You know, like at least you were repeating King E6, King D5. कितनी बार it was just repeating. You're thinking to yourself, okay, let me just take the draw. And now you're reliving those moments. It's impossible for Fabio to make a comeback now. Why? It's crazy.
Wow. भाई फैबी ने कमबैक किया ना. लाइक आई थिंक फैबी की भी फोटो आनी पड़ेगी. एंड एज प्रॉमिस भाई, आई एम गोना राइट डाउन अ नोटिफिकेशन. आई एम गोना गेट अ मैग्नस पिक्चर. भाई हाथ डालना गलत नहीं लगेगा फोटो पे. आई डोंट नो. आई एम गोना राइट डाउन अ नोटिफिकेशन, गेट अ मैग्नस कस्टम पिक मेड भाई. रुको,
हाँ
अगले
भाई,
हफ्ते के लिए.
उस पे माला प्राग
माला नहीं, मे
मास्टर्स
बी आई
पे
डोंट
होना
नो.
चाहिए भाई.
माला नहीं, I don't know how do you respect somebody, yeah? Somebody who's alive without a I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll find a way भाई. ये तो
Put a
करना
हार
पड़ेगा भाई.
या something, I don't know.
प्राग मास्टर से फोटो यहाँ पे होगी भाई, देख लेना तुम लोग.
हार मत डालो, बस फोटो ले लो. या that's good. मेडोय तो बनता है भाई. Did Sindarov win? No, actually, Sindarov lost his match against Levon Aronian. It was an Armageddon match, and he was playing with the black pieces, so he had to hold a draw at the very least. But Levon won that match very quickly. So Levon finished seventh, and Sindarov is unfortunately going to be at the last place in this event. And then Arjun is sixth, and Hans is fifth. And so far, looks like Norderbeck is going to be third, and Vincent is going to be fourth. But of course, one more match is still remaining. But let's see what happens. I think Armageddon में एक भी मैच नहीं जा रहा भाई.
Wow. Yeah, maybe आप ब्रेक लेना भूल ही गए आज भाई. We are so excited for the first time. We have no clue. हम बोले ही जा रहे हैं भाई, गेम कब की खत्म हो चुकी है. So chat, we're going to take a very short break, 5-minute break, 7-minute break. I don't know, to just calm our nerves, and we're going to be back on the other side with the final game. Will Fabi, kind of create a comeback out of thin air? We're going to know pretty soon, and we're going to know the name of the world champion on the other side of this break. See you soon on the other side. we are back after that break. Sahaj bhai, we've experienced something which is just breathtaking. Yeah, I think is the correct word. Matlab, it was just crazy to watch. And I can't believe what Magnus is feeling right now, but it must be a sense of, wow, I'm invincible.
Yeah, I think so. Matlab, if you come back from that, you feel basically you're unbeatable. Yeah, basically. But yeah, feel for Fabi. Of course, he had the win in his hand. He would have loved to beat Magnus, I think, in a world championship. Of course, that's long term due for Fabi, but it's and he had the win. Yeah, he had the draw as well. I mean, I think that draw is kind of hurting me more. कि वो repetition तो
uh,
at least half के पास.
Yeah, but I think you will never take a draw in that situation. I think
Yeah,
no human can. You know you are completely winning. Samne Magnus hai. It's a world championship match. You also feel the same that, like as a player, Fabi must have felt the same that you are feeling. Like, if you can't win this, then what will you win? So, I mean, Fab, you can't really blame him for going all in. And of course, like losing that game was just so heartbreaking. And now Magnus, um, of course, like, especially as we know from playing tournaments, Ajbhai, ki when you win such a lost game, I mean, you are just in great form, yeah, after that for a while. So,
yeah.
Magnus, I would expect him to win this one as well now. Chad, what's your expectations? Welcome back.
I mean, I think it's more on Fabi because I think it's very difficult, nearly impossible to kind of get your thoughts together. And of course, it's very difficult to beat Magnus as it is with Black in any format that is. But coming back from that is very, very difficult. I feel like match almost khatam ho hi gaya hai.
Yeah. Wow. And Magnus
Chad, do you want a
Carlsen,
Fabi comeback after all of this? I see a message, but how many of you want a Fabi comeback now?
I know one person in the chat who wants it really badly, Sajbhai.
एक तो है, एक तो होगा भाई.
एक तो होगा, I think. But I still kind of feel ki like it would be epic to see a comeback, but humanly. I mean, look at Fabi. He's like looking towards the right. भाई मैं क्या करूं?
Hmm.
क्या करूं मैं आखिर कि मैं जीत पाऊं? But Magnus, white pieces after that when leading, I think is the clear favorite now. All he needs is a draw. Of course, draws are not easy in these freestyle positions, but I mean, if you survive that, you're the favorite. Of course, Magnus has to be careful not to relax too much. The match isn't over. Fabi will come at him with everything he has because draw doesn't cut it for him. So yeah, it's still going to be a tough match, and adjusting all his pieces, Sahaj bhai, it's going to be fun to see this finale.
Absolutely. And we were looking from the white side, and Magnus was considering e4, but I think Fabi from the black side, they were looking at f4, g3 type of ideas. So Magnus thinking right now on the first move itself, which I think makes sense. And e4 is very good here. Best
Yeah,
by test.
E4 is quite apparently the best move, which is not something I thought. I thought F4 would be best because Bishop Queen khul rahe hain fir se, feels very logical. Um, I think E4, of course, usually central breaks will not be bad. Also, my engines say E4 is best, F4 is second best. Okay, chalo, not that wrong. But C3 is third best. So also, uh, but C3 के बाद F4 ही खेलना है, तो I'm not sure what Magnus will choose. Let's see.
By the way, in the Norderbeck versus Vincent game, जहाँ पे Vincent is in a must-win situation, so same as Fabi, he's in a must-win situation. वहाँ पे भी same हुआ है e4 and he has gone f5 and already Norderbeck has a pretty good advantage after pawn takes pawn.
Wow.
So
So
e4 is
chat.
working.
So e4 अगर खेला है white ने, very likely Magnus will also play it, and apparently after e4 the top three moves for black are c6, which okay does look logical, e5 also logical, and third base is a5. Okay, that's not going to happen. So I think e5 maybe we can expect from a player like solid player like Fabi, but on the other hand Fabi needs to win, Sahaj. So maybe that will certainly also the nerves of what he's experienced might just tilt him a bit now.
Yep. And by the way, Magnus does not go for e4. He has gone for f4. So, and
Hey, Maggie,
f5.
Maggie, Maggie, nice.
This is what Fabi had also looked at. I believe they were looking at f4, d5. Some I saw the pawns were on c6, d5, and f5. But f4 was not the best by Magnus, by the way. It was e4 actually.
Yeah,
So Nordirbeck
not
played the better first move
yeah, and now
overall.
he plays c3, opens up the bishop towards the f5 pawn. So some pressure, nice move. So basically, एक और Stonewall की तरफ बनने के chances, Sahaj, very very high.
Hmm.
वो e4 square फिर
Correct.
से
And
weak हो सकता
also
है.
he's planning e4 at the right moment. Maybe knight can
Yeah,
jump to g3. He can play e4.
you know, आपने शब्द छीन दिया है because knights ना e4 के लिए बढ़िया prepared है. Knight g3, knight f2. अच्छा सहज भाई डिफरेंट हो गए. ओ बढ़िया. बेसिकली साज भाई वाज सेइंग e4 has 2 because knight g3 आ रहा है, knight f2 आ रहा है, d3 e4 या h3 g4. लाइक ये e4 मूव के लिए I think the pieces are very well set up. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I think I got disconnected there. Is the board back? So yeah, I was saying at some point he's gonna go knight g3 and e4, and I think that's probably the best. But yeah, Magnus just
Yeah,
has to remain solid now.
yeah, has to remain solid. By the way, question by Ample Panda. Saj, you think the candidates is the very, very last chance for Fabi Hikaru at World Championship?
Not necessarily. Maybe like second last. Because the next candidates also they can play. I
Hmm.
mean, unlikely it's their last one though.
Fabi के लिए तो बिल्कुल नहीं. Fabi
Hmm.
definitely will play at least two more. Hikaru ka maybe there's a lower chance, but even then, like he would play one more
Karu,
if
I think, is in the same boat.
but Fabi is, he plays a lot of classical chess, right? Hikaru doesn't play as much, so maybe his chances to qualify are always limited, right? It's either rating or it's World Cup or Grand Swiss. It's only these three ways. So rating spot तो है ही नहीं अगली बार से जहां तक मुझे आइडिया है, right? They took that out. So
Hmm.
Hikaru का qualify करना मुश्किल हो जाएगा. That's the only thing. Fabi will likely qualify. By the way, A5 played, and now
And now
E4
look
के
at
बाद
this.
Magnus already huge edge.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. It's very, very difficult to make a comeback after a game like that. And whether you take with the knight, or I'm guessing the knight is superior. He takes with the knight, of course. Bishop e4 was also pretty promising. Knight goes to e3, pawn goes to d4, and okay, great position for Magnus already.
And did you notice कैसे पहले तीन गेम में Fabi even spent 5 minutes for the first move, even though he had white. He would think for longer, but suddenly we have already played 5 moves on the board and we've like only taken 1 minute or 1.5 minutes each. So the patience is crumbling, Saj. Wahi jo patience was helping Fabi in the first three games. I hope he's able to maintain that. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick end to the match.
Yeah, could be. Right now,
Saj
this
bhai,
is not a good direction. By a5, it just feels like a waste of a move right now because the entire
yeah,
tension is in the center.
yeah. Sarve, don't go back on your promise of Magnus frame. Nahi bhai, I have written a notification on my calendar for it for next week. Next week क्या मतलब कल से ही चालू है next week, but I've written it, so I will order it. And Prague Masters में किसी ना किसी दिन तक ideally day one, but during some day we will have a Magnus photo behind me भाई, because बनता है भाई, क्या ही बंदा है यार.
I can't believe what I just witnessed. That was insane.
And now Fabi taking a pause correctly actually to figure out what's the best plan. I think he should have taken this pause earlier, in fact, because now he's already slightly worse. Vice position is so nice, yeah. I mean, oof, knight f7, nice move. But
Now,
maybe d4 looks very logical to me, preventing e5 ideas. I mean,
e5 से I mean मेरा ही फायदा होगा I think अभी तो. I would personally go for knight e3. Just get the knights out, bishop to c2, go for long castle maybe at some
hmm,
point. Oops,
hmm.
sorry, that's my move. That's not what Magnus played. Yeah, it's +1 already. Why? This is already you can see the dynamic of the match has changed. Yeah, in the first three games, I mean, +1 advantage was a dream. Magnus को कहीं chance नहीं मिला था ये.
True. And जब मिला तो उन्होंने पकड़ लिया. That's what matters. And फिर मौका ही नहीं दिया भाई. Like when he was under pressure, he was at his full focus, right? And when he's at his full focus, that was Magnus A level game, yeah. Like those A Magnus playing.
S
Like
tier
how
भाई,
he,
S tier.
at his best. And that's when he absolutely, like, he never ever gives up. And if people talk about, let's say, if Gukesh played a world championship match against Magnus, Imagine doing that and him surviving that. That's the end of the world championship match, yeah?
I
I
mean,
mean,
that's what Gukesh technically did against Magnus also, no? Technically, it was the same. I mean, Magnus was also
yeah,
minus
yeah,
five
yeah.
in
Yeah,
that game.
yeah, but I think Magnus Kill, like, it's like the point
It's
is like, it's
rare.
like, yeah, I don't know, man. This is insane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
जो भी
Magnus
देखा.
Kele, it's very rare also to lose like that. Like I think it does happen
हाँ,
to
that's
everyone,
true.
but I think to Magnus, only Gukesh
That's
was
true.
able to do that to Magnus. Only Gukesh.
That's true. True. And 93, by the way, on the board.
Yeah, and now Fabi taking his time. Apparently, knight h6 is a good move, which is something I would not consider in a million years. Like I want to play knight c6, but then my pawn can never move, and this bishop is going to be bad forever. If I play c6, and the knight is not super active either. Plus, the
I
b6 square becomes weak, so bit of a problem for Fabi.
This is tough. Black की best three moves अगर आप देखो, it tells you situation. Best is a4, which is either doing a lot of nothing. Then second best is knight h6, and both of these moves are moving the same developed piece twice, so they look
Hmm.
very unlikely to me. And third best is c6, the move you mentioned as a problem. So I mean, this is not really working out well for Fabi now.
I think c6, like I don't know, optically I don't like it because b6 square is left for me. I can go knight c4, knight b6 always, and that just looks
Yeah,
scary.
yeah, agreed.
Also, remember ke Fabi, even if it means ke Fabi accepts a worse position, he should try to not exchange pieces. Because endgame mein, agar, of course, for Magnus, it's very easy to force a draw. So even if you get into a worse position, you have to keep all the pieces on the board. That's why I don't like c6.
True. Will Mukesh retain his title? I think it depends on who qualifies. It's very hard to say. Also, how is his form during that time matters. Like I think in his current form, if Fabi were to qualify, by the way, a4 played by Fabi, yeah, best move.
Nice.
In his current form, if Fabi were to qualify, I would say maybe Fabi is a slight favorite, yeah. So it depends. I think it's very tough to answer how Mukesh is going to play in November. That's many, many, many months away.
Yeah, correct. So now g3 and queen e2 are the two moves for Magnus, which are good. And he maintains a pretty healthy advantage so far. Question in the chat, hypothetical question: if Magnus wants to come back, can he win candidates? In my POV, winning candidates is a lot harder than winning the WCC if the opponent isn't Magnus, of course. Can he win candidates? Like, I would say he would be a heavy favorite. I think अगर वो कल भी decide करता, he would still be a heavy favorite. I think because he has all the experience from the World Championships. I don't think he would need to prepare as much because I'm sure he would have a lot of ideas which are not played yet. So he would be a heavy favorite to win.
I
But
would say
guarantee किसी की भी नहीं है.
हाँ, I would say मेरे हिसाब से at least maybe it's a bit optimistic for Magnus, but if let's say 100% chances है, 8 players है, 50% Magnus chance, 50% remaining. Like that would be my
Yeah.
distribution if he were to play the candidates. But odds of Magnus playing the candidates are close to zero. So I don't think he's interested in playing classical. As you can see how he's playing. He's playing freestyle, EWC, these new formats which challenge him. I think he's playing a couple of classical events this year. That's TP Sigmund and also Norway. But it's usually 1 or 2 classical events a year that he's playing. So he's not that curious about classical anymore. And even when he does play, he wins. So we might not see like Magnus at his peak right now, but it's still pretty close to his peak. And whenever he loses, he comes back, sharper than a tiger and very hard to beat him, as we just saw.
Yeah. Agreed. Yes, Sahil, in that famous Guki Magnus game, Hikaru said that Magnus wanted to force matters quickly instead of regular grind to prove he's way better than Gukesh. I don't know why. Like I don't know what to make of this comment. I mean, sure, I think Magnus was playing a bit faster than usual, but maybe he also felt कि position में कुछ भी खेल के आप जीत सकते हो, which is I think fair. Like in such a
Yeah.
position, you do feel that anything is winning, and usually, and also it's not the right approach to think that, but sometimes you can't help it.
I would argue Sahaj bhai ka point zyada strong lag raha hai mujhe, because think about it. The fastest way to win an endgame is not to bring the king all the way to d2 because I mean
Mhm.
it's going to take a long time. Like literally by position, there's more risk. So I
वो
kind of
लगा कि
feel
वो
ki
कुछ भी I mean technically that
हाँ,
was a Magnus masterpiece until a certain point. I mean it was I remember it was some Spanish and Magnus completely outplayed Gukesh there. Like until a certain point, it felt like, okay, Magnus is completely dominating, and then okay, maybe he got like overconfident, or maybe he started playing faster. Maybe it was time. I mean, many different factors there.
Don't you think current world championship United there? I mean, he did get a chance to play the freestyle tour, which he didn't play too much. So I don't think there should be a direct qualification because it's a different world championship cycle. As freestyle chess is quite different to normal chess, right? I mean, at the end, I wouldn't think that's like a. I mean, depends. I think depends on the format, but I don't think we should have played anyways. Is my guess, but God knows actually. Why didn't Magnus resign in the -5 position? Good question, actually. I think part of it is like the win wasn't just elementary. Like he saw ki abhi, I'm surviving. Like there's no instant blow that ends the game. And also because I think it was like a high stakes match. Like if he knew if he lost, then the odds of him kind of losing the championship were high. So yeah, it's like Mukesh pushing against Ding. Yeah, the odds of winning were very low, but he kept pushing because there was no harm. Like there was no harm. Nothing wrong can come out of it. It's already a
Yep.
draw. Let me push for a while and see what happens. And he won.
Yep. Correct. And Magnus versus Gukesh, WCC, who wins? Again, I think Magnus would be a heavy favorite, I would say, in that match as well. But yeah, nothing is guaranteed. ऐसा नहीं कि एक player जीत जाएगा. Like,
भाई किसी को भी डालो मैक्स के मैग्नस सही फेवरेट है भाई कोई भी उठा
yeah,
दो दुनिया में what I would love to see honestly if if it was possible, but it's not possible. Like peak Gary Kasparov versus peak Magnus. Like bring Gary, to the future, update him to all opening theory, and then they play at their same age when they're both around 35, 30, whatever that age is. Like that's something that would be fun to watch. But other than that, I think Fischer's Magnus, maybe no. I think Magnus would still beat him, I think. Um, although it will be close, but yeah, that would be fun to watch.
I don't know why. If you give Fisher the resources, I don't think so. It's not
हाँ,
clear.
but it's like मतलब Magnus is so stable, no? Like उस विशेष के psychological tactics भी होते थे बहुत. Like they would
हाँ.
not work against Magnus, I feel. So it would be like he would not नहीं खेलना round two मत खेलो. He's like नहीं I don't want to prove a point. मेरे को पीछे कमरे में आके खेलना ही नहीं है. मैं खुश हूँ भाई. मेरे को point मिल रहा है ठीक है अपन chilling. Like Magnus ऐसा बंदा है. So I feel like
I
against
don't know
Fisher he
why.
will do very well.
Still a clash of style though, like very big clash. Like, Fisher was, I mean, a very aggressive player. Same for Gary as well, of course. But so when there is a clash of style, I mean, it's usually a battle. So I don't know. Like Magnus Karpov, of course, I'll agree with you. They're kind of similar, so I think Magnus is probably superior there. But Fisher and Gary, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we can't guarantee for sure. I mean, Magnus ऐसे सो जाएगा विजय के सामने तो भाई क्या ही होगा भाई. I mean, that would be insane. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, you can't have like the players of different generation in any sport compete. Like it would be so much fun to watch. But yeah, actual use case of AI for sure. But it's again hypothetical, right? AI would work. I mean, you can't really create a human, right? I mean, it's gonna be all hypothetical. कि हाँ 100 गेम खेलेंगे तो ये स्कोर रहेगा, but you cannot describe an actual match with AI. It's just based on probability at the end.
Yeah,
Um,
correct. फिशर लॉस्ट सम गेम्स टू स्पार्स की भाई वो गेम आप उठा के देखो कि वो क्यों हारा था पहले फर्स्ट गेम और सेकंड गेम आप उठा के देखो चेक करो वो गेम्स एंड फिगर आउट व्हाई ही लॉस्ट सेकंड गेम ऑफ कोर्स यू नो दैट वाज ही जस्ट डिडंट he refused to play basically, but first game check why he lost. Like it's a very big controversy actually.
by the way, Fabi has been thinking for a long time. He's sticking to his strategy now. I think he senses थोड़ा worse है. And apparently you have to find the move b5, which is the only move. And to be honest, with your king on c8, doesn't feel tempting. I'm not, in a hurry to push that b pawn.
Yeah, for sure, it looks like you're weakening your own king. Very, very difficult move to play. Chat mein someone's asking, how do you know Magnus has many ideas not played out? Why is he keeping them and when will he use them? When he gets the opportunity, and why do I think he has ideas? Because I mean, I've spoken with a lot of people about this. And I mean, when you imagine, right, if you're working for 6 months, I mean, maybe you have, I don't know, 100 different ideas. You only have 12 games. So you can't, all of those 100 ideas, 90 ideas that you have remaining, they are not played out.
I think Sajway is also trying to keep it very low key because imagine करो यार, मतलब कि अगर आप खेल रहे हो फैबी से वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच, आपने E4 E5 देखा, E4 E6 देखा, E4 D6 देखा, E4 D5 देखा, E4 E5 देखा, E4 C5 देखा, and Fabi plays E4 C5 in the entire match. Now E6 D6 E5 D5 knight F6 सारा opening theory जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए completely untouched रह गया. And now do it over 6 times in different world championships, 5 times, whatever. Like you will have an insane arsenal of opening ideas, which like nobody in the world has.
Yeah.
So
So
I
even
think,
without prep, agar Magnus candidates
yeah,
खेलता है, तो he still has those ideas. So I think
yeah.
that's what makes him a favorite.
By the way, knight h6, second best move found by Fabi. So he's still putting on some pressure. And now apparently knight f5 could be a plan next to potentially, let's say if white takes, then you take with the pawn and you remove the knight from the center at least. So at least एक tension तो खत्म होगी.
At least, and यहाँ पे G4 खेलना चाहिए Magnus को to stop knight f. And I think in hindsight makes a very good move because your knight on h6 is well not really working anymore.
Hmm.
Some queen h4 ideas could be on the cards. Knight को वापस जाना पड़ेगा f7 पे, which is not ideal, at least to say the least. But okay, Magnus has a lot of time. He has
Yeah, it's very
6 minutes
precise
more.
also because once you play g4, like f4 pawn cannot be defended by a pawn and neither by your bishop. So if you play c6, then after g4 and c6, you now have to play queen to h4 and the knight
Before
is now
c6, yeah,
hanging.
yeah,
Yeah, and queen h4 is the move that basically gives you a winning position. So
yeah.
it's very, very precise, and one
Correct,
mistake and the
correct.
game could be over.
Exactly. But many ideas would repeat for every next world championship for Magnus. No, actually, because when you're playing against a different opponent, then you have a completely different strategy. Like the most
Yeah.
famous one is against Fabi, for example. He had Rosso Limo. So he had Sicilian planned with the black pieces. And that's the reason, one of the main reasons why Magnus kind of, was able to take it to the tie breaks and, okay, and win the match. And then against Nepo, for example, Catalan was the arsenal. That was the main strategy. Yeah, Catalan ki positions mein Nepo ko leke jao, and okay, he understood those positions better. So it's like your entire system, your whole idea, your whole team kind of changes. So you're not using those ideas, and maybe you have used it once or twice in an open event or in a in one of these elite events, Tata Steel, Prague Masters, whichever, or Norway Chess, for example. But people will never know whether it was World Championship prep or not. That's the problem. You can think that ये तो भाई कल देखा था मैंने. What's the
Ah.
difference?
Yep. And by the way, I will add that Magnus photo behind me in the next event whenever you stream. That's Prague Masters. By the way, and yeah, of course, the seconds might know. And I think usually after World Championship, seconds are free to use those ideas in the games, right?
Yeah.
Sahaj bhai?
Second,
So,
yeah, I would say more or less, yeah, they should be, unless it's a very like crazy idea. I mean,
huh,
I would assume they're allowed to. And actually, great point by Chad. Like Hari actually had that queen sack line saved for 8 years. He said until he
yeah,
got the right moment. अब Hari 8 साल तक उसको अगर save कर सकता है तो I mean, Magnus has been playing world championships for longer. So
yeah. And imagine, yeah, you are a second, you have like, you would also try out some of those ideas. So I think maybe that's a way which ideas do istemal hote honge. But otherwise, even Kasparov said it actually. I remember he mentioned when like even after retirement, he had so many opening ideas he never could use. In fact, he said, "Ki I have more ideas. I think something ki bahut ideas hai bache mein bhai." So it's like imagine having all this preparation and never getting to play it. Yeah. Do you think
yeah,
Gary Kasparov has like a secret account somewhere on like online websites where he plays and tries those ideas? Like it's possible, no?
would not be surprising by at
है
all.
ना?
Yeah,
He beats them. ये लो भाई एक और गया. अगर ट्राई किया होता रियल में तो मजे आते. Like it is possible.
yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
What did Magnus use against Vishy? I think in the first match it was like Reti, and then I mean he was playing pretty much everything. Yeah, he was playing E4, C. I remember he won a game in English, and then he was playing Reti as well. But nothing specific that I can
साज भाई,
remember.
I have a question. हिंदी में बोलता हूँ. So Surya has been Vishy sir second, right? पहले?
आप हिंदी में बोल रहे थे भाई.
हाँ, हाँ sorry second रहे है ना शायद?
हाँ.
या नहीं?
सूर्या किसका?
Vishy sir के second रहे है ना
हाँ
शायद?
हाँ 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 रहे हैं.
And we also know कि um, Gaevsky, which is like a second थे, right?
हाँ.
So Gaevsky second थे, then Gokesh को help किया उन्होंने, and he candidates and world championship बने. Now Prag is a second, and Prag is playing it, and also like Surya is also playing. And Vaishali is also playing the candidates, and suddenly Surya is also playing Prague Masters. Like, I don't know, like it feels like maybe Surya could be somebody's second. ऐसे वो बहुत हंच है भाई. Also
By
helped Vidit, by the way.
100%, yeah. Surya is, I
है ना?
mean, even if Surya is not a straight second, I mean, he's definitely the backbone of, I think, Indian chess in that sense. Like, even if he
So
didn't, he's not directly helping someone, he would have helped someone find someone for sure.
सूर्य कुमार नहीं भाई. सूर्य
Without Surya,
कुमार.
I think it's not possible. None of this is possible. I think he's
So
he's,
so
he's a very important piece in the puzzle.
so we have four Indians playing the candidates, right? We have Prag, Vaishali, Divya, and Hampi.
Yeah.
Who do you if Surya was helping someone, हिंदी में बोलते एक ही हर मदद कर रहे होते, तो कौन होता वो? Like what do you think?
कोई महिला में होगा भाई.
महिला में प्रग क्यों नहीं होगा? क्योंकि प्रग की हेल्प करेंगे तो वैशाली की भी
क्योंकि
लाइक.
प्रज्ञा का हमें पता है कौन है भाई, इसलिए.
हाँ तो doesn't mean कि एक और नहीं हो सकता ना भाई, like because I've not
हाँ
seen
बट
Surya play at these level tournaments like ऐसे challenges and so on for a while, and suddenly he plays challenges. I'm like
हो सकता है, पॉसिबल तो है, पर आई थिंक ज्यादा चांस महिलाओं में है.
महिला में
मेरे
ज्यादा है.
पास एक
महिला
नाम
में
भी है
किसका
मतलब.
चांस है?
वेल आई थिंक प्रोसेस ऑफ एलिमिनेशन से आप डिसाइफर कर सकते हो यार.
हम्पी तो नहीं होगी, is my
एग्जैक्टली.
guess. So
एंड
Divya
वैशाली नहीं
and
होगी ऑब्वियसली एज
Vaishali.
वेल. आई
क्योंकि
थिंक इट वुड
वैशाली
बी
obviously
दिव्या.
क्यों नहीं?
आई डोंट थिंक सो. आई थिंक दिव्या.
I think Vaishali होगी यार. It's my guess because same like it makes sense like Vishy, Vaishali helping ऐसे like it would make sense to me.
कुड बी.
Because Prague already has a team, so Vaishali can help कर सकता है. It would make sense to me, but okay. But he's also playing a tournament with Divya, but that would be too obvious also, yeah. I
आई
mean,
डाउट इट भाई, आई डाउट इट. आई थिंक दिव्या रहेगी, बट विल सी.
yeah, we'll
सहज इस
see.
प्रग सेकंड नहीं भाई, नहीं नहीं भाई. नॉट इवन क्लोज. पहले आप निजात को बोल रहे थे, अब एटलीस्ट थोड़ा चलो, अब प्रग पे तो आए कम से कम.
कोई कहता है, वो कहता है हिंदी में क्यों बोल रहा है, दूसरा कहता पाकिस्तान को समझ में नहीं आना चाहिए इसलिए.
ये क्या है भाई?
It would be the only country who would possibly understand, yeah. Like hilarious. I chat funny है भाई. I don't even know
हाँ वो तो
if
है
you're
भाई.
joking or serious, but chat is hilarious.
भाई, is there anyone who has better prep than Fabi? नहीं भाई यार, आई डोंट थिंक सो. मैग्नस ही होगा, बट आई थिंक फाबी स्टिल, आई मीन, फॉर मी फाबी इज मोर कंसिस्टेंट.
Arjun could be somebody with great prep. Like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we look back and say, why Arjun is the best prepared in the world. Like that is definitely a possibility. Random obscure lines में बंदा पता नहीं 25 मूव लटके बैठा होता है. Like it's possible.
ट्रू. वेरी ट्रू.
Surya can coach Vaishali because Divya's coach is Sabha Balog. ये मुझे पता नहीं है भाई दिव्या कोच कौन है. But I mean,
ये रिवील हुआ था कुछ टाइम पहले एक्चुअली.
हाँ, but okay. मतलब what I'm saying is like doesn't mean कि Divya can only have one coach, right? She can have 2, 3, 5, 6. Like okay, 6 is too much, but you get the point. Like very rarely people have only one coach, especially for candidates. They will have like a core team of 1 or 2 people, and then they will have 2, 3, 4 coaches helping them, and depends on how much you can invest. But doesn't mean if she has one, doesn't mean she doesn't have another.
बट आई मीन
So
देन सूर्या एंड बालोग आर काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर, नो? आप, आई मीन, एक टीम में आपको एक एनालिस्ट चाहिए, एक एक्सपीरियंस बंदा चाहिए, एक एक क्रिएटिव बंदा चाहिए. लाइक दे शुडंट क्लैश विद ईच अदर.
बट सेम टूर्नामेंट खेलना ऐसा गिव अवे, नो? लाइक मतलब एक ही जगह पे खेल रहे हैं भाई. दैट्स अ गिव अवे कि भाई ये लाइक दैट्स द फर्स्ट थिंग दिव्या सेकंड्स विल थिंक कि
और
भाई
मे
ये
बी इट्स
सूर्य
जस्ट अ
वहां
मूव
पे.
टू कंफ्यूज पीपल. वो वहां पे कैंडिडेट्स के प्लेयर को
भाई
कंफ्यूज
नहीं भाई,
करना
डबल
चाहते हैं, और यहाँ पे
साइकोलॉजी
टिक्कू भाई
कोई नहीं
कंफ्यूज हो
इस्तेमाल
रहे
करता.
हैं.
अगर आपका कैंडिडेट स्पॉट पहली बार कैंडिडेट्स खेल रहे हो ना, दिव्या इज प्लेइंग फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम, राइट? आई थिंक शी विल नॉट
या.
रिस्क इट, राइट? आई मीन इट विल बी टू मच. लाइक हम्पी माइट डू दिस बिकॉज़ शी प्लेड इट so many times, but not Divya. Yeah, you want to play it safe. But okay, हम यहाँ पे philosophy जाल रहे हैं because chat we have time on our hands. But players पे कितना stress होगा यार, especially the guy is playing it for the first time, Divya, and I think Vishali has played candidates before.
या लास्ट ईयर.
No, अच्छा हाँ, राइट राइट
She
राइट।
played last year with Humpy, and she was second. I think she finished tied second, if I'm not mistaken, with Humpy.
हाँ, तो दिव्या का ही पहली बार है सिर्फ। वो वेरी
हाँ
इंटरेस्टिंग। बाय द वे, दिव्या विंस, शी विल बी द वर्ल्ड कप विनर एंड द कैंडिडेट्स विनर, दैट विल बी इनसेन।
हाँ, actually that is true. Crazy. अब एक सवाल
अरे
हिंदी में बोलता हूँ, शतरंज के कैंडिडेट्स में सबसे अधिक संभावना वाले। बाय 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 बाय, बहुत ज्यादा हो गया भाई।
भाई ये गलत भी है हिंदी, मुझे लग रहा है। टिप्पणी कार क्या होता है भाई? टिप्पणी इज ओपिनियन।
टिप्पणी सुना हुआ है।
हाँ, मतलब सीधा कौन डायलॉग बाजी करेगा उसके बारे में? वो तो हम ही होंगे। और कौन होगा? अभी से ही कर रहे हैं, अभी तो 1.5 महीना दूर है। ओ बाय द वे, दैट्स अ स्लाइट एरर बाय फैबियन नाउ
एंड
93।
ओनली मूव, ऑफ कोर्स नाइट के पास कोई घर ही नहीं है। नाइट ए4 में ऑफ कोर्स यू आर लूजिंग अ पीस। सो नाइट d3 एंड लेट्स गेट दैट जूसी आउटपोस्ट ऑन e5 वेरी वेरी सून।
सो साजा, आपने कहा
हाँ
जूसी,
हाँ।
कितना जूसी है वो आउटपोस्ट?
बहुत भाई, अधिक।
बहुत है। देन तो पकड़ लेते हो 93 95। भाई फैबी मस्ट बी वंडरिंग क्या कर लिया यार, कहाँ फंस गया मैं, मतलब।
To remain
फैबी
calm in
ने,
a situation like this is very very difficult भाई। Okay, knight d3
प्लेड
played।
बाय द वे, वाओ।
यही अनोइंग चीज है भाई, अभी अभी जीता है एंड स्टिल लुक एट द एक्यूरेसी भाई, 99%, लाइक कंप्लीटली अनहिंज्ड।
या एंड चैट, यू नो, इफ यू आर वंडरिंग कि इफ यू आर बायर्स फॉर मैग्नेस, ऐसा नहीं है एक्चुअली। यूजली सहाद भाई और मैं आपस में बेट लगाते हैं मैगीज की, बट इस बार हमने किसी और के साथ 10 मैगी की बेट लगाई थी। सो
हाँ 10 मैगी थी भाई, कुछ और नहीं।
और इस बार हम पहली बार हम दोनों जीतेंगे साज भाई, दैट्स ग्रेट न्यूज इफ मैग्नेस विंस। भाई पाकिस्तान से देख रहा हूँ, रियली? कहाँ से भाई?
सहज भाई प्लीज डोंट डू दैट प्रैंक अगेन विच यू डिड। अच्छा आपको याद भी है भाई।
कौन? अच्छा, ओ डैड
मैंने,
प्रैंक क्या?
अब आप थे ना उधर।
कौन
एक
सा,
रैकेट,
वही ना कि अरे ब्लंडर ये वाला?
नहीं 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 नहीं, लाइक एक्चुअली एक ब्लंडर किया था उसने एंड आई आई लाइक प्लेड इट ऑफ लाइक ओ लाइक देखो देखो गुकेश ने ब्लंडर कर दिया एंड देन इट वाज नॉट अ ब्लंडर एक्चुअली।
हाँ, वही वही जो अभी
बट
ऑनलाइन
सम
किया
टाइम
था
अगो।
पिछले टूर्नामेंट में।
हाँ।
हाँ, याद है याद है याद है, बहुत घटिया एक्टिंग करी थी भाई। कितना चेस हो रहा है इस साल, बहुत भाई, बहुत बहुत ज्यादा। आई थिंक इसके बाद तो प्राग है। देन वी हैव कैंडिडेट्स। कैंडिडेट्स के बाद वी हैव 4 दिन का चेसकॉम ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप, ऐसे कुछ। देन उसके बाद फिर मई से, ओ माय गॉड, मई से तो भाई तुम लोग बस हमारा सब्सक्राइब, वो बेल आइकन दबा के रख दो भाई, मतलब इट इज सो पैक्ड, देयर इज नो स्पेस टू ब्रीथ भाई, इतने पैक्ड है
भाई
कैलेंडर।
आप मुझे भी भेज दिया करो यार ये लिस्ट कभी।
भाई भेजी तो थी आपको, उन्हीं
कोई
टूर्नामेंट्स
अपडेटेड
की
लिस्ट नहीं
डेट्स
है क्या?
अनाउंस हो गई हैं, तो वो ऐड कर लो भाई उसमें, बस वो
भाई
मैंने भी ऐड
कोई,
नहीं करी है।
भाई आपने ऐड किया ना तो भेजो ना, फिर ये क्या है?
नहीं किया ना ऐड, लाइक इतना आगे कौन देखता है भाई, क्योंकि अभी प्लेयर नेम्स नहीं है ना, सो एडिंग वुड मेक नो सेंस, बट टेक्निकली इट्स वेरी पैक्ड।
By the way, here A3 is one of the best moves, which okay feels okay considering कि white को long castle करना है. Maybe you don't want to allow A3 from black. So you're putting a stop to this, then castling, and okay, of course Magnus has a much better position, better piece placement. You have this potential outpost on E5, and yeah, this backward pawn on E7 as well. At some point, black should play E5, but that would completely balance the game out.
Here Anisha, what's up? Magnus won. Yes, he did win, bhai. If you've not experienced those minutes, I would suggest wait करो वीडियो के आने का कल तक, या फिर हमारी स्ट्रीम पीछे जाकर देखो, इट वाज इनसेन।
तो वीडियो आ रही है मतलब, हाँ?
भाई आई
Decided.
ट्राई है। अब मुश्किल है भाई, इतना लंबा, अगर मैच अभी खत्म होगा तो आई ट्राई टू जल्दी से पोस्ट इट, बट अगर आर्मी गया तो फिर तो मुश्किल है।
चेस की गेम जीते +5 से।
भाई लॉन्ग फॉर्म है भाई, उसमें कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं, सिर्फ रिकॉर्ड करना है, एडिट करना है। कैन यू टेल द फुल स्केड्यूल? ओहो, फुल स्केड्यूल सुनना है, चलो भाई सुन लो यार, जिसको सुनना है। और तुम आ ही गए हो
ये
भाई,
लास्ट गेम है।
F5। हाँ, इसका स्केड्यूल नहीं, आई थिंक दे मेंट द साल का स्केड्यूल। साल का शेड्यूल है भाई, टालासिल चेस इंडिया था भाई जैन में, टालासिल चेस था। फिर फ्री स्टाइल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इन फेब एंड प्राग मास्टर्स इन फेब हाफ मार्च। देन फिडे कैंडिडेट्स हाफ मार्च हाफ अप्रैल। Then we have Global Chess Championship April के end में. Then we have Tepe Sigmund first week of May. Same time पे we have GCT Poland. उसके अगले हफ्ते second week of May, third week of May में we have GCT Romania. Then we have last week of May में Norway Chess starting. फिर वो खत्म होगा June 5 तक. Then there are events इसकी dates announced नहीं हुई है. FIDE Team Rapid and Blitz. Okay, we don't stream that, but it's there. Then Uzbekistan Chess Cup है June में likely होता है. Bullet Chess Championship sometime around that time. Then we have GCT Zagreb in July. Then we have Leon Masters in July. Chennai GM in July, August. Last time August mein tha. Then we have Women's Speed Chess Championship at some point. We have Esports World Cup from August mein hai, I think 11 to 15th. Then we have GCT finals if an Indian makes it. Then last week of August. Then we have, I mean, it's insane. Like GCL hai September ke first half mein, second half mein Olympiad hai, October mein. I mean, total world championship first half, then speed chess championship, then esports nations cup, then world championship, then भाई बस बहुत हो गया.
सॉरी भाई, सुना नहीं, एक बार फिर से बोलना.
वो सुनना भाई, जब आएगा इवेंट तब सुनना भाई, तब सुनना अब तुम.
सॉरी, इंटरनेट ब्रेक हो गया मेरा भाई. सुनते सुनते.
कटवा लो वायर, कटवा लो भाई, चूहे बहुत है घर में आपके भाई.
एक बार रिपीट करो ना भाई. क्यों देखो चैट भी बोल
ग्रंके
रहे
का
हैं
तो मैंने
वंस
बोला
मोर.
ही नहीं, ग्रंके तो बोला ही नहीं अभी भाई.
भाई वंस मोर करो ना यार एक बार. वंस मुझे को चैट बोल रहे, कितने अच्छे से बोल रहे हैं.
नहीं
वंस मोर
भाई,
प्लीज.
वंस मोर नहीं कर सकते यार. देखो मैग्नस गेम जीतता है,
कोई बोल
ठीक
रहा
है
है
एक
सिक्स्थ
बार.
में क्या बोला.
Bro didn't even need a script. But I had a list in front of me,
नो
tournaments के
वॉइस.
नाम की. Eminem who exactly? Exactly भाई, exactly remember. Oh भाई म्यूजिक बीट्स के साथ करना चाहिए भाई. You the beats, I'm gonna say that tournament. क्या बोलते हो?
करो भाई करो.
करो ना,
जेठालाल की
करो ना भाई.
आवाज में वंस मोर.
तो करो ना भाई. कुछ बीट्स बनाओ ना एमिनेम की भाई, फील तो आए.
भाई कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा अगर लगाया तो.
नहीं लगेगा भाई, आपकी आवाज इतनी सुरीली नहीं है, गा सकते हो.
नहीं, मैं तो म्यूजिक लगाने वाला था भाई.
नहीं नहीं, म्यूजिक नहीं लगाना है.
By the slight inaccuracy by Magnus, and apparently GF5 के बाद he's planning just capture the pawn back. It's not hanging, contrary to what I thought earlier. So GF5 is not possible. If black plays E5, usme you will just simplify by going pawn takes E6, and this is I think closer to equality than it was before. So this looks
Check.
promising. The
Checks out
best
भाई.
move is by ignore karo and play king b7. How hard is that, Tiku bhai?
I think लॉजिकल है भाई, मुझे तो काफी लॉजिकल लग रही है भाई. 10 मैगी के बराबर लॉजिकल लग रही है भाई.
Ah,
I think also third basis A3. So I don't know. I mean, that's also possible. I mean, उनको बोलो कोलैब कर दे. हाँ बिल्कुल. I think Instagram पे कोलैब
अब
कर
तो
सकते हैं
अलाउड भी
Eminem
है
के
ना.
साथ. हाँ अब तो कर सकते
कोलैब
हैं.
रिक्वेस्ट तो भेजो कम से कम. लेट्स सी
भेजता हूँ, भेजता हूँ. मेरी एक रील
व्हाट
थी
हैपेंड
भी
विद अर्जुन.
एक्चुअली.
भाई वो अर्जुन didn't have the best day. He lost 2-0.
वाह साज भाई, ये
Am I
क्या था
back?
साज भाई?
Am I back? Okay. Crazy.
Is it true Vidit has semi-retired from chess? Why? I can just judge it from his tweets, and majority of those tweets are non-chess. So I think he's just exploring his other interests right now. He mentioned in that AMA he did, मैंने एक tweet देखा था उसमें से कि like he feels he doesn't have the motivation to go for the world championship cycle after he lost the candidates. So he's just pursuing his interests now. I think it could be temporary, it could be full. Like, if he finds something that fascinates him for long enough, he might stick with that. If he doesn't find, he might come back to chess, but he will still play chess, I think. Maybe not as much as he used to, but he will still play a lot of chess tournaments. And every Rapid Blitz he gets an invite to, he'll be there. Classical events. If I had to take a guess, this year he mentioned in that AMA that he has no tournaments planned. But if I had to take a guess, he's not going to play before May or whatever it is, because sadly again his rating right now qualifies him for the Olympia team, and Arvind is 27 points behind the closest competitor. So playing just And if it goes badly for him, like it only decreases his chances. So I think he might not play classical chess till April is my guess. April, May. And rapid blitz milega to he'll play. He did play Steel India, so that kind of checks out.
Yeah, Rapid and Blitz, more likely. World Blitz, no, he didn't play. He didn't play World Rapid and Blitz, I remember.
Yeah.
Knight d5, c d5, bishop g, bishop b6 you mean? Oh, actually that's an interesting idea, chat. Possible तो है, but ये अच्छी नहीं है. Because queen b5 के बाद not enough play. The king is not in danger. Too many pieces around. So don't sack anything. Also, I think
Yeah.
for Magnus, just has to hold a draw. So nothing funky is needed.
Yeah. Up down funk मत करो. H4 खेलो यहाँ पे simple and normal chess भाई. Gaining space.
चेस में हो जाए भाई, वो तो नहीं होगा ना भाई. पाकिस्तान डजंट हैव अ गुड चेस टीम येट.
भाई मैंने एक शॉट बनाया था. I'm not gonna talk much about it right now, but मस्त
हिंदी
था.
में बोल
मतलब
दो.
मैं फिर नहीं, हिंदी में ही था भाई वो भी.
अच्छा. पर
नहीं
ये
डिफरेंस
नाइट
नहीं
डी
देखा.
फाइव वाला आइडिया जो चैट ने बताया अभी, उससे एक और आइडिया आया मेरे को कि नाइट b4 and then you capture on d5 and you capture back with the knight. That could be something.
But I think yeah, maybe, but maybe Carlson is wondering कि भाई yeah, knight b4 makes sense. Also when I see कि Indian की third preference है तो makes definitely sense
Ah,
Arjun.
it is. I didn't know actually knight b4 is the third best. Crazy. Long castle is best for me right now.
Yeah, long castle is best. h4 is great. fg6 is great. Knight b4. Oh, knight f4 he chooses. Okay, looks logical.
नाइट d5 मर रहा है. हाँ, वो खेल रहा है तो लॉजिकल. हाँ.
No, it does look logical. The only thing is कि for example black को bishop for मारना है, which is tough. Yeah,
ब्लंडर.
exactly. He doesn't find the best move. Mistake.
Big one at that actually.
Tikku bhai, I called you in GCL, but you didn't. How did you call me, bhai? Call me मतलब?
आप अपने कॉल लॉग चेक करो ना भाई.
नहीं, but call you in GCL हो गया कि it was IRL, no? Like call you मतलब नंबर कहाँ से लीक हो गया मेरा भाई? साज भाई मेरा नंबर लीक कर दिया आप. ऐसे मत करो यार. ये हिंदी में कुछ
सहज
लिखा है.
कॉन्वेंट स्कूल से है और टिकू सर नहीं भाई.
कॉन्वेंट स्कूल क्या होता है भाई?
मेरे को लग रहा है ये दिख रहा है हिंदी में, ये देखने के लिए कि हम हिंदी मतलब इफ वी कैन रीड इट प्रॉपर्ली और
What is
नॉट.
convent school? Like what does
आई डोंट
convent
इवन
school
नो.
mean?
आई डोंट इवन नो व्हाट दैट इज.
भाई मैं कैरी मराठी के स्कूल से पढ़ा हूँ. समझे तुम? कैरी मराठी के स्कूल से मुझे टिका करोगे ना तो कुछ निकलेगा, फिर पसंद नहीं आएगा तुम्हें, ठीक है ना?
अर्जुन का मैच कब है भाई? आई थिंक नेक्स्ट वीक प्रोबेबली.
By the way, d4 played. So great position for Magnus. Acha, I shouted Tikku but didn't hear, I guess. Of course, but I didn't hear. Sorry, bhai. Next GCL, bhai. हंस क्यों रहे हो भाई? ट्रस्ट मी, वहां बहुत
नेक्स्ट
लोग शाउट कर
जीसीएल
रहे थे भाई
में ट्राई
जीसीएल में.
करना, वहां सुन लूंगा.
जीसीएल में बहुत लोग शाउट कर रहे थे भाई. ट्रस्ट मी भाई, इट वाजंट जस्ट यू. बहुत लोग डिफरेंट रीजन से शाउट कर रहे थे भाई.
लगता है कुछ बातें हर्ट कर गई टिकू भाई को.
नहीं नहीं भाई, कुछ और चीजें भी याद आ गई मुझे.
हम्म.
कई बार क्या होता है ना साज भाई कि मैं नहीं बोलता हूँ. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलता हूँ. मुझे डे वन याद आ रहा है भाई, जब मैं बैठा था वहां पे हॉल में.
याद है,
क्रेजी.
मेरे को एग्जैक्टली पता था कि आप क्या बोल रहे हो, बट आई जस्ट डिडंट indulge. But okay, he has castled on the long side, so committal decision by Magnus. Of course, Fabi can never castle on the short side, so there can't be an attack, a major attack on the queen side. A3 is possible, but you can just play b3 and completely neutralize. And yeah, very solid position for Magnus. He is better on paper, of course, but very hard to win for Fabi. Nearly
Yeah,
impossible to win for Fabi, I think.
I mean, we've seen what happened in the last game, so impossible is tough to say. But yeah, I agree with you. I think A3
Hmm.
एक अच्छी चाल है, but then B3 के बाद क्या? एंड यप दीपेश फरीदाबाद से पढ़ा हुआ है मैं, कैरी भी वहीं पे था, प्रखर भी
हाँ,
वहीं पे
निशा जी
था।
पूछ रही है ऐसा क्या हो गया था भाई जीसीएल में।
ऐसा क्या हो गया था?
हम्म।
लेट्स जस्ट से कि वी हैड डेवलप सम 5G टेक 6G टेक्नोलॉजी। छोड़ो यार। जिससे मूविंग ऑन।
भगवान से डरो
अगले
भाई।
जीसीएल में देखना भाई, कम टू जीसीएल। बाद में जीटेक से 5 मार दिया भाई फैबी ने, नाउ लेट्स टेक विद द पॉन।
But that's not an easy decision. Because knight f5 attacks the pawn, and if you play e6, I have knight g7. Ah, but this is not hanging still. By I'm seeing ghosts right now. Okay, gf5 makes sense. Agreed. What does he
Though
go
I love
for?
your ability to laugh stuff off. Thank you, bhai. Appreciate it. By the way, Magnus भी laugh ही कर रहा है after this, and the one who's not laughing is Fabi. कह रहा है भाई
Oh,
ये torture कब खत्म होगा यार?
by the way, queen sack incoming in Norderbeck versus Vincent. Very quick
अरे
look there.
बाप रे
Check it
बाप।
out.
अच्छा ये
Bishop
गेम भी चल रही
b6.
है?
I'm
Shit
telling
यार
you,
भाई।
queen takes b6.
हम
Bye. अब भाई.
oh what's he gonna play?
Bye. Bishop b6, queen b6. Look at this. Forced है भाई. Queen sack incoming. Brilliancy incoming on this
Oh,
board.
pawn takes. Can we go deeper? Okay, so bishop takes, queen takes,
Takes,
pawn takes.
takes, check, king f7. And now someone may have thought knight e5 check is working here, but it's not because the queen is there. I don't know who that person
Someone.
is, but rook fa1 and then just a checkmate
Maybe
on
maybe
a7.
maybe somebody we can meet at the GCL.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Why? Oh, by the way, rook h6 he plays. He doesn't
Oh
go for
damn
it.
भाई, so much stuff chat। कई बार मैं क्या करे भाई, राज राज रहना जरूरी है।
h3 played by next move. Next move, queen sack incoming. Let's go, queen b6. Ooh,
Whoa,
brilliancy.
beauty, beauty. It's all
Yeah, this is
happening.
winning.
And Nodebek wins, yeah? He gets third place
Yeah.
and qualifies to the next Freestyle World Championship.
Basically, Nordi eliminates Vincent Kaiman. And Vincent had a completely winning position in the previous game, but he wasn't able to convert it. And same situation as Fabi. Okay, he wasn't as winning as Fabi, but still, he had a great position. Now it's impossible to come back.
Yeah.
Nordi will be third.
Yeah. And by the way, the position
Going
is
back
so
to Fabi.
passive, yeah, for Vincent there. So no hope whatsoever. I would say Fabi has better chances, even though he has a queen. क्या योकेश विन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप? बिल्कुल भाई जीतेंगे यार।
Nordi. Nice. Bishop f7. Okay. What is his plan? Why Bishop f7 का plan क्या है साहिल भाई? Do you think he wants to go Bishop h5 or Knight f6 or just
Maybe it's just,
activating the bishop? That's
yeah,
it.
just activating the bishop, preparing rook g8, controlling the knight on f4. Key knight h5 is not an option. Okay, it wasn't an option anyways,
तो
but
पहले भी
just
नहीं था ना
activating the
वो.
bishop, I think. Nothing
Just
fancy.
regrouping, yeah. Just regrouping.
हाँ,
Just quiet move.
yeah, quiet move, Saj bhai, which was not common.
भाई ये तो ऐसा जो कि ये तो मेरे भी सर के ऊपर से गया अभी वाला.
भाई
लास्ट वाला.
क्वाइट नहीं था ना भाई, डे वन को तो थोड़ा क्वाइट नहीं था
अच्छा
बस।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
ओके, बाय द
थोड़ा
वे विश हैव
रीच हुआ
सेंड।
है इसमें बट ठीक है. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
भाई देखो रात के 1 बजे का ये होता है भाई, इसलिए कहा है इंडियन टाइम जोन फ्रेंडली टूर्नामेंट्स रखो। मुश्किल है यार, लोग मानते नहीं है।
ये मैं क्या क्वेश्चन पढ़ रहा हूँ भाई. मैं जस्ट एक भाई, ये क्या
मुझे
क्वेश्चन है
पता।
भाई. क्या हो रहा है भाई ये चैट में.
Uh,
The best move for Magnus is queen h4, attacking h7 and also regrouping. Like rooks connect to and maybe rook e1 can attack the pawn on e7. That feels very, very comfortable for Maggie.
A3 by the way, wow, clinical. No hope whatsoever. फैबी ने खतला सर का ऐसे शेक दिया, ऐसे एक
पर
तरह पूरे
h3
शुरू
का
में होता है
आइडिया
ना।
पता है क्या है? If you go bishop h5, I'll go knight g4. I'm guessing that's the plan. I don't see any other idea for h3.
इतना फनी
Maybe
नहीं था
bishop
भाई।
h2, okay, but
इतना फनी नहीं था साज भाई।
क्या है भाई ये h3?
But he's having fun. Carlsen's having
Hmm.
fun.
He plays a3 though. Rook g8 played.
Why does Magna have a mustache? You know, even I wanted to have a mustache, but then I looked myself in the mirror. It looked weird, so I cut it off.
By the way, nice tactic by Fabi. Rook G1 is happening here,
Ooh,
and Bishop F4 is hanging. तो इसको बचा लो
yeah.
भाई, Queen
So
H4 खेल के एटलीस्ट नाइट बच रहा है.
bishop 7 made sense. Yeah, rook g8, and suddenly this at least he's setting up a threat. So also queen f2, very logical, very calm, nothing fancy.
बट ये पैसिव है ना
People,
भाई, Queen H4 जाते हैं, दैट्स एक्टिव.
huh? How you have to? Like I
कुछ
just feel
अटैक
a
तो
bit
करते हैं.
nervous about moving my queen away from the king. Like Valentine's Day को एक ही दिन हुआ है, and like it's just maybe the king will feel insecure. Sahaj bhai.
ट्रू भाई, ट्रू, ह्यूज ऑफ ट्रू. He goes knight d3, knight b4 maybe is the plan. Of course, he's getting away from this rook g1 business. I'm guessing knight e5 is also an outside plan. Like, I don't know, bishop opens up to the b6 pawn, queen opens up to the e5 bishop, like knight d5 करके कुछ discover attack ideas. Knight e5 looks very promising actually, right?
Yeah. By the way, time situation. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes for Fabi, just over 4 minutes for Magnus. So seems like it's going neck to neck. We have pretty much all the standings now. We know that Gamer is losing, so hame. Oh, bishop h5 and rook d2 played instantly by Magnus, and knight f7 trying to
By
activate the knight as
c4,
well.
you were right. Why Magnus can win this? Magnus will win this now. c4 is winning. You were right.
Hey, but like it's like he has to win. Fabi won't agree to a draw. Like even if there's any hope, he will keep playing until it goes one way or the other. There is no reason for Fabi to agree to a draw unless it's literally king remaining. So Magnus जीतना ही पड़ेगा. And one way to also I like rook g2 actually, Saj bhai. Just exchanging rooks, like वो rook g2 g8 active लग रहा है. इकलौता piece है उसका active है. And bishop h5 भी है, but it's hitting an empty diagonal. Rook g2 also I love because just exchanging that piece.
भाई सी
And
मैग्नस से गेम्स देखते देखते आप मैग्नस की तरह खेलने लग गए हो. लाइक दिस इज वेरी मैग्नस मूव, रुक G2 हियर आफ्टर दैट.
अरे वाह भाई, thanks यार. Magnus move, wow. Mustache
That's a
Magnus
Magnus
move है
move, I
भाई,
think,
रुक.
Rook G2. I mean,
Mustache
I am
Magnus move है.
only looking at the queen side because I think the king weak है, but Rook G2 is a very. like, मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, I think when you commentate on the top games, you kind of pick up a few things like internally, and it can help you a lot.
But it's a mustache Magnus move भाई, not only Magnus move. MMM.
Hmm.
That's an important distinction. Rook g2, let's go.
हेलो भाई, अभी भी स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो? नहीं नहीं भाई, थोड़ा डिले है आपको, थोड़ा इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोरर से बाहर आओ, लाइव पे क्लिक करो.
एक्सप्लोरर आई नहीं भाई, अब वो चेंज हो गया ना एक्चुअली. आई थिंक एज हो गया ना.
अरे यार, जोक
माइक्रोसॉफ्ट
जोक मिस हो
एज.
गया. By the way, do you see this idea? Rook G2, King B7, let's say, takes, and Knight D5. CD5, just Queen E6.
Queen e6, wow.
Beautiful, I think.
Queen d5, knight b4 incoming, and queen c8 only move. Okay, I mean Magnus is
And
agreeing
then
to
Knight
do this.
B4. What a move, yeah.
Very
What a move.
exciting, but very risky.
Hmm. He
Oh,
goes
knight
Knight
b4
B4.
directly. अब तो ना like
Yes.
साहब, after what happened in the last game, I feel like engines पे भरोसा करने का थोड़ा सा doubt लग रहा है मुझे. By the way, we have a repetition. Knight d3, knight d7. No, c4 played.
I mean, why would Magnus repeat here? He can play.
That's true. मतलब I was thinking a Tiku sense now, Tiku move. But
यही थॉट्स को फाइट करना होता है गेम के बीच.
सही बात है भाई.
Fight your inner
बात
Tiku
तो सही
thoughts.
है. Fight your inner Tiku.
Tiku thoughts.
Fight your inner Tiku. FIIT. Chat FIIT. Hashtag FIIT.
Oh, yes.
भाई c4 के बाद king open हो रहा है. The black pieces are disconnected. And feels like if you take on c4, knight takes c4, I'm guessing, and suddenly b6 hanging है.
And Queen E6 by.
This,
I'm only looking at
oh,
this check now. This is looking so
that is.
crazy. Oh, by
Oh,
the
by the way,
way,
your result.
Nodi
कैसे
offered a
करे
draw.
result क्या है?
I mean, he was winning,
Arbit,
Nodi, but he offered a draw, I'm guessing. So he is
so
officially
arbiter,
third. Bronze medal. Let's go.
arbiter confused हो गया because they set up black win. But okay, yeah, that is a win for Sindarov, and we have the confirmed ranking. साज भाई इसका मतलब. So number 8 से चालू करते हैं. Number 8 पे आते हैं हमारे सिंदारोव द कैंडिडेट, नंबर 7 पे आते हैं लेवॉन अरोनियन, नंबर 6 पे आते हैं अर्जुन, नंबर 5 पे आते हैं हैंस, नंबर 4 पे आते हैं केमर, नंबर 3 पे आते हैं नोदरबेक, एंड अब 2 और 1 का जज्बा हम देखेंगे रियल लाइफ में।
Some practical problems though for Magnus. The pawn takes pawn, I don't know if it's working or not. I'm seeing this weird move rook df2 as maybe one of the only moves, but that complicates things a bit. And also dominate hai bhai dono ke paas.
But I think you want to defend the knight with the queen. I think that's basically it. So I like it kind of.
Ah, okay.
Rook f2,
Nice.
but I'm not sure कि rook f2 क्यों. Rook g2 पे maybe knight takes मारना पड़ेगा, c4 pawn will then be hanging. So it's not comfortable. So I agree. Like it's not what I think Magnus was aiming for.
Yeah. So rook df2 opens the eye for the queen. Bishop b4 won't be possible there. But 2 minutes
भाई
by for both.
हाँ मैं वो देखा था, कैल्सन का 1.5 मिनट है भाई. He's getting very nervous now. Knight
अरे
e3
भाई
comes
नाइट d3
back.
वापस वहीं से
भाई
आए
you
थे.
see, he's shaking his head. He thinks knight b4 was a mistake. भाई he suddenly locked in again. He's not happy with what he did. Sahaj भाई,
Okay, but
there is not
still
a twist
better
in the
for
tail waiting क्या?
Magnus. Still better for Magnus. But yeah, position is very complicated though. But I would say
भाई
White's king is safer. White's pieces are more developed.
oh big mistake. क्या हो रहा है? Can we go and check?
So they are analyzing, yeah, probably.
कुछ तो कुछ रिजल्ट में चेक कर रहा होगा. Maybe what they adjusted the kings in the wrong way. But okay, let's go back. हाँ, possible.
Okay, let's go back to the game, please, of Magnus Fabi. Crunch moments. Rook g2 played.
By the way, there was a move knight g5 there. If Fabi had played it, there was serious counterplay for Fabi. He
Here, yeah.
missed it, and yeah, knight g5, and that knight would come to e4 and f3 and so on. So he misses it, and now knight e4, but now rook g2 and Magnus is again winning.
Still less than 2 minutes, so chances of making a mistake is higher. But yeah, White's king is safer. Pieces are better developed, more well coordinated. Like even if we take away the bar, I mean, it looks very easy, much easier in comparison to play as White in comparison to Black. So
Magnus के arms ये क्या है भाई? Even have Tikku, क्या if he has Tikku inside them, you learn to control it, Lords.
Bhai, do you think Fabiano was overall better player in this match besides those slip up? Bhai, but you have to count the slip ups, ना? ऐसे तो Magnus ने भी slip up किया था. Overall better player वही होता है भाई जो जीतता है, I
See,
think.
I mean, you can counter game 2, maybe Fabio's better, game 3, whatever, but the comeback was insane. It was a goat comeback. Only Magnus could do that. And also, he's also winning this game. So, if Magnus wins this game, he was clearly the better player in the match. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
By the way, 95 only move for Magnus now to get
Knight
a
G5, by the
clearly
way,
better
your
position.
move, yeah? Your move happened.
But he did it a move late. It was an injured move, Sajbhai. And now it's not the same effective. And 95, at first glance, I'm like, yeah, why can't I just take and play some, knight f3 ideas? But it's not working.
But maybe can Magnus evaluate all of this though with just a minute on his clock? Because this is not easy. Why it takes queen
Yeah.
b4 you have to find here. Only move.
Only move. This
Knight
is
g1
tricky.
and cd5
Sacrificing.
again only move. Okay, queen b6 is
Yeah.
also there.
But okay, like, this is tricky. Yeah. So there are chances for Magnus to go wrong, especially when he has 40 seconds on the clock, chat. This is getting extremely tense.
Oh yes, 95, blue arrow, 35 seconds. Oof. भाई तो ज़्यादा tense हो गया
Okay.
यार game.
Yeah, this is not as smooth as Magnus expected. By the way, 22
20
seconds now. Blunders! Magnus has blundered the game. Okay, it's completely equal now. Sahaj bhai, there's a twisting coming, I think.
24 seconds, bhai. This is scary. This is very. He has to take on f3, only move. He has to take that knight. Why 5 seconds?
Don't play cool. Bhai, chalo!
Wait,
Bhai,
is that
so he
wrong?
played on 2 seconds. He played on 2 seconds.
अच्छा अपडेट नहीं हुआ था भाई. Rook f3 now
He
forced.
has to take on f3. Take on f3, Magnus. Bhai, he has 10 seconds now. He has to take on only move, by the way. Queen d1, knight of d2 resigns.
Yeah, that's losing. Bhai, 4
Maro
seconds.
bhai.
Blunder.
साहज भाई, ये क्या हो रहा है? मैं क्या देख रहा हूं भाई?
Oh no, wait.
अरे भाई,
Fabi misses.
What the hell is happening, chat? I am doing what?
अरे भाई
सहज भाई, जो आपने मुझसे मैगी की मेडल लगवाई है, आज ये आखिरी थी भाई
मैं
जिंदगी की।
कभी नहीं करूंगा भाई इसके बाद। माफ करो भगवान।
By the way, now Magnus is better. Like, unless black takes a draw. So now I think Magnus can win this.
भाई क्या था ये यार, क्लियरली विनिंग थी फाबी की फिर से। ओके बट मैच इज नॉट ओवर, दे आर स्टिल अंडर अ मिनट।
भाई ये क्या था भाई? Fabi had a chance to win, Chad. He was completely winning.
Yeah, but this was the moment, by the way, chat. Knight f d2. You take this, I take this, takes this, and queen g1, and you're just an exchange up, and it is completely winning. Wait for the bar to go down. Abhi nahi ja raha. Oh, knight f6 was the move, by the way, which he missed. But okay, queen g5, queen g2, queen g2. Oh, but Magnus is better now. He has to repeat. Knight d2, knight d4. Rook f2 is forced.
Rook f2 only move, by the way. Rook
Knight
d1,
g1
there is
करोगे तो
knight
d2 मर रहा है.
b3 check. Rook d1, there's knight b3 check winning. Apparently. So Rook f2 only move. Magnus could make a mistake here.
भाई rook
Oh,
f2
he's
में भी
not
knight b3
playing.
check risky लग रहा है. भाई 12 सेकंड.
Oh, he finds Rook f2.
ओ
Okay.
भाई समय भाई
पहली
भी
बार
थोड़ा
मैं,
स्ट्रेस में है.
हाँ मैं समय भाई को, प्रोड्यूसर को देख रहा हूँ भाई, इतना इन्वॉल्व पहली बार.
अबे भाई is proper stress right now. Chat, you can't hear it, but I'm telling you, भाई proper stress चल रहा है अबे.
Okay, I
And the
mean,
idea is if
now
you
you
go
can
knight
just,
b3 now, then I can
हाँ,
take and play knight gf4. Important tempo to attack the bishop.
I think he'll just take on d5 is my guess. He'll just take on d5 the pawn back, and then we can play knight f4 anyways. By
भाई
the way,
रुक
Fabi
d2 मर
also
रहा है ना फिर तो.
has 15 seconds.
Takes on g1. Oh,
Oh,
blunder.
mistake, big mistake. I think Fabi realized कि गलती कर दी मैंने. Instantly he realized कि ये
Yeah.
बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई.
Okay, but time pressure for both. So
By the way, knight f3 check पे you're supposed to play king c3. I'm not as. Oh, by the way, knight f3 पे like f1 only move.
yeah, because rook was
Takes.
hanging otherwise, and now knight e3. Still an outside chance maybe for Fabi.
Yeah,
But
it's
time
not
crunch
over.
situations में हमेशा Magnus gets the better of him. Yeah.
Better of
Last time
everyone,
also it happened.
kind of. But
Yeah.
yeah, this is tricky.
Except Gukesh.
Oh man, what a match, Sahaj. Why this has been? I think it's been so entertaining. हमारे शक्लें ना कैमरा के किसी कोने में पहुंच गई हैं, पता भी नहीं लगा भाई. Literally, it's
Okay, knight f4.
भाई,
Okay,
there are
now it's stable.
still not a stable edge.
अब तो
King
ठीक है भाई.
e3 by only move. What?
Okay, but that's simple, no? Rook g1 next move or something.
Rook g1.
Knight
Okay,
को
makes
protect
sense.
किया and that's it.
Makes sense, makes sense. Rook g1 knight in c. Rook g8 आ रहा है black का, king b7, king d7 के बाद.
अब तो draw है भाई. At the very least.
भाई शांति रखो सहज भाई, इतना
At the very
भाई.
least. No, come on. This is a
सर भाई
draw.
याद है साहब ने क्या पहली चीज क्या बोली थी भाई? भाई मैग्नस इज क्रेजी. याद है पहली चीज आती कॉल
Was
पे
I
क्या बोली
wrong?
थी?
Was I wrong?
भाई यो भाई.
I was not wrong.
हाँ.
Rook g7 now.
By the way, Rook g7 only move played.
Only move to have a winning advantage. Otherwise, it's equal.
भाई इक्वल में घुसना ही नहीं अब. 10 seconds of Abby. Magnus about to be crowned freestyle world champion. 5 seconds away. Oh, 93 coming. Fabi ka, unfortunately, the chance is about to be evaporated. भाई Magnus एक और world champion बनने वाला है भाई.
Oh, f6. Nice. Playing
भाई
f6.
mistake.
Okay. Bye, okay. But you know why he played it, yeah?
Yeah, but
Look at...
भाई.
Oh, rook f8.
Oh, okay.
Rook f8. That's good. That's a
Okay,
very
there
good
was
move,
no
by the way,
need.
by Fabi.
There was no need for f6 भाई, आराम से खेलते यार, जल्दी क्या
भाई
थी?
उसको सिर्फ exchange कर रहा है ना, तो bishop f5 and fe7. That's it. I think that's why he played it. And he has time to think now also.
Bishop f5 check maybe now?
You know, technically you can just move the knight. You can't capture this pawn because g8 is hanging.
True, true, true. But double bishop है Saj भाई, until the rooks are on double bishop में, you can never underestimate the bishops. अगर bishop h6, bishop
But
c1 आ गया ना.
bishops खुलने भी चाहिए ना भाई. Bishop g8 पे बैठा है तब से. It's like this bishop is not active.
King c6 only move. Oh,
Blunder.
blunder. Oh, now h4 is the winning move. Wow. Okay,
F takes
now
e7,
everything is
there's
winning.
bishop takes e7. F takes
Because king
e7.
is
Okay, bishop
stuck.
h7. He just goes for the draw, yeah.
Bhai.
Yeah, he just goes for the draw. Simple. He knows he doesn't have to win this, so it makes sense.
Bishop f4, maybe rook f6 check. Last try. No, he takes on h7.
Okay, keeps the
Ooh,
bishop versus
90.
knight. Yeah,
Knight
because
f5.
this is maybe the best. Chandra, okay, white has an extra pawn, so yeah, this is not winning.
Oof, we are very close, Samay bhai, to the end of the game. How are you feeling? वो कह रहे हैं
क्या
शोएब
बोला
भाई
समय
कि
भाई ने? साहिल भाई, कैन यू प्लीज रिपीट?
वो कह रहे थे कि खाना खा रहा था तो मेरे को एटलीस्ट यहाँ
That's
से खाना
not what he
निकालने का
said,
टाइम तो
chat.
दो.
That's not what he said, chat.
Okay, this is going to be a draw now. I think. रुक पीछे से रुक हो सकता है.
भाई वो तो मुझे भी नहीं देखना भाई अब. Okay, knight c3, knight a4. Okay, I'm guessing Fabi will just offer a draw here now.
नहीं भाई, he will play on.
Okay, you're a pawn down, so
I think he'll play. He'll play. Rook b2.
bhai, if anyone is playing, it's Magnus here.
Yeah, for sure, but Fabi will play. I think he'll play. There's no harm in him playing on.
Haminem.
Haminem, yes. Haminem na hey hey. Bishop d6. खेल दे.
Bhai,
Ha
rook
ha.
h too low.
Oh, okay. Okay, now they can shake hands. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go full screen because, guys, we have a new world champion in town. And it is Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, usually you would expect Kedika, it would be a smooth sailing for Magnus, but this match was anything but smooth
Bhai sahab.
sailing. What a game.
What a game, भाई. What a game. भाई मैगी जीत के इतनी खुशी कभी नहीं हुई बट वो भी मैगी नहीं जितवाई है यार. That is the crazy part and I can't imagine what he must be feeling right now. Some sort of euphoria. But Magnus, yeah, he did it again.
Absolutely, भाई. हजार हजार दुआएं उसको.
Exactly भाई, exactly. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है साज भाई कि दिल में ऐसे ना मतलब ऐसे अच्छा लग रहा है लाइक टू सी मैग्नस विन लाइक ऐसे लग
Yes,
रहा है कि
yes.
मतलब एक रोशनी सी आ गई मेरी जिंदगी में देखने के बाद. समझ रहा है लाइक
Yeah,
सिनोनिम्स.
of course, भाई. लोग बोल रहे हैं कि 21st वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बाय द वे फॉर मैग्नस.
21st, yes, 21st.
रिडिकुलस भाई. Wow.
Wow.
But जो लोग कह रहे हैं भाई
Wow.
boring, I don't think you actually saw the match because that was anything but boring. It was, I mean, so full of emotion, so full of blunders. Like, wow, at a loss of words, but it was very, very entertaining to watch this.
भाई मैग्नस ने एक ऐसी गेम खेली है हमारा दिल खुश कर दिया है एंड हमें लगा था इंडियन प्लेयर्स नहीं होंगे. अर्जुन का 2 गेम का फाइनल है तो इट विल नॉट बी एज एक्साइटिंग बट आई वुड से कि मेरी मतलब हमारी जिंदगी में रौनक ले आए यहाँ पे मैग्नस इतनी बढ़िया गेम खेल के.
हाँ
क्या
भाई.
है ना. And मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं पे क्या हो गया
मतलब
उसकी
एकदम
मेरे साथ
चेहरे
भाई.
पे ही रौनक आ गई हमारे. I don't know why.
है ना भाई.
हाँ
मतलब इट्स लाइक खुशी के आंसू आते हैं, खुशी के पसीने आ रहे हैं मुझे साथ भाई.
हाँ हाँ.
इट्स क्रेजी.
But भाई, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, Magnus definitely was the deserved player.
And chat, इसका मतलब Magnus Carlsen is the freestyle world champion, and of course, second place goes to Fabiano Caruana. Tough match, I think. He, in a parallel universe, he definitely won that match. But that universe is not this one. In this universe, Magnus dominates. And next tournament chat we'll be covering will be the Prague Masters, most likely. That starts on 25th of Feb. And uske baad, we will directly have the FIDE candidates 2026, जहाँ पे Prague, Vaishali, Divya, and Humpy will be fighting for that spot. Saj bhai, I think आप हमें most likely next candidate से मिलोगे. So see you
I'll
soon,
try
bhai.
to join in on one
Hmm.
on the Prague Masters on some days from time to time. Yeah, I'll
हाँ
try to see
बढ़िया.
if that is possible. But yeah, bhai, good luck for Prague Masters. Hope Gukesh
प्राग
can
नहीं
win.
भाई,
Let's
प्राग भाई,
go.
प्राग. प्राग नहीं खेल रहा
Prague
है इस
Masters,
बार.
yeah. Like I hope
हाँ.
Gukesh can win. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. And Global Chess Championship, I think April के end में, that's after candidates, so there's still some time. And you can see Magnus giving an interview. You will see it on social media. But what a match it was by. बिल्कुल, आई थिंक एक ही शब्द से कह सकते हैं, रौनक आ गई हमारी जिंदगी में भाई. तो
रौनक
थैंक
ही
यू साज
रौनक
भाई,
है,
थैंक यू
चमक।
सोहेल भाई, वी आर ऑल हैप्पी टुडे, है ना. एंड we'll see you in the next tournament chat. Thank you for joining us. See you and good night.